Section 16 of Coningsby, or the New Generation, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 9. Nothing could present a greater contrast than the respective interiors of Coningsby and Beaumanoir. That air of habitual habitation, which so pleasingly distinguished the Duke's family seat, was entirely wanting at Coningsby. Everything indeed was vast and splendid, but it seemed rather a gala house than a dwelling, as if the grand furniture and the grand servants had all come down express from town with the grand company, and were to disappear and to be dispersed at the same time. And truly there were manifold traces of hasty and temporary arrangement, new carpets and old hangings, old paint, new gilding, battalions of odd French chairs, squadrons of queer English tables, and large tasteless lamps and tawdry chandeliers, evidently true cockneys, and only taking the air by way of change. There was, too, throughout the drawing-rooms, an absence of all those minor articles of ornamental furniture that are the offering of taste to the home we love. There were no books neither, few flowers, no pet animals, no portfolios of fine drawings by our English artists, like the album of the Duchess, full of sketches by Landseer and Stanfield, and their gifted brethren. Not a print even, except portfolios of H.B.'s caricatures. The modes and manners of the house were not rural. There was nothing of the sweet order of a country life. Nobody came down to breakfast. The ladies were scarcely seen till dinner-time. They rolled about in carriages together late in the afternoon, as if they were in London, or led a sort of factitious boudoir life in their provincial dressing-rooms. The Marquess sent for Coningsby the morning after his arrival, and asked him to breakfast with him in his private rooms. Nothing could be more kind or more agreeable than his grandfather. He appeared to be interested in his grandson's progress, was glad to find Coningsby had distinguished himself at Eton, solemnly adjured him not to neglect his French. A classical education, he said, was a very admirable thing, and one which all gentlemen should enjoy, but Coningsby would find some day that there were two educations, one which his position required, another which was demanded by the world. French, my dear Harry, he continued, is the key to this second education. In a couple of years or so you will enter the world. It is a different thing to what you read about. It is a masquerade, a motley, sparkling multitude, in which you may mark all forms and colours, and listen to all sentiments and opinions, but where all you see and hear has only one object, plunder. When you get into this crowd, you will find that Greek and Latin are not so much diffused as you imagine. I was glad to hear you speaking French yesterday. Study your accent. There are a good many foreigners here with whom you may try your wing a little. Don't talk to any of them too much. Be very careful of intimacies. All the people here are good acquaintance, at least pretty well. Now here, said the Marquess, taking up a letter, and then throwing it down on the table again, now here is a man whom I should like you to know, Sidonia. He will be here in a few days. Lay yourself out for him if you have the opportunity. He is a man of rare capacity and enormously rich. No one knows the world like Sidonia. I never met his equal, and 'tis so pleasant to talk with one who can want nothing of you. Lord Monmouth had invited Coningsby to take a drive with him in the afternoon. The Marquess wished to show a part of his domain to the ambassadress. Only Lucretia, he said, would be with them, and there was a place for him. This invitation was readily accepted by Coningsby, who was not yet sufficiently established in the habits of the house exactly to know how to pass his morning. His friend and patron, Mr. Rigby, was entirely taken up with the Grand Duke, whom he was accompanying all over the neighbourhood, in visits to manufactures, many of which Rigby himself saw for the first time, but all of which he fluently explained to his Imperial Highness. In return for this, he extracted much information from the Grand Duke on Russian plans and projects, materials for a slashing article against the Russophobia that he was preparing, and in which he was to prove that Muscovite aggression was an English interest and entirely to be explained by the want of sea-coast which drove the Tsar for the pure purposes of commerce to the Baltic and the Euxine. When the hour for the drive arrived, Coningsby found Lucretia, a young girl when he had first seen her only 4 years back, and still his junior, in that majestic dame who had conceded a superb recognition to him the preceding eve. She really looked older than Madame Colonna, who, very beautiful, very young-looking, and mistress of the real arts of the toilet, those that cannot be detected, was not in the least altered since she first so cordially saluted Coningsby as her dear young friend at Monmouth House. The day was delightful, the park extensive and picturesque, the ambassadress sparkling with anecdote, and occasionally in a low voice breathing a diplomatic hint to Lord Monmouth, who bowed his graceful consciousness of her distinguished confidence. Coningsby occasionally took advantage of one of those moments when the conversation ceased to be general, to address Lucretia, who replied in calm, fine smiles and in affable monosyllables. She indeed generally succeeded in conveying an impression to those she addressed, that she had never seen them before, did not care to see them now, and never wished to see them again. And all this, too, with an air of great courtesy. They arrived at the brink of a wooded bank. At their feet flowed a fine river, deep and rushing, though not broad, its opposite bank the boundary of a richly timbered park. "Ah, this is beautiful!" exclaimed the ambassadress. "And is that yours, Lord Monmouth?" "Not yet," said the Marquess. "This is Hellingsley. It is one of the finest places in the county, with a splendid estate. Not so considerable as Coningsby, but very great. It belongs to a very old man without a relative in the world. It is known that the estate will be sold at his death, which may be almost daily expected. Then it is mine. No one can offer for it what I can afford. For it gives me this division of the county, Princess. To possess Hellingsley is one of my objects." The Marquess spoke with an animation unusual with him, almost with a degree of excitement. The wind met them as they returned, the breeze blew rather freshly. Lucretia all of a sudden seemed touched with unusual emotion. She was alarmed lest Lord Monmouth should catch cold. She took a kerchief from her own well-turned throat to tie round his neck. He feebly resisted, evidently much pleased. The Princess Lucretia was highly accomplished. In the evening, having refused several distinguished guests, but instantly yielding to the request of Lord Monmouth, she sang. It was impossible to conceive a contralto of more thrilling power, or an execution more worthy of the voice. Coningsby, who was not experienced in fine singing, listened as if to a supernatural lay, but all agreed that it was of the highest class of nature and of art, and the Grand Duke was in raptures. Lucretia received even his Highness's compliments with a graceful indifference. Indeed, to those who watched her demeanour, it might be remarked that she seemed to yield to none, although all bowed before her. Madame Colonna, who was always kind to Coningsby, expressed to him her gratification from the party of the morning. It must have been delightful, she assured Coningsby, for Lord Monmouth to have both Lucretia and his grandson with him. And Lucretia, too, she added, must have been so pleased. Coningsby could not make out why Madame Colonna was always intimating to him that the Princess Lucretia took such interest in his existence, looked forward with such gratification to his society, remembered with so much pleasure the past, anticipated so much happiness from the future. It appeared to him that he was to Lucretia, if not an object of repugnance, as he sometimes fancied, certainly one only of absolute indifference. But he said nothing. He had already lived long enough to know that it is unwise to wish everything explained. In the meantime his life was agreeable. Every day, he found, added to his acquaintance. He was never without a companion to ride or to shoot with, and of riding Coningsby was very fond. His grandfather, too, was continually giving him good-natured turns, and making him of consequence in the castle, so that all the guests were fully impressed with the importance of Lord Monmouth's grandson. Lady St. Julians pronounced him distinguished. The ambassadress thought diplomacy should be his part, as he had a fine person and a clear brain. Madame Colonna spoke of him always as if she took intense interest in his career, and declared she liked him almost as much as Lucretia did. The Russians persisted in always styling him the young Marquis, notwithstanding the ambassador's explanations. Mrs. Guy Flouncey made a dashing attack on him, but Coningsby remembered a lesson which Lady Everingham had graciously bestowed on him. He was not to be caught again easily. Besides, Mrs. Guy Flouncey laughed a little too much and talked a little too loud. As time flew on, there were changes of visitors, chiefly among the single men. At the end of the first week after Coningsby's arrival, Lord Eskdale appeared, bringing with him Lucian Gay, and soon after followed the Marquis of Beaumanoir and Mr. Melton. These were all heroes who, in their way, interested the ladies, and whose advent was hailed with general satisfaction. Even Lucretia would relax a little to Lord Eskdale. He was one of her oldest friends, and with a simplicity of manner which amounted almost to plainness, and with rather a cynical nonchalance in his carriage towards men, Lord Eskdale was invariably a favourite with women. To be sure, his station was eminent. He was noble and very rich and very powerful, and these are qualities which tell as much with the softer as the harsher sex. But there are individuals with all these qualities who are nevertheless unpopular with women. Lord Eskdale was easy, knew the world thoroughly, had no prejudices, and above all had a reputation for success. A reputation for success has as much influence with women as a reputation for wealth has with men. Both reputations may be, and often are, unjust, but we see persons daily make good fortunes by them all the same. Lord Eskdale was not an impostor, and though he might not have been so successful a man had he not been Lord Eskdale, still, thrown over by a revolution, he would have lighted on his legs. The arrival of this nobleman was the occasion of giving a good turn to poor Flora. He went immediately to see his friend Villebecque and his troop. Indeed, it was a sort of society which pleased Lord Eskdale more than that which is deemed more refined. He was very sorry about La Petite, but thought that everything would come right in the long run, and told Villebecque that he was glad to hear him well spoken of here, especially by the Marquis, who seemed to take to him. As for Flora, he was entirely against her attempting the stage again, at least for the present, but as she was a good musician, he suggested to the Princess Lucretia one night that the subordinate aid of Flora might be of service to her, and permit her to favour her friends with some pieces which otherwise she must deny to them. This suggestion was successful. Flora was introduced occasionally, soon often, to their parties in the evening, and her performances were in every respect satisfactory. There was nothing to excite the jealousy of Lucretia, either in her style or her person. And yet she sang well enough, and was a quiet, refined, retiring, by no means disagreeable person. She was the companion of Lucretia very often in the morning, as well as in the illumined saloon, for the princess was devoted to the art in which she excelled. This connection on the whole contributed to the happiness of poor Flora. True it was, in the evening she often found herself sitting or standing alone, and no one noticing her. She had no dazzling quality to attract men of fashion, who themselves loved to worship ever the fashionable. Even their goddesses must be à la mode. But Coningsby never omitted an opportunity to show Flora some kindness under these circumstances. He always came and talked to her, and praised her singing, and would sometimes hand her refreshments, and give her his arm if necessary. These slight attentions, coming from the grandson of Lord Monmouth, were for all the world redoubled in their value, though Flora thought only of their essential kindness. All in character with that first visit which dwelt on the poor girl's memory, though it had long ago escaped that of her visitor. For in truth Coningsby had no other impulse for his conduct but kind-heartedness. Thus we have attempted to give some faint idea how life glided away at the Castle the first fortnight that Coningsby passed there. Perhaps we ought not to omit that Mrs. Guy Flouncey, to the infinite disgust of Lady St. Julians, who had a daughter with her, successfully entrapped the devoted attentions of the young Marquis of Beaumanoir, who was never very backward if a lady would take trouble enough, while his friend Mr. Melton, whose barren homage to Lady St. Julians wished her daughter ever particularly to shun, employed all his gaiety, good humour, frivolity, and fashion in amusing that young lady, and with irresistible effect. For the rest, they continued, though they had only partridges to shoot, to pass the morning without weariness. The weather was fine, the stud numerous, all might be mounted. The Grand Duke and his suite, guided by Mr. Rigby, had always some objects to visit, and railroads returned them just in time for the banquet, with an appetite which they had earned, and during which Rigby recounted their achievements and his own options. The dinner was always first rate. The evening never failed. Music, dancing, and the theatre offered great resources independently of the soul-subduing sentiment harshly called flirtation, and which is the spell of a country house. Lord Monmouth was satisfied, for he had scarcely ever felt wearied. All that he required in life was to be amused, and perhaps that was not all he required, but it was indispensable. Nor was it wonderful that on the present occasion he obtained his purpose, for there were 100 of the brightest eyes and quickest brains ever on the watch or the whirl to secure him distraction. The only circumstance that annoyed him was the non-arrival of Sidonia. Lord Monmouth could not bear to be disappointed. He could not refrain from saying, notwithstanding all the resources and all the exertions of his guests, "I cannot understand why Sidonia does not come. I wish Sidonia were here." "So do I," said Lord Eskdale. "Sidonia is the only man who tells one anything new." "We saw Sidonia at Lord Studcaster's," said Lord Beaumanoir. "He told Melton he was coming here." "You know he has bought all Studcaster's horses," said Mr. Melton. "I wonder he does not buy Studcaster himself," said Lord Monmouth. "I would, if I were he. Sidonia can buy anything." He turned to Mrs. Guy Flouncey. "I wonder who Sidonia is," thought Mrs. Guy Flouncey, but she was determined no one should suppose she did not know. At length one day Coningsby met Madame Colonna in the vestibule before dinner. "Milor is in such good temper, Mr. Coningsby," she said. "Monsieur de Sidonia has arrived." About 10 minutes before dinner there was a stir in the chamber. Coningsby looked round. He saw the Grand Duke advancing, and holding out his hand in a manner the most gracious. A gentleman of distinguished air, but with his back turned to Coningsby, was bowing as he received his Highness's greeting. There was a general pause in the room. Several came forward. Even the Marquis seemed a little moved. Coningsby could not resist the impulse of curiosity to see this individual of whom he had heard so much. He glided round the room, and caught the countenance of his companion in the Forest Inn. He who announced to him that the age of ruins was past. Chapter 10. Sidonia was descended from a very ancient and noble family of Aragon, that in the course of ages had given to the state many distinguished citizens. In the priesthood its members had been peculiarly eminent. Besides several prelates, they counted among their number an Archbishop of Toledo, and as Sidonia, in a season of great danger and difficulty, had exercised for a series of years the paramount officer of Grand Inquisitor. Yet, strange as it may sound, it is nevertheless a fact, of which there is no lack of evidence, that this illustrious family during all this period, in common with 2/3 of the Aragonese nobility, secretly adhered to the ancient faith and ceremonies of their fathers, a belief in the unity of the God of Sinai and the rites and observances of the laws of Moses. Whence came these Mosaic Arabs, whose passages across the strait from Africa to Europe long preceded the invasion of the Mohammedan Arabs, it is now impossible to ascertain. Their traditions tell us that from time immemorial they had sojourned in Africa, and it is not improbable that they may have been the descendants of some of the earlier dispersions, like those Hebrew colonies that we find in China, and who probably emigrated from Persia in the days of the great monarchies. Whatever may have been their origin in Africa, their fortunes in southern Europe are not difficult to trace, though the annals of no race in any age can detail a history of such strange vicissitudes, or one rife with more touching and romantic incident. Their unexampled prosperity in the Spanish peninsula, and especially in the south, where they had become the principal cultivators of the soil, excited the jealousy of the Goths, and the councils of Toledo during the 6th and 7th centuries attempted, by a series of decrees worthy of the barbarians who promulgated them, to root the Jewish Arabs out of the land. There is no doubt the Council of Toledo led, as directly as the lust of Roderick, to the invasion of Spain by the Moslem Arabs. The Jewish population, suffering under the most sanguinary and atrocious persecution, looked to their sympathizing brethren of the Crescent, whose camps already gleamed on the opposite shore. The overthrow of the Gothic kingdoms was as much achieved by the superior information which the Saracens received from their suffering kinsmen as by the resistless valour of the desert. The Saracen kingdoms were established. That fair and unrivalled civilization arose which preserved for Europe arts and letters when Christendom was plunged in darkness. The children of Ishmael rewarded the children of Israel with equal rights and privileges with themselves. During these halcyon centuries, it is difficult to distinguish the follower of Moses from the votary of Mahomet. Both alike built palaces, gardens, and fountains, filled equally the highest offices of the state, competed in an extensive and enlightened commerce, and rivalled each other in renowned universities. Even after the fall of the principal Moorish kingdoms, the Jews of Spain were still treated by the conquering Goths with tenderness and consideration. Their numbers, their wealth, the fact that in Aragon especially they were the proprietors of the soil, and surrounded by warlike and devoted followers, secured for them a usage which for a considerable period made them little sensible of the change of dynasties and religions. But the tempest gradually gathered. As the Goths grew stronger, persecution became more bold. Where the Jewish population was scanty, they were deprived of their privileges, or obliged to conform under the title of Nuevos Cristianos. At length the union of the two crowns under Ferdinand and Isabella, and the fall of the last Moorish kingdom, brought the crisis of their fate both to the new Christians and the nonconforming Hebrew. The Inquisition appeared, the institution that had exterminated the Albigenses and had desolated Languedoc, and which, it should ever be remembered, was established in the Spanish kingdoms against the protests of the Cortes and amid the terror of the populace. The Dominicans opened their first tribunal at Seville, and it is curious that the first individuals they summoned before them were the Duke of Medina Sidonia, the Marquis of Cadiz, and the Count of Arcos, three of the most considerable personages in Spain. How many were burned alive at Seville during the first year? How many imprisoned for life? What countless thousands were visited with severe, though lighter punishments, need not be recorded here. In nothing was the Holy Office more happy than in multiform and subtle means by which they tested the sincerity of the new Christians. At length the Inquisition was to be extended to Aragon. The high-spirited nobles of that kingdom knew that its institution was for them a matter of life or death. The Cortes of Aragon appealed to the king and to the Pope. They organised an extensive conspiracy. The chief inquisitor was assassinated in the cathedral of Saragossa. Alas! It was fated that in this, one of the many and continuing struggles between the rival organisations of the North and the South, the children of the sun should fall. The faggot and the San Benito were the doom of the nobles of Aragon. Those who were convicted of secret Judaism, and this scarcely 3 centuries ago, were dragged to the stake. the sons of the noblest houses, in whose veins the Hebrew taint could be traced, had to walk in solemn procession, singing psalms and confessing their faith in the religion of the fell Torquemada. This triumph in Aragon, the almost simultaneous fall of the last Moorish kingdom, raised the hopes of the pure Christians to the highest pitch. Having purged the new Christians, they next turned their attention to the old Hebrews. Ferdinand was resolved that the delicious air of Spain should be breathed no longer by anyone who did not profess the Catholic faith. Baptism or exile was the alternative. More than 600,000 individuals, some authorities greatly increased the amount, the most industrious, the most intelligent, and the most enlightened of Spanish subjects, would not desert the religion of their fathers. For this they gave up the delightful land wherein they had lived for centuries, the beautiful cities they had raised, the universities from which Christendom drew for ages its most precious lore, the tombs of their ancestors, the temples where they had worshipped the God for whom they had made this sacrifice. They had but 4 months to prepare for eternal exile after a residence of as many centuries, during which brief period forced sales and glutted markets virtually confiscated their property. It is a calamity that the scattered nation still ranks with the desolations of Nebuchadnezzar and of Titus. Who after this should say the Jews are by nature a sordid people? But the Spanish Goth, then so cruel and so haughty, where is he? A despised suppliant to the very race which he banished for some miserable portion of the treasure which the habits of industry have again accumulated. Where is that tribunal that summoned Medina Sidonia and Cadiz to its dark inquisition? Where is Spain? Where is Spain? Its fall, its unparalleled and its irremediable fall, is mainly to be attributed to the expulsion of that large portion of its subjects, the most industrious and intelligent, who traced their origin to the Mosaic and the Mohammedan Arabs. The Sidonians of Aragon were nuevos Christianos. Some of them, no doubt, were burned alive at the end of the 15th century under the system of Torquemada. Many of them, doubtless, wore the San Benito, but they kept their titles and estates, and in time reached those great offices to which we have referred. During the long disorders of the Peninsular War, when so many openings were offered to talent and so many opportunities seized by the adventurous, a cadet of a younger branch of this family made a large fortune by military contracts, and supplying the commissariat of the different armies. At the peace, prescient of the great financial future of Europe, confident in the fertility of his own genius, in his original views of fiscal subjects, and his knowledge of national resources, this Sidonia, feeling that Madrid or even Cadiz could never be a base on which the monetary transactions of the world could be regulated, resolved to emigrate to England, with which he had, in the course of years, formed considerable commercial connections. He arrived there after the Peace of Paris with his large capital. He staked all he was worth on the Waterloo loan, and the event made him one of the greatest capitalists in Europe. No sooner was Sidonia established in England than he professed Judaism, which Torquemada flattered himself, with the faggot and the San Benito, he had drained out of the veins of his family more than 3 centuries ago. He sent over also, for several of his brothers, who were as good Catholics in Spain as Ferdinand and Isabella could have possibly desired, but who made an offering in the synagogue in gratitude for their safe voyage on their arrival in England. Sidonia had foreseen in Spain that after the exhaustion of a war of 25 years, Europe must require capital to carry on peace. He reaped the due reward of his sagacity. Europe did require money, and Sidonia was ready to lend it to Europe. France wanted some, Austria more, Prussia a little, Russia a few millions. Sidonia could furnish them all. The only country which he avoided was Spain. He was too well acquainted with its resources. Nothing, too, would ever tempt him to lend anything to the revolted colonies of Spain. Prudence saved him from being a creditor of the mother country. his Spanish pride recoiled from the rebellion of her children. It is not difficult to conceive that after having pursued the career we have intimated for about 10 years, Sidonia had become one of the most considerable personages in Europe. He had established a brother, or a near relative, in whom he could confide, in most of the principal capitals. He was lord and master of the money market of the world, and of course virtually lord and master of everything else. He literally held the revenues of southern Italy in pawn, and monarchs and ministers of all countries courted his advice, and were guided by his suggestions. He was still in the vigour of life, and was not a mere money-making machine. He had a general intelligence equal to his position, and looked forward to the period when some relaxation from his vast enterprises and exertions might enable him to direct his energies to great objects of public benefit. But in the height of his vast prosperity he suddenly died, leaving only one child, a youth still of tender years, an heir to the greatest fortune in Europe, so great indeed that it could only be calculated by millions. Shut out from universities and schools, those universities and schools which were indebted for their first knowledge of ancient philosophy to the learning and enterprise of his ancestors, the young Sidonia was fortunate in the tutor whom his father had procured for him, and who devoted to his charge all the resources of his trained intellect and vast and varied erudition. A Jesuit before the Revolution, since then an exiled liberal leader, now a member of the Spanish Cortes, Rebello was always a Jew. He found in his pupil that precocity of intellectual development which is characteristic of the Arabian organisation. The young Sidonia penetrated the highest mysteries of mathematics with a facility almost instinctive, while a memory, which never had any twilight hours, but always reflected a noontide clearness, seemed to magnify his acquisitions of ancient learning by the promptness with which they could be reproduced and applied. The circumstances of his position, too, had early contributed to give him an unusual command over the modern languages. An Englishman, and taught from his cradle to be proud of being an Englishman, he first evinced in speaking his native language those remarkable powers of expression, and that clear and happy elocution which ever afterwards distinguished him. But the son of a Spaniard, the sonorous syllables of that noble tongue constantly resounded in his ear, while the foreign guests who thronged his father's mansion habituated him from an early period of life to the tones of languages that were not long strange to him. When he was 19, Sidonia, who had then resided some time with his uncle at Naples, and had made a long visit to another of his father's relatives at Frankfort, possessed a complete mastery over the principal European languages. At 17 he had parted with Rebello, who returned to Spain, and Sidonia, under the control of his guardians, commenced his travels. He resided, as we have mentioned, some time in Germany, and then, having visited Italy, settled at Naples, at which city it may be said that he made his entrance into life. With an interesting person, and highly accomplished, he availed himself of the gracious attentions of a court of which he was the principal creditor, and which, treating him as a distinguished English traveller, were enabled perhaps to show him some favours that the manners of the country might not have permitted them to accord to his Neapolitan relatives. Sidonia thus obtained at an early age that experience of refined and luxurious society which is a necessary part of a finished education. It gives the last polish to the manners. It teaches us something of the power of the passions, early developed in the hotbed of self-indulgence. It instills into us that indefinable tact, seldom obtained in later life, which prevents us from saying the wrong thing, and often impels us to do the right. Between Paris and Naples, Sidonia passed 2 years, spent apparently in the dissipation which was perhaps inseparable from his time of life. He was admired by women, to whom he was magnificent, idolized by artists whom he patronized, received in all circles with great distinction, and appreciated for his intellect by the very few to whom he at all opened himself. For though affable and gracious, it was impossible to penetrate him. Though unreserved in his manner, his frankness was strictly limited to the surface. He observed everything, thought ever, but avoided serious discussion. If you pressed him for an opinion, he took refuge in raillery, or threw out some grave paradox with which it was not easy to cope. The moment he came of age, Sidonia, having previously, at a great family congress held at Naples, made arrangements with the heads of the houses that bore his name respecting the disposition and management of his vast fortune, quitted Europe. Sidonia was absent from his connections for 5 years, during which period he never communicated with them. They were aware of his existence only by the orders which he drew on them for payment, and which arrived from all quarters of the globe. It would appear from these documents that he had dwelt a considerable time in the Mediterranean regions, penetrated Nilotic Africa to Sennar and Abyssinia, traversed the Asiatic continent to Tartary, whence he had visited Hindustan and the isles of that Indian Sea which are so little known. Afterwards he was heard of at Valparaiso, the Brazils, and Lima. He evidently remained some time in Mexico, which he quitted for the United States. One morning, without notice, he arrived in London. Sidonia had exhausted all the sources of human knowledge. He was master of the learning of every nation, of all tongues dead or living, of every literature, Western and Oriental. He had pursued the speculations of science to their last term, and had himself illustrated them by observation and experiment. He had lived in all orders of society, had viewed every combination of nature and of art, and had observed man under every phasis of civilization. He had even studied him in the wilderness. The influence of creeds and laws, manners, customs, traditions, in all their diversities, had been subjected to his personal scrutiny. He brought to the study of this vast aggregate of knowledge a penetrative intellect, that, matured by long meditation, and assisted by that absolute freedom from prejudice which was the compensatory possession of a man without a country, permitted Sidonia to fathom, as it were by intuition, the depth of questions apparently the most difficult and profound. He possessed the rare faculty of communicating with precision ideas the most abstruse, and in general a power of expression which arrests and satisfies attention. With all this knowledge, which no one knew more to prize, with boundless wealth, and with an athletic frame which sickness had never tried, and which had avoided excess, Sidonia nevertheless looked upon life with a glance rather of curiosity than content. His religion walled him out from the pursuits of a citizen. His riches deprived him of the stimulating anxieties of a man. He perceived himself a lone being, alike without cares and without duties. To a man in his position, there might yet seem one unfailing source of felicity and joy, independent of creed, independent of country, independent even of character. He might have discovered that perpetual spring of happiness in the sensibility of the heart. But this was a sealed fountain to Sidonia. In his organisation there was a peculiarity, perhaps a great deficiency. He was a man without affections. It would be harsh to say that he had no heart, for he was susceptible of deep emotions, but not for individuals. He was capable of rebuilding a town that was burned down, of restoring a colony that had been destroyed by some awful visitation of nature, of redeeming to liberty a horde of captives, and of doing these great acts in secret, for, void of all self-love, public approbation was worthless to him, but the individual never touched him. Woman was to him a toy, man a machine. The lot the most precious to man, and which a beneficent Providence has made not the least common, to find in another heart a perfect and profound sympathy, to unite his existence with one who could share all his joys, soften all his sorrows, aid him in all his projects, respond to all his fancies, counsel him in his cares, and support him in his perils, Make life charming by her charms, interesting by her intelligence, and sweet by the vigilant variety of her tenderness. To find your life blessed by such an influence, and to feel that your influence can bless such a life, this lot, the most divine of divine gifts, that power and even fame can never rival in its delights, all this nature had denied to Sidonia. With an imagination as fiery as his native desert, and an intellect as luminous as his native sky, he wanted, like the land, those softening dews without which the soil is barren, and the sunbeam is often a messenger of pestilence as an angel of regenerative grace. Such a temperament, though rare, is peculiar to the East. It inspired the founders of the great monarchies of antiquity, the prophets that the desert has sent forth, the Tartar chiefs who have overrun the world. It might be observed in the great Corsican, who, like most of the inhabitants of the Mediterranean isles, had probably Arab blood in his veins. It is a temperament that befits conquerors and legislators, but in ordinary times and ordinary situations entails on its possessor only eccentric aberrations or profound melancholy. The only human quality that interested Sidonia was intellect. He cared not whence it came, where it was to be found. Creed, country, class, character, in this respect, were alike indifferent to him. The author, the artist, the man of science, never appealed to him in vain. Often he anticipated their wants and wishes. He encouraged their society, was as frank in his conversation as he was generous in his contributions. But the instant they ceased to be authors, artists, or philosophers, and their communications arose from anything but the intellectual quality which had originally interested him, the moment they were rash enough to approach intimacy and appeal to the sympathizing man instead of the congenial intelligence, he saw them no more. It was not, however, intellect merely in these unquestionable shapes that commanded his notice. There was not an adventurer in Europe with whom he was not familiar. No minister of state had such communication with secret agents and political spies as Sidonia. He held relations with all the clever outcasts of the world. The catalogue of his acquaintance in the shape of Greeks, Armenians, Moors, secret Jews, Tartars, Gypsies, wandering Poles, and Carbonari would throw a curious light on those subterranean agencies of which the world in general knows so little, but which exercise so great an influence on public events. His extensive travels, his knowledge of languages, his daring and adventurous disposition, and his unlimited means, had given him opportunities of becoming acquainted with these characters, in general so difficult to trace, and of gaining their devotion. To these sources he owed that knowledge of strange and hidden things which often startled those who listened to him. Nor was it easily, scarcely possible, to deceive him. Information reached him from so many and such contrary quarters that with his discrimination and experience he could almost instantly distinguish the truth. The secret history of the world was his pastime. His great pleasure was to contrast the hidden motive with the public pretext of transactions. One source of interest Sidonia found in his descent and in the fortunes of his race. As firm in his adherence to the code of the great legislator as if the trumpet still sounded on Sinai, he might have received in the conviction of divine favour an adequate compensation for human persecution. But there were other and more terrestrial considerations that made Sidonia proud of his origin and confident in the future of his kind. Sidonia was a great philosopher who took comprehensive views of human affairs and surveyed every fact in its relative position to other facts, the only mode of obtaining truth. Sidonia was well aware that in the 5 great varieties into which physiology has divided the human species, to wit, the Caucasian, the Mongolian, the Malayan, the American, the Ethiopian, the Arabian tribes rank in the first and superior class, together, among others, with the Saxon and the Greek. This fact alone is a source of great pride and satisfaction to the animal man. But Sidonia and his brethren could claim a distinction which the Saxon and the Greek and the rest of the Caucasian nations have forfeited. The Hebrew is an unmixed race. Doubtless among the tribes who inhabit the bosom of the desert, progenitors alike of the Mosaic and the Mohammedan Arabs, blood may be found as pure as that of the descendants of the Sheikh Abraham. But the Mosaic Arabs are the most ancient, if not the only, unmixed blood that dwells in cities. An unmixed race of a first-rate organization are the aristocracy of nature. Such excellence is a positive fact, not an imagination, a ceremony coined by poets, blazoned by cozening heralds, but perceptible in its physical advantages and in the vigour of its unsullied idiosyncrasy. In his comprehensive travels, Sidonia had visited and examined the Hebrew communities of the world. He had found in general the lower orders debased, the superior immersed in sordid pursuits, but he perceived that the intellectual development was not impaired. This gave him hope. He was persuaded that organization would outlive persecution. When he reflected on what they had endured, it was only marvellous that the race had not disappeared. They had defied exile, massacre, spoliation, the degrading influence of the constant pursuit of gain. They had defied time. For nearly 3,000 years, according to Archbishop Usher, they have been dispersed over the globe. To the unpolluted current of their Caucasian structure, and to the segregating genius of their great lawgiver, Sidonia ascribed the fact that they had not been long ago absorbed among those mixed races who presume to persecute them, but who periodically wear away and disappear, while their victims still flourish in all the primeval vigour of the pure Asian breed. Shortly after his arrival in England, Sidonia repaired to the principal courts of Europe, that he might become personally acquainted with the monarchs and ministers of whom he had heard so much. His position ensured him a distinguished reception. His personal qualities immediately made him cherished. He could please, he could do more, he could astonish. He could throw out a careless observation which would make the oldest diplomatist start, a winged word that gained him the consideration, sometimes the confidence, of sovereigns. When he had fathomed the intelligence which governs Europe, and which can only be done by personal acquaintance, he returned to this country. The somewhat hard and literal character of English life suited one who shrank from sensibility and often took refuge in sarcasm. Its masculine vigour and active intelligence occupied and interested his mind. Sidonia, indeed, was exactly the character who would be welcomed in our circles. His immense wealth, his unrivalled social knowledge, his clear, vigorous intellect, the severe simplicity of his manners, frank but neither claiming nor brooking familiarity, and his devotion to field sports, which was the safety valve of his energy, were all circumstances and qualities which the English appreciate and admire. And it may fairly be said of Sidonia that few men were more popular and none less understood. End of chapter 11. Section 17 of Coningsby, or the New Generation, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 11. At dinner, Coningsby was seated on the same side as Sidonia, and distant from him. There had been therefore no mutual recognition. Another guest had also arrived, Mr. Ormsby. He came straight from London, full of rumours, had seen Tadpole, who, hearing he was on the wing for Coningsby Castle, had taken him into a dark corner of a club and shown him his book, a safe piece of confidence, as Mr. Ormsby was very near-sighted. It was, however, to be received as an undoubted fact that all was right, and somehow or other, before very long, there would be national demonstration of the same. The arrival of Mr. Ormsby, and the news that he bore, gave a political turn to the conversation after the ladies had left the room. "Tadpole wants me to stand for Birmingham," said Mr. Ormsby, gravely. "You!" exclaimed Lord Monmouth, and throwing himself back in his chair, he broke into a real hearty laugh. "Yes, the Conservatives mean to start 2 candidates. A manufacturer they have got, and have written up Tadpole for a West End man." "A what?" "A West End man who will make the ladies patronise their fancy articles." "The result of the Reform Bill, then," said Lucian Gay, "will be to give Manchester a bishop and Birmingham a dandy." "I begin to believe the result will be very different from what we expected," said Lord Monmouth. Mr. Rigby shook his head, and was going to prophesy, when Lord Eskdale, who liked talk to be short, and was of opinion that Rigby should keep his amplifications for his slashing articles, put in a brief careless observation which baulked his inspiration. "Certainly," said Mr. Ormsby, "when the guns were firing over Vivian's last speech and confession, I never expected to be asked to stand for Birmingham." "Perhaps you may be called up to the other house by the title," said Lucian Gay. "Who knows?" "I agree with Tadpole," said Mr. Ormsby, "that if we only stick to the registration, the country is saved." "Fortunate country," said Sidonia, "that can be saved by a good registration." "I believe, after all, that with property and pluck," said Lord Monmouth, "parliamentary reform is not such a very bad thing." Here several gentlemen began talking at the same time, all agreeing with their host, and proving in their different ways the irresistible influence of property and pluck; property in Lord Monmouth's mind meaning vassals, and pluck a total disregard for public opinion. Mr. Guy Flouncey, who wanted to get into Parliament, but why nobody knew, who had neither political abilities nor political opinions, but had some floating idea that it would get himself and his wife to more balls and dinners, and who was duly ticketed for "a good thing" in the candidate list of the Tadpoles and the Tapers, was of opinion that an immense deal might be done by properly patronising borough races. That was his specific how to prevent revolution. Taking advantage of a pause, Lord Monmouth said, "I should like to know what you think of this question, Sidonia." "I am scarcely a competent judge," he said, as if wishing to disclaim any interference in the conversation, and then added, "but I have been ever of opinion that revolutions are not to be evaded." "Exactly my views," said Mr. Rigby eagerly. "I say it now, I have said it 1,000 times. You may doctor the registration as you like, but you can never get rid of Schedule A." "Is there a person in this room who can now tell us the names of the boroughs in Schedule A?" said Sidonia. "I'm sure I cannot," said Lord Monmouth, "though 6 of them belong to myself." "But the principle," said Mr. Rigby. "They represented a principle." "Nothing else, certainly," said Lucian Gay. "And what principle?" inquired Sidonia. "The principle of nomination." "That is a practice, not a principle," said Sidonia. "Is it a practice that no longer exists?" "You think then," said Lord Eskdale, cutting in before Rigby, "that the Reform Bill has done us no harm?" "It is not the Reform Bill that has shaken the aristocracy of this country, but the means by which that bill was carried," replied Sidonia. "Physical force?" said Lord Eskdale. "Or social power?" said Sidonia. Upon this Mr. Rigby, impatient at any one giving the tone in a political discussion but himself, and chafing under the vigilance of Lord Eskdale, which to him ever appeared only fortuitous, violently assaulted the argument, and astonished several country gentlemen present by its volubility. They at length listened to real eloquence. At the end of a long appeal to Sidonia, that gentleman only bowed his head and said, "Perhaps," and then turning to his neighbour, inquired whether birds were plentiful in Lancashire this season, so that Mr. Rigby was reduced to the necessity of forming the political opinions of Mr. Guy Flouncey. As the gentlemen left the dining room, Coningsby, though at some distance, was observed by Sidonia, who stopped instantly, then advanced to Coningsby, and, extending his hand, said, "I said we should meet again, though I hardly expected so quickly." "And I hope we shall not separate so soon," said Coningsby. I was much struck with what you said just now about the Reform Bill. Do you know, the more I think, the more I am perplexed by what is meant by representation? It is a principle of which a limited definition is only current in this country, said Sidonia, quitting the room with him. People may be represented without periodical elections of neighbours who are incapable to maintain their interests, and strangers who are unwilling. The entrance of the gentleman produced the same effect on the saloon as sunrise on the world. Universal animation, a general though gentle stir. The Grand Duke, bowing to every one, devoted himself to the daughter of Lady St. Julians, who herself pinned Lord Beaumanoir before he could reach Mrs. Guy Flouncey. Coningsby instead talked nonsense to that lady. Brilliant cavaliers, including Mr. Melton, addressed a band of beautiful damsels grouped on a large ottoman. Everywhere sounded a delicious murmur, broken occasionally by a silver-sounding laugh not too loud. Sidonia and Lord Eskdale did not join the ladies. They stood for a few moments in conversation, and then threw themselves on a sofa. "Who is that?" asked Sidonia of his companion rather earnestly, as Coningsby quitted them. "'Tis the grandson of Monmouth, young Coningsby." "Ah, the new generation then promises. I met him once before, by chance. He interests me." "They tell me he is a lively lad. He is a prodigious favourite here, and I should not be surprised if Monmouth made him his heir." "I hope he does not dream of inheritance," said Sidonia. "'Tis the most enervating of visions." "Do you admire Lady Augustina St. Julians?" said Mrs. Guy Flouncey to Coningsby. "I admire no one except yourself." "Oh, how very gallant, Mr. Coningsby!" "When should men be gallant, if not to the brilliant and the beautiful?" said Coningsby. "Ah, you are laughing at me." "No, I am not. I am quite grave." "Your eyes laugh. Now tell me, Mr. Coningsby, Lord Henry Sydney is a very great friend of yours?" "Very." "He is very amiable." "Very." "He does a great deal for the poor at Beaumanoir. A very fine place, is it not?" "Very." "As fine as Coningsby?" At present, with Mrs. Guy Flouncey at Coningsby, Beaumanoir would have no chance. "Ah, you laugh at me again. Now tell me, Mr. Coningsby, what do you think we shall do to night? I look upon you, you know, as the real arbiter of our destinies." "You shall decide," said Coningsby. "Mon cher Harry," said Madame Colonna, coming up, "they wish Lucretia to sing, and she will not. You must ask her. She cannot refuse you." "I assure you she can," said Coningsby. "Mon cher Harry, your grandpapa did desire me to beg you to ask her to sing." So Coningsby unwillingly approached Lucretia, who was talking with the Russian ambassador. "I am sent upon a fruitless mission," said Coningsby, looking at her and catching her glance. "What, and why?" she replied. "The mission is to entreat you to do us all a great favour, and the cause of its failure will be that I am the envoy." "If the favour be one to yourself, it is granted; and if you be the envoy, you need never fear failure with me." "I must presume, then, to lead you away," said Coningsby, bending to the ambassador. "Remember," said Lucretia, as they approached the instrument, "that I am singing to you." "It is impossible ever to forget it," said Coningsby, leading her to the piano with great politeness, but only with great politeness. "Where is Mademoiselle Flora?" she inquired. Coningsby found La Petite crouching as it were behind some furniture, and apparently looking over some music. She looked up as he approached, and a smile stole over her countenance. "I am come to ask a favour," he said, and he named his request. "I will sing," she replied, "but only tell me what you like." Coningsby felt the difference between the courtesy of the head and of the heart, as he contrasted the manner of Lucretia and Flora. Nothing could be more exquisitely gracious than the daughter of Colonna was to night. Flora, on the contrary, was rather agitated and embarrassed, and did not express her readiness with half the facility and the grace of Lucretia. but Flora's arm trembled as Coningsby led her to the piano. Meantime, Lord Eskdale and Sidonia are in deep converse. "Ah, that is a fine note," said Sidonia, as he looked around. "Who is that singing? Some new protégé of Lord Monmouth?" "'Tis the daughter of the Colonnas," said Lord Eskdale, "the Princess Lucretia." "Why, she was not at dinner to day." "No, she was not there." "My favourite voice, and of all the rarest to be found. When I was a boy it made me almost in love even with Pisaroni." "Well, the Princess is scarcely more lovely. 'Tis a pity the plumage is not as beautiful as the note. She is plain." "No, not plain with that brow." "Well, I rather admire her myself," said Lord Eskdale. "She has fine points." "Let us approach," said Sidonia. The song ceased. Lord Eskdale advanced, made his compliments, and then said, "You were not at dinner to day." "Why should I be?" said the Princess. "For our sakes, for mine, if not for your own," said Lord Eskdale, smiling. "Your absence has been remarked, and felt, I assure you, by others as well as myself. There is my friend Sidonia so enraptured with your thrilling tones that he has abruptly closed a conversation which I have been long counting on. Do you know him? May I present him to you?" And having obtained a consent, not often conceded, Lord Eskdale looked round, and calling Sidonia, he presented his friend to the Princess. "You are fond of music, Lord Eskdale tells me," said Lucretia. "When it is excellent," said Sidonia. "But that is so rare," said the Princess. "And precious as paradise," said Sidonia. "As for indifferent music, 'tis purgatory; but when it is bad, for my part I feel myself—" "Where?" said Lord Eskdale. "In the last circle of the Inferno," said Sidonia. Lord Eskdale turned to Flora. "And in what circle do you place us who are here?" the Princess inquired of Sidonia. "One too polished for his verse," replied her companion. "You mean too insipid," said the Princess. "I wish that life were a little more Dantesque." "There is not less treasure in the world," said Sidonia, "because we use paper currency; and there is not less passion than of old, though it is bon ton to be tranquil." "Do you think so?" said the Princess inquiringly, and then looking around the apartment. "Have these automata indeed souls?" "Some of them," said Sidonia. "As many as would have had souls in the 14th century." "I thought they were wound up every day," said the Princess. "Some are self-impelling," said Sidonia. "And you can tell at a glance?" inquired the Princess. "You are one of those who can read human nature?" "'Tis a book open to all." "But if they cannot read?" "Those must be your automata." "Lord Monmouth tells me you are a great traveller." "I have not discovered a new world." "But you have visited it." "It is getting old." "I would sooner recall the old than discover the new," said the Princess. "We have both of us cause," said Sidonia. "Our names are the names of the past." "I do not love a world of utility," said the Princess. "You prefer to be celebrated to being comfortable," said Sidonia. "It seems to me that the world is withering under routine." "'Tis the inevitable lot of humanity," said Sidonia. "Man must ever be the slave of routine; but in old days it was a routine of great thoughts, and now it is a routine of little ones." The evening glided on; the dance succeeded the song; the ladies were fast vanishing; Coningsby himself was meditating a movement, when Lord Beaumanoir, as he passed him, said, "Come to Lucian Gay's room; we are going to smoke a cigar." This was a favourite haunt, towards midnight, of several of the younger members of the party at the Castle, who loved to find relaxation from the decorous gravities of polished life in the fumes of tobacco, the inspiration of whisky toddy, and the infinite amusement of Lucian Gay's conversation and company. This was the genial hour, when the good story gladdened, the pun flashed, and the song sparkled with jolly mirth or saucy mimicry. Tonight, being Coningsby's initiation, there was a special general meeting of the Grumpy Club, in which everybody was to say the gayest things with the gravest face, and every laugh carried a forfeit. Lucian was the inimitable president. He told a tale for which he was famous, of the very respectable county family who had been established in the shire for several generations, but who, it was a fact, had ever been distinguished by the strange and humiliating peculiarity of being born with sheep's tails. The remarkable circumstances under which Lucian Gay had become acquainted with this fact, the traditionary mysteries by which the family in question had succeeded for generations in keeping it secret, the decided measures to which the chief of the family had recourse to stop for ever the rumour when it first became prevalent, and finally the origin and result of the legend, were details which Lucian Gay, with the most rueful countenance, loved to expend upon the attentive and expanding intelligence of a new member of the Grumpy Club. Familiar as all present were with the story, whose stimulus of agonising risibility they had all in turn experienced, it was with extreme difficulty that any of them could resist the fatal explosion which was to be attended with the dreaded penalty. Lord Beaumanoir looked upon the table with desperate seriousness, an ominous pucker quivering round his lip. Mr. Melton crammed his handkerchief into his mouth with one hand, while he lighted the wrong end of a cigar with the other. One youth hung over the back of his chair, pinching himself like a fakir, while another hid his countenance on the table. It was at the Hunt dinner, continued Lucian Gay, in an almost solemn tone, that an idea for a moment was prevalent that Sir Mowbray Cholmondeley Fanshawe, as the head of the family, had resolved to terminate for ever these mysterious aspersions on his race that had circulated in the county for more than 2 centuries. I mean that the highly respectable family of the Cholmondeley Fanshawes had the misfortune to be graced with that appendage to which I have referred. His health being drunk, Sir Mowbray Cholmondeley Fanshawe rose. He was a little unpopular at the moment, from an ugly story about killing foxes, and the guests were not as quiet as orators generally desire. So the Honourable Baronet paid particular attention to a matter personal to himself. Instantly there was a dead silence. But here Coningsby, who had moved for some time very restlessly on his chair, suddenly started up, and struggling for a moment against the inward convulsion, but in vain, stamped against the floor and gave a shout. "A song from Mr. Coningsby," said the president of the Grumpy Club, amid a universal and now permissible roar of laughter. Coningsby could not sing, so he was to favour them as a substitute with a speech or a sentiment. But Lucian Gay always let one off these penalties easily, and indeed was ever ready to fulfil them for all. Song, speech, or sentiment, he poured them all forth, nor were pastimes more active wanting. He could dance a tarantella like a lazzarone, and execute a cracovienne with all the mincing graces of a ballet heroine. His powers of mimicry, indeed, were great and versatile, but in nothing was he so happy as in a parliamentary debate. And it was remarkable that though himself a man who on ordinary occasions was quite incapable, without infinite perplexity, of publicly expressing his sense of the merest courtesy of society, he was not only a master of the style of every speaker of distinction in either house, but he seemed in his imitative play to appropriate their intellectual as well as their physical peculiarities, and presented you with their mind as well as their manner. There were several attempts tonight to induce Lucian to indulge his guests with a debate, but he seemed to avoid the exertion, which was great. As the night grew old, however, and every hour he grew more lively, he suddenly broke without further pressure into the promised diversion, and Coningsby listened really with admiration to a discussion of which the only fault was that it was more parliamentary than the original, plus arabe que l'Arabie. The Duke was never more curt, nor Sir Robert more specious. He was as fiery as Stanley, and as bitter as Graham. Nor did he do their opponents less justice. Lord Palmerston himself never treated a profound subject with a more pleasant volatility. And when Lucian rose at an early hour of morn, in a full house alike exhausted and excited, and after having endured for hours in sarcastic silence the menacing finger of Sir Robert, shaking over the green table and appealing to his misdeeds in the irrevocable records of Hansard, Lord John himself could not have afforded a more perfect representative of pluck. But loud as was the laughter and vehement the cheering with which Lucian's performances were received, all these ebullitions sank into insignificance compared with the reception which greeted what he himself announced was going to be the speech of the night. Having quaffed full many a quaich of toddy, he insisted on delivering it on the table, a proposition with which his auditors immediately closed. The orator appeared, the great man of the night, who was to answer everybody on both sides. Ah, that harsh voice, that arrogant style, that saucy superficiality which decided on everything, that insolent ignorance that contradicted everybody, it was impossible to mistake them. And Coningsby had the pleasure of seeing reproduced before him the guardian of his youth and the patron of the mimic, the Right Honourable Nicholas Rigby. End of chapter 11. Book 4, Chapter 12. Madame Colonna, with that vivacious energy which characterises the South, had no sooner seen Coningsby and heard his praises celebrated by his grandfather than she resolved that an alliance should sooner or later take place between him and her stepdaughter. She imparted her projects without delay to Lucretia, who received them in a different spirit from that in which they were communicated. Lucretia bore as little resemblance to her stepmother in character as in person. If she did not possess her beauty, she was born with an intellect of far greater capacity and reach. She had a deep judgment. A hasty alliance with a youth, arranged by their mutual relatives, might suit very well the clime and manners of Italy, but Lucretia was well aware that it was altogether opposed to the habits and feelings of this country. She had no conviction either Coningsby would wish to marry her, or, if willing, that his grandfather would sanction such a step in one as yet only on the threshold of the world. Lucretia therefore received the suggestions and proposals of Madame Colonna with coldness and indifference, one might even say contempt, for she neither felt respect for this lady, nor was she sedulous to evince it. Although really younger than Coningsby, Lucretia felt that a woman of 18 is, in all worldly considerations, 10 years older than a youth of the same age. She anticipated that a considerable time might elapse before Coningsby would feel it necessary to seal his destiny by marriage, while, on the other hand, she was not only anxious, but resolved not to delay on her part her emancipation from the galling position in which she very frequently found herself. Lucretia felt rather than expressed these ideas and impressions. She was not naturally communicative, and conversed with no one with less frankness and facility than with her stepmother. Madame Colonna therefore found no reasons in her conversation with Lucretia to change her determination. As her mind was not ingenious, she did not see questions in those various lights which make us at the same time infirm of purpose and tolerant. What she fancied ought to be done, she fancied must be done, for she perceived no middle course or alternative. For the rest, Lucretia's carriage towards her gave her little discomfort. Besides, she herself, though good-natured, was obstinate. Her feelings were not very acute, nothing much vexed her. As long as she had fine dresses, good dinners, and opera boxes, she could bear her plans to be crossed like a philosopher, and her consolation under her unaccomplished devices was her admirable consistency, which always assured her that her projects were wise, though unfulfilled. She broke her purpose to Mr. Rigby, that she might gain not only his adhesion to her views, but his assistance in achieving them. As Madame Colonna, in Mr. Rigby's estimation, exercised more influence over Lord Monmouth than any other individual, faithful to his policy or practice, he agreed with all Madame Colonna's plans and wishes, and volunteered instantly to further them. As for the Prince, his wife never consulted him on any subject, nor did he wish to be consulted. On the contrary, he had no opinion about anything. All that he required was that he should be surrounded by what contributed to his personal enjoyment, that he should never be troubled, and that he should have billiards. He was not inexpert in field sports, rode indeed very well for an Italian, but he never cared to be out of doors, and there was only one room in the interior which passionately interested him. It was where the echoing balls denoted the sweeping hazard or the effective cannonade. That was the chamber where the Prince Colonna literally existed. Half an hour after breakfast he was in the billiard room. He never quitted it until he dressed for dinner, and he generally contrived, while the world were amused or amusing themselves at the comedy or in the dance, to steal down with some congenial sprites to the magical and illumined chamber, and use his cue until bedtime. Faithful to her first impressions, Lucretia had made no difference in her demeanour to Coningsby to that which she offered to the other guests. Polite but uncommunicative, ready to answer, but never originating conversation. She charmed him as little by her manner as by her person, and after some attempts, not very painstaking, to interest her, Coningsby had ceased to address her. The day passed by with only a faint recognition between them, even that sometimes omitted. When, however, Lucretia observed that Coningsby had become one of the most notable persons in the castle, when she heard everywhere of his talents and accomplishments, his beauty and grace and great acquirements, and perceived that he was courted by all, that Lord Monmouth omitted no occasion publicly to evince towards him his regard and consideration, that he seemed generally looked upon in the light of his grandfather's heir, and that Lady St. Julians, more learned in that respect than any lady in the kingdom, was heard more than once to regret she had not brought another daughter with her, Clara Isabella, as well as Augustina, the Princess Lucretia began to imagine that Madame Colonna, after all, might not be so extravagant in her purpose as she had first supposed. She, therefore, surprised Coningsby with the almost affectionate moroseness with which, while she hated to sing, she yet found pleasure in singing for him alone; and it is impossible to say what might not have been the next move in her tactics in this respect, had not the very night on which she had resolved to commence the enchantment of Coningsby introduced her to Sidonia. The Princess Lucretia encountered the dark still glance of the friend of Lord Eskdale. He, too, beheld a woman unlike other women, and with his fine experience, both as a man and a physiologist, felt that he was in the presence of no ordinary organisation. From the evening of his introduction, Sidonia sought the society of the Princess Lucretia. He could not complain of her reserve. She threw out her mind in various and highly cultivated intelligence. He recognised in her a deep and subtle spirit, considerable reading for a woman, habits of thought, and a soul passionate and daring. She resolved to subdue one whose appreciation she had gained, and who had subdued her. The profound meaning and the calm manner of Sidonia combined to quell her spirit. She struggled against the spell. She tried to rival his power, to cope with him, and with the same weapons; but prompt as was her thought, and bright as was its expression, her heart beat in tumult, and with all her apparent serenity, her agitated soul was a prey of absorbing passion. She could not contend with that intelligent yet inscrutable eye, with that manner so full of interest and respect, and yet so tranquil. Besides, they were not on equal terms. Here was a girl contending with a man learned in the world's way. Between Sidonia and Coningsby there at once occurred companionship. The morning after his arrival they went out shooting together. After a long ramble they would stretch themselves on the turf under a shady tree, often by the side of some brook where the cresses grow, that added a luxury to their sporting meal. and then Coningsby would lead their conversation to some subject on which Sidonia would pour out his mind with all that depth of reflection, variety of knowledge, and richness of illustrative memory which distinguished him, and which offered so striking a contrast to the sharp talent, the shallow information, and the worldly cunning that make a Rigby. This fellowship between Sidonia and Coningsby elevated the latter still more in the estimation of Lucretia, and rendered her still more desirous of gaining his good will and opinion. A great friendship seemed to have arisen between them, and the world began to believe that there must be some foundation for Madame Colonna's innuendos. That lady herself was not in the least alarmed by the attention which Sidonia paid her stepdaughter. It was, of course, well known that Sidonia was not a marrying man. He was, however, a great friend of Mr. Coningsby. His presence in society brought Coningsby and Lucretia more together, and however flattered her daughter might be for the moment by Sidonia's homage, still, as she would ultimately find out, if indeed she ever cared to do so, that Sidonia could only be her admirer, Madame Colonna had no kind of doubt that ultimately Coningsby would be Lucretia's husband, as she had arranged from the first. The Princess Lucretia was a fine horsewoman, though she rarely joined the various riding parties that were daily formed at the castle. Often, indeed, attended only by her groom, she met the equestrians. Now she would ride with Sidonia and Coningsby, and as a female companion was indispensable, she insisted upon La Petite accompanying her. This was a fearful trial for Flora, but she encountered it, encouraged by the kind solicitude of Coningsby, who always seemed her friend. Very shortly after the arrival of Sidonia, the Grand Duke and his suite quitted the castle, which had been his Highness's headquarters during his visits to the manufacturing districts, but no other great change in the assembled company occurred for some little time. End of chapter 12. Section 18 of Coningsby, or the New Generation, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 13. You will observe one curious trait, said Sidonia to Coningsby, in the history of this country. The depository of power is always unpopular. All combine against it. It always falls. Power was deposited in the great barons. The Church, using the king for its instrument, crushed the great barons. Power was deposited in the Church. The king, bribing the Parliament, plundered the Church. Power was deposited in the king. The Parliament, using the people, beheaded the king, expelled the king, changed the king, and finally, for a king, substituted an administrative officer. For 150 years, power has been deposited in the Parliament, and for the last 60 or 70 years it has been becoming more and more unpopular. In 1830 it was endeavoured by a reconstruction to regain the popular affection, but in truth, as the Parliament then only made itself more powerful, it has only become more odious. And we see that the barons, the Church, the king, have in turn devoured each other, and that the Parliament, the last devourer, remains, it is impossible to resist the impression that this body also is doomed to be destroyed, and he is a sagacious statesman who may detect in what form and in what quarter the great consumer will arise. You take then a dark view of our position. Troubled, not dark. I do not ascribe to political institutions that paramount influence which it is the feeling of this age to attribute to them. The Senate that confronted Brennus in the Forum was the same body that registered in an after age the ribald decrees of a Nero. Trial by jury, for example, is looked upon by all as the palladium of our liberties. Yet a jury, at a very recent period of our own history, the reign of Charles II, was a tribunal as iniquitous as the Inquisition. And a graver expression stole over the countenance of Sidonia as he remembered what the Inquisition had operated on his own race and his own destiny. There are families in this country, he continued, of both the great historical parties, that in the persecution of their houses, the murder and proscription of some of their most illustrious members, found judges as unjust and relentless in an open jury of their countrymen as we did in the conclaves of Madrid and Seville. Where then would you look for hope? In what is more powerful than laws and institutions, and without which the best laws and the most skilful institutions may be a dead letter, or the very means of tyranny in the national character? It is not in the increased feebleness of its institutions that I see the peril of England. It is in the decline of its character as a community. And yet you could scarcely describe this age as an age of corruption? Not of political corruption, but it is an age of social disorganisation far more dangerous in its consequences because far more extensive. You may have a corrupt government and a pure community. You may have a corrupt community and a pure administration. Which would you elect? Neither, said Coningsby. I wish to see a people full of faith and a government full of duty. Rely upon it, said Sidonia, that England should think more of the community and less of the government. But tell me, what do you understand by the term national character? A character is an assemblage of qualities. The character of England should be an assemblage of great qualities. But we cannot deny that the English have great virtues. The civilization of 1,000 years must produce great virtues. But we are speaking of the decline of public virtue, not its existence. In what then do you trace that decline? In the fact that the various classes of this country are arrayed against each other. But to what do you attribute those reciprocal hostilities? Not entirely, not even principally, to those economical causes of which we hear so much. I look upon all such as secondary causes, which in a certain degree must always exist, which obtrude themselves in troubled times, and which at all times it is the business of the wise statesman to watch, to regulate, to ameliorate, to modify. I am speaking to elicit truth, not to maintain opinion, said Coningsby, for I have none, he added mournfully. I think, said Sidonia, that there is no error so vulgar as to believe that revolutions are occasioned by economical causes. They come in, doubtless, very often to precipitate a catastrophe. Very rarely do they occasion one. I know no period, for example, when physical comfort was more diffused in England than in 1640. England had a moderate population, a very improved agriculture, a rich commerce, yet she was on the eve of the greatest and most violent changes that she has yet experienced. That was a religious movement. Admit it, the cause then was not physical. The imagination of England rose against the government. It proves, then, that when that faculty is astir in a nation, it will sacrifice even physical comfort to follow its impulses. Do you think, then, there is a wild desire for extensive political change in the country? Hardly that. England is perplexed at the present moment, not inventive. That will be the next phasis in her moral state, and to that I wish to draw your thoughts. For myself, while I ascribe little influence to physical causes for the production of this perplexity, I am still less of opinion that it can be removed by any new dispensation of political power. It would only aggravate the evil. That would be recurring to the old error of supposing you can necessarily find national content in political institutions. A political institution is a machine. The motive power is the national character. With that it rests whether the machine will benefit society or destroy it. Society in this country is perplexed, almost paralysed. In time it will move and it will devise. How are the elements of the nation to be again blended together? In what spirit is that reorganisation to take place? To know that would be to know everything. At least let us free ourselves from the double ignorance of the Platonists. Let us not be ignorant that we are ignorant. I have emancipated myself from that darkness for a long time, said Coningsby. Long has my mind been musing over these thoughts, but to me all is still obscurity. In this country, said Sidonia, Since the peace, there has been an attempt to advocate a reconstruction of society on a purely rational basis. The principle of utility has been powerfully developed. I speak not with lightness of the labours of the disciples of that school. I bow to intellect in every form, and we should be grateful to any school of philosophers, even if we disagree with them. Doubly grateful in this country, where for so long a period our statesmen were in so pitiable an arrear of public intelligence. There has been an attempt to reconstruct society on a basis of material motives and calculations. It has failed. It must ultimately have failed under any circumstances. Its failure in an ancient and densely peopled kingdom was inevitable. How limited is human reason, the profoundest inquirers are most conscious. We are not indebted to the reason of man for any of the great achievements which are the landmarks of human action and human progress. It was not reason that besieged Troy. It was not reason that sent forth the Saracen from the desert to conquer the world, that inspired the Crusaders, that instituted the monastic orders. It was not reason that produced the Jesuits. Above all, it was not reason that created the French Revolution. Man is only truly great when he acts from the passions, never irresistible but when he appeals to the imagination. Even Mormon counts more votaries than Bentham. And you think, then, that as imagination once subdued the state, imagination may now save it? Man is made to adore and to obey, but if you will not command him, if you give him nothing to worship, he will fashion his own divinities and find a chieftain in his own passions. But where can we find faith in a nation of sectaries? Who can feel loyalty to a sovereign of Downing Street? I speak of the eternal principles of human nature. You answer me with the passing accidents of the hour. Sects rise and sects disappear. Where are the Fifth Monarchy men? England is governed by Downing Street. Once it was governed by Alfred and Elizabeth. End of chapter 13. Book 4, Chapter 14. About this time, a steeplechase in the west of England had attracted considerable attention. This sport was then of recent introduction in England, and is in fact an importation of Irish growth, although it has flourished in our soil. A young guardsman, who was then a guest at the castle, and who had been in a garrison in Ireland, had some experience of this pastime in the Kildare country, and he proposed that they should have a steeplechase at Coningsby. This was a suggestion very agreeable to the Marquis of Beaumanoir, celebrated for his feats of horsemanship, and indeed to most of the guests. It was agreed that the race should come off at once, before any of the present company, many of whom gave symptoms of being on the wing, had quitted the castle. The young guardsman and Mr. Guy Flouncey had surveyed the country, and had selected a line which they esteemed very appropriate for the scene of action. From a hill of common land you looked down upon the valley of Coningsby, richly cultivated, deeply ditched, and stiffly fenced. The valley was bounded by another rising ground, and the scene was admirably calculated to give an extensive view to a multitude. The distance along the valley was to be 2 miles out and home again, the starting post being also the winning post, and the flags which were placed on every fence which the horses were to pass were to be passed on the left hand of the rider, both going and coming, so that although the horses had to leap the same fences forward and backward, they could not come over the same place twice. In the last field, before they turned, was a brook 17 feet clear from side to side, with good taking off both banks. Here real business commenced. Lord Monmouth highly approved the scheme, but mentioned that the stakes must be moderate and open to the whole county. The neighbourhood had a week of preparation, and the entries for the Coningsby steeplechase were numerous. Lord Monmouth, after a reserve for his own account, placed his stable at the service of his guests. For himself, he offered to back his horse, Sir Robert, which was to be ridden by his grandson. Now, nothing was spoken of or thought of at Coningsby Castle except the coming sport. The ladies shared the general excitement. They embroidered handkerchiefs and scarfs and gloves with the respective colours of the rivals, and tried to make jockey caps. Lady St. Julians postponed her intended departure in consequence. Madame Colonna wished that some means could be contrived by which they might all win. Sidonia, with the other competitors, had ridden over the ground and glanced at the brook with the eye of a workman. On his return to the castle, he sent a dispatch for some of his stud. Coningsby was all anxiety to win. He was proud of the confidence of his grandfather in backing him. He had a powerful horse and a first-rate fencer, and he was resolved himself not to flinch. On the night before the race, retiring somewhat earlier than usual to his chamber, he observed on his dressing-table a small packet addressed to his name and in an unknown handwriting. Opening it, he found a pretty racing jacket embroidered with his colours of pink and white. This was a perplexing circumstance, but he fancied it on the whole a happy omen. And who was the donor? Certainly not the Princess Lucretia, for he had observed her fashioning some maroon ribbons which were the colours of Sidonia. It could scarcely be from Mrs. Guy Flouncey. Perhaps Madame Colonna to please the Marquis? Thinking over this incident, he fell asleep. The morning before the race, Sidonia's horses arrived. All went to examine them at the stables. Among them was an Arab mare. Coningsby recognised the daughter of the Star. She was greatly admired for her points, but Guy Flouncey whispered to Mr. Melton that she could never do the work. "But Lord Beaumanoir says he is all for speed and against strength in these affairs," said Mr. Melton. Guy Flouncey smiled incredulously. The night before the race it rained rather heavily. "I take it the country will not be very like the deserts of Arabia," said Mr. Guy Flouncey with a knowing look to Mr. Melton, who was noting a bet in his memorandum book. The morning was fine, clear, and sunny, with a soft western breeze. The starting post was about 3 miles from the castle, but long before the hour the surrounding hills were covered with people, squire and farmer, with no lack of their wives and daughters, many a hind in his smock frock, and many an operative from the neighbouring factories. The gentlemen riders gradually arrived. The entries were very numerous, though it was understood that not more than a dozen would come to the post, and half of these were the guests of Lord Monmouth. At 1:30 the cortège from the castle arrived, and took up the post which had been prepared for them on the summit of the hill. Lord Monmouth was much cheered on his arrival. In the carriage with him were Madame Colonna and Lady St. Julians. The Princess Lucretia, Lady Gaythorpe, Mrs. Guy Flouncey, accompanied by Lord Eskdale and other cavaliers, formed a brilliant company. There was scarcely a domestic in the castle who was not there. The comedians, indeed, did not care to come, but Villebecque prevailed upon Flora to drive with him to the race in a buggy he borrowed of the steward. The start was to be at 2:00. The gentlemen jockeys are mustered. Never were riders mounted and appointed in better style. The stewards and the clerk of the course attend them at the starting post. There they are, now assembled. Guy Flouncey takes up his stirrup leathers a hole. Mr. Melton looks at his girths. In a few moments the irrevocable monosyllable will be uttered. The bugle sounds for them to face about. The clerk of the course sings out, "Gentlemen, are you all ready?" No objection made. The word given to go, and 15 riders start in excellent style. Prince Colonna, who rode like Prince Rupert, took the lead, followed closely by a stout yeoman on an old white horse of great provincial celebrity, who made steady running, and from his appearance and action, an awkward customer. The rest, with 2 exceptions, followed in a cluster at no great distance, and in this order they continued, with very slight variation, for the first 2 miles, though there were several ox fences, and 1 or 2 of them remarkably stiff. Indeed, they appeared more like horses running over a course than over a country. The 2 exceptions were Lord Beaumanoir on his horse Sunbeam, and Sidonia on the Arab. These kept somewhat slightly in the rear. Almost in this wise they approached the dreaded brook. Indeed, with the exception of the last 2 riders, who were about 30 yards behind, it seemed that you might have covered the rest of the field with a sheet. They arrived at the brook at the same moment. 17 feet of water between strong, sound banks is no holiday work, but they charged with unfaltering intrepidity. But what a revolution in their spirited order did that instant produce! A masked battery of canister and grape could not have achieved more terrible execution. Coningsby alone clearly lighted on the opposing bank, but for the rest of them it seemed for a moment that they were all in the middle of the brook, one over another, splashing, kicking, swearing, every one trying to get out and keep others in. Mr. Melton and the stout yeoman regained their saddles, and were soon again in the chase. The Prince lost his horse, and was not alone in his misfortune. Mr. Guy Flouncey lay on his back, with a horse across his diaphragm, only his head above water, and his mouth full of chickweed and dock leaves. And if help had not been at hand, he and several others might have remained struggling in their watery bed for a considerable period. In the midst of this turmoil, the Marquess and Sidonia at the same moment cleared the brook. Affairs now became interesting. Here Coningsby took up the running, Sidonia and the Marquess lying close at his quarters. Mr. Melton had gone the wrong side of a flag, and the stout yeoman, though close at hand, was already trusting much to his spurs. In the extreme discomfort might be detected 3 or 4 stragglers. Thus they continued until within 3 fields of home. A ploughed field finished the old white horse. The yeoman struck his spurs to the rowels, but the only effect of the experiment was that the horse stood stock still. Coningsby, Sidonia, and the Marquess were now all together. The winning post is in sight, and a high and strong gate leads to the last field. Coningsby, looking like a winner, gallantly dashed forward and sent Sir Robert at the gate, but he had overestimated his horse's powers at this point of the game, and a rattling fall was the consequence. However, horse and rider were both on the right side, and Coningsby was in his saddle and at work again in a moment. It seemed that the Marquess was winning. There was only one more fence, and that the foot people had made a breach in by the side of a gate post, and wide enough, as was said, for a broad-wheeled waggon to travel by. Instead of passing straight over this gap, Sunbeam swerved suddenly against the gate and threw his rider. This was decisive. The daughter of the Star, who was still going beautifully, pulling double, and her jockey sitting still, sprang over the gap and went in first. Coningsby, on Sir Robert, being placed second. The distance measured was about 4 miles. There were 39 leaps, and it was done under 15 minutes. Lord Monmouth was well content with the prowess of his grandson, and his extreme cordiality consoled Coningsby under a defeat which was very vexatious. It was some alleviation that he was beaten by Sidonia. Madame Colonna even shed tears at her young friend's disappointment, and mourned it especially for Lucretia, who had said nothing, though a flush might be observed on her usually pale countenance. Villebecque, who had betted, was so extremely excited by the whole affair, especially during the last 3 minutes, that he quite forgot his quiet companion, and when he looked round he found Flora fainting. 'You rode well,' said Sidonia to Coningsby, 'but your horse was more strong than swift. After all, this thing is a race, and, notwithstanding Solomon, in a race speed must win.' End of chapter 14. Book 4, Chapter 15. Notwithstanding the fatigues of the morning, the evening was passed with great gaiety at the Castle. The gentlemen all vowed that, far from being inconvenienced by their mishaps, they felt on the whole rather better for them. Mr. Guy Flouncey, indeed, did not seem quite so limber and flexible as usual, and the young guardsman, who had previously discoursed in an almost alarming style of the perils and feats of the Kildare country, had subsided into a remarkable reserve. The provincials were delighted with Sidonia's riding, and even the Leicestershire gentleman admitted that he was a customer. Lord Monmouth beckoned to Coningsby to sit by him on the sofa, and spoke of his approaching university life. He gave his grandson a great deal of good advice, told him to avoid drinking, especially if he ever chanced to play cards, which he hoped he never would, urged the expediency of never borrowing money, and of confining his loans to small sums, and then only to friends of whom he wished to get rid of, most particularly impressed on him never to permit his feelings to be engaged by any woman. Nobody, he assured Coningsby, despised that weakness more than women themselves. Indeed, feeling of any kind did not suit the present age. It was not bon ton, and in some degree always made a man ridiculous. Coningsby was always to have before him the possible catastrophe of becoming ridiculous. It was the test of conduct, Lord Monmouth said. A fear of becoming ridiculous is the best guide in life, and will save a man from all sorts of scrapes. For the rest, Coningsby was to appear at Cambridge as became Lord Monmouth's favourite grandson. His grandfather had opened an account for him with Drummond's, on whom he was to draw for his considerable allowance, and if by any chance he found himself in a scrape, no matter of what kind, he was to be sure to write to his grandfather, who would certainly get him out of it. "Your departure is sudden," said the Princess Lucretia, in a low, deep tone to Sidonia, who was sitting by her side and screened from general observation by the waltzers who whirled by. "Departures should be sudden." "I do not like departures," said the Princess. "Nor did the Queen of Sheba when she quitted Solomon. You know what she did?" "Tell me." "She wept very much, and let one of the king's birds fly into the garden. 'You are freed from your cage,' she said, 'but I am going back to mine.'" "But you never weep?" said the Princess. "Never." "And are always free?" "So are men in the desert." "But your life is not a desert." "It at least resembles the desert in one respect. It is useless." "The only useless life is woman's." "Yet there have been heroines," said Sidonia. "The Queen of Sheba," said the Princess, smiling. "A favourite of mine," said Sidonia. "And why was she a favourite of yours?" rather eagerly inquired Lucretia. "Because she thought deeply, talked finely, and moved gracefully." "And yet might be a very unfeeling dame at the same time," said the Princess. "I never thought of that," said Sidonia. "The heart, apparently, does not reckon in your philosophy." "What we call the heart," said Sidonia, "is a nervous sensation, like shyness, which gradually disappears in society. It is fervent in the nursery, strong in the domestic circle, tumultuous at school. The affections are the children of ignorance. When the horizon of our experience expands, and models multiply, love and admiration imperceptibly vanish." "I fear the horizon of your experience has very greatly expanded. With your opinions, what charm can there be in life?" "The sense of existence." "So Sidonia is off to morrow, Monmouth?" said Lord Eskdale. "Ha!" said the Marquess. "I must get him to breakfast with me before he goes." The party broke up. Coningsby, who had heard Lord Eskdale announce Sidonia's departure, lingered to express his regret and say farewell. "I cannot sleep," said Sidonia, "and I never smoke in Europe. If you are not stiff with your wounds, come to my rooms." This invitation was willingly accepted. "I am going to Cambridge in a week," said Coningsby. "I was almost in hopes you might have remained as long." "I also, but my letters of this morning demand me. If it had not been for our chase, I should have quitted immediately. The Minister cannot pay the interest on the national debt, not an unprecedented circumstance, and has applied to us. I never permit any business of state to be transacted without my personal interposition, and so I must go up to town immediately." "Suppose you don't pay it?" said Coningsby, smiling. "If I followed my own impulse, I would remain here," said Sidonia. "Can anything be more absurd than that a nation should apply to an individual to maintain its credit, and, with its credit, its existence as an empire, and its comfort as a people; and that individual one to whom its laws deny the proudest rights of citizenship, the privilege of sitting in its senate and of holding land, For though I have been rash enough to buy several estates, my own opinion is that by the existing law of England an Englishman of Hebrew faith cannot possess the soil. But surely it would be easy to repeal a law so illiberal. Oh, as for illiberality, I have no objection to it if it be an element of power. Eschew political sentimentalism. What I contend is that if you permit men to accumulate property, and they use that permission to a great extent, power is inseparable from that property, and it is in the last degree impolitic to make it the interest of any powerful class to oppose the institutions under which they live. The Jews, for example, independently of the capital qualities for citizenship which they possess in their industry, temperance, and energy and vivacity of mind, are a race essentially monarchical, deeply religious, and shrinking themselves from converts as from a calamity, are ever anxious to see the religious systems of the countries in which they live flourish. Yet since your society has become agitated in England, and powerful combinations menace your institutions, you find the once loyal Hebrew invariably arrayed in the same ranks as the leveller and the latitudinarian, and prepared to support the policy which may even endanger his life and property, rather than tamely continue under a system which seeks to degrade him. The Tories lose an important election at a critical moment. 'Tis the Jews come forward to vote against them. The Church is alarmed at the scheme of a latitudinarian university, and learns with relief that funds are not forthcoming for its establishment. A Jew immediately advances and endows it. Yet the Jews, Coningsby, are essentially Tories. Toryism, indeed, is but copied from the mighty prototype which has fashioned Europe, and every generation they must become more powerful and more dangerous to the society which is hostile to them. Do you think that the quiet, humdrum persecution of a decorous representative of an English university can crush those who have successively baffled the Pharaohs, Nebuchadnezzar, Rome, and the feudal ages? The fact is, you cannot destroy a pure race of the Caucasian organization. It is a physiological fact, a simple law of nature, which has baffled Egyptian and Assyrian kings, Roman emperors, and Christian inquisitors. No penal laws, no physical tortures can effect that a superior race should be absorbed in an inferior, or be destroyed by it. The mixed persecuting races disappear, the pure persecuted race remains. And at this moment, in spite of centuries, of tens of centuries of degradation, the Jewish mind exercises a vast influence on the affairs of Europe. I speak not of their laws, which you still obey, of their literature, with which your minds are saturated, but of the living Hebrew intellect. You never observe a great intellectual movement in Europe in which the Jews do not greatly participate. The first Jesuits were Jews. That mysterious Russian diplomacy which so alarms Western Europe is organized and principally carried on by Jews. That mighty revolution which is at this moment preparing in Germany, and which will be in fact the second and greater Reformation, and of which so little is as yet known in England, is entirely developing under the auspices of Jews, who almost monopolize the professorial chairs of Germany. Neander, the founder of spiritual Christianity, and who is Regius Professor of Divinity in the University of Berlin, is a Jew. Benari, equally famous, and in the same university, is a Jew. Weil, the Arabic professor of Heidelberg, is a Jew. Years ago, when I was in Palestine, I met a German student who was accumulating materials for the history of Christianity and studying the genius of the place, a modest and learned man. It was Weil, then unknown, since become the first Arabic scholar of the day, and the author of the Life of Mahomet. But for the German professors of this race, their name is legion. I think there are more than 10 at Berlin alone. I told you just now that I was going up to town tomorrow, because I always made it a rule to interpose when affairs of state were on the carpet. Otherwise I never interfere. I hear of peace and war in newspapers, but I am never alarmed, except when I am informed that the sovereigns want treasure. Then I know that monarchs are serious. A few years back we were applied to by Russia. Now there has been no friendship between the court of St. Petersburg and my family. It has Dutch connections, which have generally supplied it, and our representations in favour of the Polish Hebrews, a numerous race, but the most suffering and degraded of all the tribes, have not been very agreeable to the Tsar. However, circumstances drew to an approximation between the Romanovs and the Sidonias. I resolved to go myself to St. Petersburg. I had, on my arrival, an interview with the Russian Minister of Finance, Count Kankrin. I beheld the son of a Lithuanian Jew. The loan was connected with the affairs of Spain. I resolved on repairing to Spain from Russia. I travelled without intermission. I had an audience immediately on my arrival with the Spanish minister, Señor Mendizabel. I beheld one like myself, the son of a Nuevo Cristiano, a Jew of Aragon. In consequence of what transpired at Madrid, I went straight to Paris to consult the President of the French Council. I beheld the son of a French Jew, a hero, an imperial marshal, and very properly, for who should be military heroes if not those who worship the Lord of Hosts? And is Soult a Hebrew? Yes, and others of the French marshals, and the most famous, Massena, for example. His real name was Manasseh. But to my anecdote. The consequence of our consultations was that some northern power should be applied to in a friendly and mediative capacity. We fixed on Prussia, and the President of the Council made an application to the Prussian minister, who attended a few days after our conference. Count Arnim entered the cabinet, and I beheld a Prussian Jew. So you see, my dear Coningsby, that the world is governed by very different personages from what is imagined by those who are not behind the scenes. You startle and deeply interest me. You must study physiology, my dear child. Pure races of Caucasus may be persecuted, but they cannot be despised, except by the brutal ignorance of some mongrel breed that brandishes faggots and howls extermination, but is itself exterminated without persecution by that irresistible law of nature which is fatal to curs. But I come also from Caucasus, said Coningsby. Verily, and thank your Creator for such a destiny, and your race is sufficiently pure. You come from the shores of the northern sea, land of the blue eye and the golden hair and the frank brow. 'Tis a famous breed, with whom we Arabs have contended long, from whom we have suffered much. But these Goths and Saxons and Normans were doubtless great men. But so favoured by nature, why has not your race produced great poets, great orators, great writers? Favoured by nature and by nature's God, we produced the lyre of David. We gave you Isaiah and Ezekiel. They are our Elinthians, our Philippics. Favoured by nature we still remain, but in exact proportion as we have been favoured by nature, we have been persecuted by man. After 1,000 struggles, after acts of heroic courage that Rome has never equalled, deeds of divine patriotism that Athens and Sparta and Carthage have never excelled, we have endured 1,500 years of supernatural slavery, during which every device that can degrade or destroy man has been the destiny that we have sustained and baffled. The Hebrew child has entered adolescence only to learn that he was the pariah of that ungrateful Europe that owes to him the best part of its laws, a fine portion of its literature, all its religion. Great poets require a public. We have been content with the immortal melodies that we sung more than 2,000 years ago by the waters of Babylon, and wept. They record our triumphs, they solace our affliction. Great orators are the creatures of popular assemblies. We were permitted only by stealth to meet even in our temples. As for great writers, the catalogue is not blank. Where are all the schoolmen, Aquinas himself to Maimonides? And as for modern philosophy, all springs from Spinoza. But the passionate and creative genius that is the nearest link to divinity, and which no human tyranny can destroy, though it can divert it, that should have stirred the hearts of nations by its inspired sympathy, or governed senates by its burning eloquence, has found a medium for its expression to which, in spite of your prejudices and your evil passions, you have been obliged to bow. The ear, the voice, the fancy teeming with combinations, the imagination fervent with picture and emotion that came from Caucasus and which we have preserved unpolluted, have endowed us with almost the exclusive privilege of music, that science of harmonious sounds which the ancients recognized as most divine and deified in the person of their most beautiful creation. I speak not of the past, though were I to enter into the history of the lords of melody, you would find it the annals of Hebrew genius. But at this moment even, musical Europe is ours. There is not a company of singers, not an orchestra in a single capital, that is not crowded with our children under the feigned names which they adopt to conciliate the dark aversion which your posterity will some day disclaim with shame and disgust. Almost every great composer, skilled musician, almost every voice that ravishes you with its transporting strains, springs from our tribes. The catalogue is too vast to enumerate, too illustrious to dwell for a moment on secondary names, however eminent. Enough for us that the three great creative minds to whose exquisite inventions all nations at this moment yield, Rossini, Meyerbeer, Mendelssohn, are of Hebrew race, and little do your men of fashion, your muscadins of Paris, and your dandies of London, as they thrill into raptions at the notes of a Pasta or a Grisi, little do they suspect that they are offering their homage to the sweet singers of Israel. End of chapter 15. Section 19 of Coningsby, or the New Generation, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 4, Chapter 16. It was the noon of the day on which Sidonia was to leave the castle. The wind was high, the vast white clouds scudded over the blue heaven, the leaves yet green and tender branches snapped like glass, were whirled in eddies from the trees, the grassy sward undulated like the ocean with 1,000 tints and shadows. From the window of the music room, Lucretia Colonna gazed on the turbulent sky. The heaven of her heart, too, was disturbed. She turned from the agitated external world to ponder over her inward emotion. She uttered a deep sigh. Slowly she moved towards her harp. Wildly, almost unconsciously, she touched with one hand its strings while her eyes were fixed on the ground. An imperfect melody resounded, yet plaintive and passionate. It seemed to attract her soul. She raised her head, and then touching the strings with both her hands, she poured forth tones of deep yet thrilling power. I am a stranger in the halls of a stranger. Ah, whither shall I flee? To the castle of my fathers in the green mountains, to the palace of my fathers in the ancient city. There is no flag on the castle of my fathers in the green mountains. Silent is the palace of my fathers in the ancient city. Is there no home for the homeless? Can the unloved never find love? Ah, thou fliest away, fleet cloud. He will leave us swifter than thee. Alas, cutting wind, thy breath is not so cold as his heart. I am a stranger in the halls of a stranger. Ah, whither shall I flee? The door of the music room slowly opened. It was Sidonia. His hat was in his hand. He was evidently on the point of departure. Those sounds assured me, he said calmly but kindly as he advanced, that I might find you here, on which I scarcely counted at so early an hour. You are going then? Said the Princess. My carriage is at the door. The Marquess has delayed me. I must be in London to-night. I conclude more abruptly than I could have wished one of the most agreeable visits I ever made. and I hope you will permit me to express to you how much I am indebted to you for a society which those should deem themselves fortunate who can more frequently enjoy." He held forth his hand, she extended hers, cold as marble, which he bent over, but did not press to his lips. "Lord Monmouth talks of remaining here some time," he observed, "but I suppose next year, if not this, we shall all meet in some city of the earth?" Lucretia bowed, and Sidonia, with a graceful reverence, withdrew. The Princess Lucretia stood for some moments motionless. A sound attracted her to the window. She perceived the equipage of Sidonia whirling along the winding roads of the park. She watched it till it disappeared, then quitting the window, she threw herself into a chair and buried her face in her shawl. End of chapter 16. End of Book 4. Book 5, Chapter 1. A university life did not bring to Coningsby that feeling of emancipation usually experienced by freshmen. The contrast between school and college life is perhaps under any circumstances less striking to the Etonian than to others. He has been prepared for becoming his own master by the liberty wisely entrusted to him in his boyhood, and which is in general discreetly exercised. But there were also other reasons why Coningsby should have been less impressed with the novelty of his life, and have encountered less temptations than commonly are met with in the new existence which a university opens to youth. In the interval which had elapsed between quitting Eton and going to Cambridge, brief as the period may comparatively appear, Coningsby had seen much of the world. 3 or 4 months indeed may not seem, at first blush, a course of time which can very materially influence the formation of character. But time must not be counted by calendars, but by sensations, by thought. Coningsby had felt a good deal, reflected more. He had encountered a great number of human beings, offering a vast variety of character for his observation. It was not merely manners, but even the intellectual and moral development of the human mind, which in a great degree, unconsciously to himself, had been submitted to his study and his scrutiny. New trains of ideas had been opened to him. His mind was teeming with suggestions. The horizon of his intelligence had insensibly expanded. He perceived that there were other opinions in the world besides those to which he had been habituated. The depths of his intellect had been stirred. He was a wiser man. He distinguished 3 individuals whose acquaintance had greatly influenced his mind: Eustace Lyle, the elder Millbank, above all, Sidonia. He curiously meditated over the fact that 3 English subjects, one of them a principal landed proprietor, another one of the most eminent manufacturers, and the third the greatest capitalist in the kingdom, all of them men of great intelligence, and doubtless of a high probity and conscience, were in their hearts disaffected with the political constitution of the country. Yet unquestionably these were the men among whom we ought to seek for some of our first citizens. What then was this repulsive quality in those institutions which we persisted in calling national, and which once were so? Here was a great question. There was another reason also why Coningsby should feel a little fastidious among his new habits, and without being aware of it, a little depressed. For 3 or 4 months, and for the first time in his life, he had passed his time in the continual society of refined and charming women. It is an acquaintance which, when habitual, exercises a great influence over the tone of the mind, even if it does not produce any more violent effects. It refines the taste, quickens the perception, and gives, as it were, a grace and flexibility to the intellect. Coningsby, in his solitary rooms arranging his books, sighed when he recalled the Lady Everinghams and the Lady Theresas, the gracious Duchess, the frank, good-natured Madame Colonna, that deeply interesting enigma, the Princess Lucretia, and the gentle Flora. He thought with disgust of the impending dissipation of a university which could only be an exaggeration of their coarse frolics at school. It seemed rather vapid, this mighty Cambridge, over which they had so often talked in the playing fields of Eton, with such anticipations of its vast and absorbing interest. And those university honours that once were the great object of his aspirations, they did not figure in that grandeur with which they once haunted his imagination. What Coningsby determined to conquer was knowledge. He had watched the influence of Sidonia in society with an eye of unceasing vigilance. Coningsby perceived that all yielded to him, that Lord Monmouth even, who seemed to respect none, gave place to his intelligence, appealed to him, listened to him, was guided by him. What was the secret of this influence? Knowledge. On all subjects his views were prompt and clear, and this not more from his native sagacity and reach of view, than from the aggregate of facts which rose to guide his judgment and illustrate his meaning, from all countries and all ages, instantly at his command. The friends of Coningsby were now hourly arriving. It seemed when he met them again that they had all suddenly become men since they had separated, Buckhurst especially. He had been at Paris, and returned with his mind very much opened, and trousers made in quite a new style. All his thoughts were how soon he could contrive to get back again, and he told them endless stories of actresses and dinners at fashionable cafés. Vere enjoyed Cambridge most because he had been staying with his family since he quitted Eton. Henry Sidney was full of church architecture, national sports, restoration of the order of the peasantry, and was to maintain a constant correspondence on these and similar subjects with Eustace Lyle. Finally, however, they all fell into a very fair, regular, routine life. They all read a little, but not with the enthusiasm which they had once projected. Buckhurst drove four in hand, and they all of them sometimes assisted him, but not immoderately. Their suppers were sometimes gay, but never outrageous, and among all of them the school friendship was maintained unbroken, and even undisturbed. The fame of Coningsby preceded him at Cambridge. No man ever went up from whom more was expected in every way. The dons awaited a sucking member for the university. The undergraduates were prepared to welcome a new Alcibiades. He was neither a prig nor a profligate, but a quiet, gentlemanlike, yet spirited young man, gracious to all, but intimate only with his old friends, and giving always an impression of his general tone that his soul was not absorbed in his university. And yet perhaps he might have been coddled into a prig, or flattered into a profligate, had it not been for the intervening experience which he had gained between his school and college life. That had visibly impressed upon him what before he had only faintly acquired from books, that there was a greater and more real world awaiting him than to be found in those bowers of Academus, to which youth is apt at first to attribute an exaggerated importance. A world of action and passion, of power and peril, a world for which a great preparation was indeed necessary, severe and profound, but not altogether such a one as was now offered to him. Yet this want must be supplied, and by himself. Coningsby had already acquirements sufficiently considerable, with some formal application, to ensure him at all times his degree. He was no longer engrossed by the intention he once proudly entertained of trying for honours, and he chalked out for himself that range of reading which, digested by his thought, should furnish him in some degree with that various knowledge of the history of man to which he aspired. No, we must not for a moment believe that accident could have long diverted the course of a character so strong. The same desire that prevented the castle of his grandfather from proving a castle of indolence to him, that saved him from a too early initiation into the seductive distractions of a refined and luxurious society, would have preserved Coningsby from the puerile profligacy of a college life, or from being that idol of private tutors, a young pedant. It was that noble ambition, the highest and best, that must be born in the heart and organised in the brain, which will not let a man be content unless his intellectual power is recognised by his race, and desires that it should contribute to their welfare. It is the heroic feeling, the feeling that in old days produced demigods, without which no state is safe, without which political institutions are meat without salt, the crown a bauble, the church an establishment, parliaments debating clubs, and civilization itself but a fitful and transient dream. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Less than a year after the arrival of Coningsby at Cambridge, and which he had only once quitted in the interval, and that to pass a short time in Berkshire with his friend Buckhurst, occurred the death of King William IV. This event necessarily induced a dissolution of the Parliament, elected under the auspices of Sir Robert Peel in 1834, and after the publication of the Tamworth Manifesto. The death of the King was a great blow to what had now come to be generally styled the Conservative cause. It was quite unexpected. Within a fortnight of his death, eminent persons still believed that it was only the hay fever. Had His Majesty lived until after the then impending registration, the Whigs would have been again dismissed. Nor is there any doubt that under these circumstances the Conservative cause would have secured for the new ministers a parliamentary majority. What would have been the consequences to the country if the 4 years of Whig rule, from 1837 to 1841, had not occurred? It is easier to decide what would have been the consequences to the Whigs. Some of their great friends might have lacked blue ribbons and Lord Lieutenancies, and some of their little friends comfortable places in the Customs and Excise. They would have lost, undoubtedly, the distribution of 4 years' patronage. We can hardly say the exercise of 4 years' power, but they would have existed at this moment as the most powerful and popular opposition that ever flourished in this country, if, indeed, the course of events had not long ere this carried them back to their old posts in a proud and intelligible position. The Reform Bill did not do more injury to the Tories than the attempt to govern the country without a decided parliamentary majority did the Whigs. The greatest of all evils is a weak government. They cannot carry good measures. They are forced to carry bad ones. The death of the King was a great blow to the Conservative cause. That is to say, it darkened the brow of Tadpole, quailed the heart of Taper, crushed all the rising hopes of those numerous statesmen who believed that the country must be saved if they received £1,200 a year. It is a peculiar class that. £1,200 per annum paid quarterly is their idea of political science and human nature. To receive £1,200 per annum is government. To try to receive £1,200 per annum is opposition. To wish to receive £1,200 per annum is ambition. If a man wants to get into Parliament and does not want to get £1,200 per annum, they look upon him as daft, as a benighted being. They stare in each other's faces and ask, what can blank want to get into Parliament for? They have no conception that public reputation is a motive power, and with many men the greatest. They have as much idea of fame or celebrity, even of the masculine impulse of an honourable pride, as eunuchs of manly joys. The 1,200 a yearers were in despair about the King's death. Their loyal souls were sorely grieved that His Gracious Majesty had not outlived the registration. All their happy inventions about hay fever, circulated in confidence, and sent by post to chairmen of Conservative associations, followed by a royal funeral. General election about to take place with the old registration, government boroughs against them, and the young Queen for a cry. What a cry! Youth, beauty, and a Queen! Taper grew pale at the thought. What could they possibly get up to countervail it? Even Church and Corn Laws together would not do. And then Church was sulky, for the Conservative cause had just made it a present of a commission, and all that the country gentlemen knew of Conservatism was that it would not repeal the malt tax, and had made them repeal their pledges. Yet a cry must be found. A dissolution without a cry, in the Taper philosophy, would be a world without a sun. A rise might be got by independence of the House of Lords, and Lord Lyndhurst's summaries might be well circulated at 1 penny per hundred, large discount allowed to Conservative associations, and endless credit. Tadpole, however, was never very fond of the House of Lords. Besides, it was too limited. Tadpole wanted the young Queen brought in. The rogue! At length, one morning, Taper came up to him with a slip of paper and a smile of complacent austerity on his dull visage. "I think, Mr. Tadpole, that will do." Tadpole took the paper and read, "Our young Queen and our old institutions." The eyes of Tadpole sparkled as if they had met a gnomic sentence of Periander or Thales. Then turning to Taper, he said, "What do you think of ancient instead of old?" "You cannot have our modern Queen and our ancient institutions," said Mr. Taper. The dissolution was soon followed by an election for the borough of Cambridge. The Conservative cause candidate was an old Etonian. There was a bond of sympathy which imparted zeal even to those who were a little sceptical of the essential virtues of Conservatism. Every undergraduate, especially who remembered the distant spires, became enthusiastic. Buckhurst took a very decided part. He cheered, he canvassed, he brought men to the poll whom none could move, he influenced his friends and his companions. Even Coningsby caught the contagion, and Vere, who had imbibed much of Coningsby's political sentiment, prevailed on himself to be neutral. The Conservative cause triumphed in the person of its Eton champion. The day the member was chaired, several men in Coningsby's rooms were talking over their triumph. "By Jove," said the panting Buckhurst, throwing himself on the sofa, "it was well done. Never was anything better done. An immense triumph. The greatest triumph the Conservative cause has had. And yet," he added, laughing, "if any fellow were to ask me what the Conservative cause is, I am sure I should not know what to say." "Why, it is the cause of our glorious institutions," said Coningsby. "A crown robbed of its prerogatives, a church controlled by a commission, and an aristocracy that does not lead." "Under whose genial influence the order of the peasantry, a country's pride, has vanished from the face of the land," said Henry Sidney, "and is succeeded by a race of serfs, who are called labourers, and who burn ricks." "Under which," continued Coningsby, "the crown has become a cipher, the church a sect, the nobility drones, and the people drudges." "It is the great constitutional cause," said Lord Vere, "that refuses everything to opposition, yields everything to agitation, Conservative in Parliament, destructive out of doors, that has no objection to any change, provided only it be effected by unauthorised means." "The first public association of men," said Coningsby, "who have worked for an avowed end without enunciating a single principle." "And who have established political infidelity throughout the land," said Lord Henry. "By Jove," said Buckhurst, "what infernal fools we have made ourselves this last week!" "Nay," said Coningsby, smiling, "it was our last schoolboy weakness. Floreat Etona under all circumstances." "I certainly, Coningsby," said Lord Vere, "shall not assume the Conservative cause instead of the cause for which Hampden died in the field and Sidney on the scaffold." "The cause for which Hampden died in the field and Sidney on the scaffold," said Coningsby, "was the cause of the Venetian Republic." "How?" cried Buckhurst. "I repeat it," said Coningsby. "The great object of the Whig leaders in England from the first movement under Hampden to the last most successful one in 1688 was to establish in England a high aristocratic republic on the model of the Venetian, then the study and admiration of all speculative politicians. Read Harrington, turn over Algernon Sidney, and you will see how the minds of the English leaders in the 17th century were saturated with the Venetian type. And they at length succeeded. William III found them out. He told the Whig leaders, 'I will not be a Doge.' He balanced parties. He baffled them as the Puritans baffled them 50 years before. The reign of Anne was a struggle between the Venetian and the English systems. Two great Whig nobles, Argyle and Somerset, worthy of seats in the Council of Ten, forced their sovereign on her deathbed to change the ministry. They accomplished their object. They brought in a new family on their own terms. George the First was a doge, George the Second was a doge. They were what William the Third, a great man, would not be. George the Third tried not to be a doge, but it was impossible materially to resist the deeply laid combination. He might get rid of the Whig magnificos, but he could not rid himself of the Venetian constitution. And a Venetian constitution did govern England from the accession of the House of Hanover until 1832. Now, I do not ask you, Vere, to relinquish the political tenets which in ordinary times would have been your inheritance. All I say is, the constitution introduced by your ancestors having been subverted by their descendants, your contemporaries, beware of still holding Venetian principles of government when you have not a Venetian constitution to govern with. Do what I'm doing, what Henry Sidney and Buckhurst are doing, what other men that I could mention are doing. Hold yourself aloof from political parties, which, from the necessity of things, have ceased to have distinctive principles, and are therefore practically only factions, and wait and see whether with patience, energy, honour, and Christian faith, and a desire to look to the national welfare and not to sectional and limited interests, whether, I say, we may not discover some great principles to guide us, to which we may adhere, and which then, if true, will ultimately guide and control others. The Whigs are worn out, said Vere. Conservatism is a sham, and radicalism is pollution. I certainly, said Buckhurst, when I get into the House of Commons, shall speak my mind without reference to any party whatever, and all I hope is we may all come in at the same time, and then we may make a party of our own. I have always heard my father say, said Vere, that there was nothing so difficult as to organise an independent party in the House of Commons. Ay, but that was in the Venetian period, Vere, said Henry Sidney, smiling. I dare say, said Buckhurst. The only way to make a party in the House of Commons is just the one that succeeds anywhere else. Men must associate together. When you are living in the same set, dining together every day, and quizzing the dons, it is astonishing how well men agree. As for me, I would never enter into a conspiracy, unless the conspirators were fellows who had been at Eton with me, and then there would be no treachery. Let us think of principles and not of parties, said Coningsby. For my part, said Buckhurst, whenever a political system is breaking up, as in this country at present, I think the very best thing is to brush all the old dons off the stage. They never take to the new road kindly. They are always hampered by their exploded prejudices and obsolete traditions. I don't think a single man, Vere, that sat in the Venetian Senate ought to be allowed to sit in the present English House of Commons. Well, no one does in our family, except my uncle Philip, said Lord Henry, and the moment I want it he will resign, for he detests Parliament. It interferes so with his hunting. Well, we all have fair parliamentary prospects, said Buckhurst. That is something. I wish we were in now. Heaven forbid, said Coningsby. I tremble at the responsibility of a seat at any time. With my present unsettled and perplexed views, there is nothing from which I should recoil so much as the House of Commons. I quite agree with you, said Henry Sidney. The best thing we can do is to keep as clear of political party as we possibly can. How many men waste the best part of their lives in painfully apologising for conscientious deviation from a parliamentary course which they adopted when they were boys, without thought, or prompted by some local connection or interest to secure a seat. It was the midnight following the morning when this conversation took place, that Coningsby, alone, and having just quitted a rather boisterous party of wassailers who had been celebrating at Buckhurst's rooms the triumph of Eton statesmen, if not of conservative principles, stopped in the precincts of that royal college that reminded him of his school days, to cool his brow in the summer air that even at that hour was soft, and to calm his mind in the contemplation of the still, the sacred, and the beauteous scene that surrounded him. There rose that fane, the pride and boast of Cambridge, not unworthy to rank among the chief temples of Christendom. Its vast form was exaggerated in the uncertain hour, part shrouded in the deepest darkness, while a flood of silver light suffused its southern side, distinguished with revealing beam the huge ribs of its buttresses, and bathed with mild lustre its airy pinnacles. Where is the spirit that raised these walls? Thought Coningsby. Is it indeed extinct? Is then this civilization, so much vaunted, inseparable from moderate feelings and little thoughts? If so, give me back barbarism. But I cannot believe it. Man that is made in the image of the Creator is made for godlike deeds. Come what come may, I will cling to the heroic principle. It can alone satisfy my soul. End of chapter 2. End of section 19. Section 20 of Coningsby, or the New Generation, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Chapter 3. We must now revert to the family, or rather the household, of Lord Monmouth, in which considerable changes and events had occurred since the visit of Coningsby to the castle in the preceding autumn. In the first place, the earliest frost of the winter had carried off the aged proprietor of Hellingsley, that contiguous estate which Lord Monmouth so much coveted, the possession of which was indeed one of the few objects of his life, and to secure which he was prepared to pay far beyond its intrinsic value, great as that undoubtedly was. Yet Lord Monmouth did not become its possessor. Long as his mind had been intent upon the subject, skilful as had been his combinations to secure his prey, and unlimited the means which were to achieve his purpose, another stepped in, and without his privity, without even the consolation of a struggle, stole away the prize, and this too a man whom he hated, almost the only individual out of his own family that he did hate, a man who had crossed him before in similar enterprises, who was his avowed foe, had lavished treasure to oppose him in elections, raised associations against his interests, established journals to assail him, denounced him in public, agitated against him in private, had declared more than once that he would make the country too hot for him, his personal, inveterate, indomitable foe, Mr. Millbank of Millbank. The loss of Hellingsley was a bitter disappointment to Lord Monmouth, but the loss of it to such an adversary touched him to the quick. He did not seek to control his anger. He could not succeed even in concealing his agitation. He threw upon Rigby that glance so rare with him, but under which men always quailed, that play of the eye which Lord Monmouth shared in common with Henry VIII, that struck awe into the trembling Commons when they had given an obnoxious vote as the King entered the gallery of his palace and looked around him. It was a look which implied that dreadful question: why have I bought you that such things should happen? Why have I unlimited means and unscrupulous agents? It made Rigby even feel, even his brazen tones were hushed. To fly from everything disagreeable was the practical philosophy of Lord Monmouth, but he was as brave as he was sensual. He would not shrink before the new proprietor of Hellingsley. He therefore remained at the castle with an aching heart, and redoubled his hospitalities. An ordinary mind might have been soothed by the unceasing consideration and the skilful and delicate flattery that ever surrounded Lord Monmouth. But his sagacious intelligence was never for a moment the dupe of his vanity. He had no self-love, and as he valued no one, there were really no feelings to play upon. He saw through everybody and everything, and when he had detected their purpose, discovered their weakness or their vileness, he calculated whether they could contribute to his pleasure or his convenience in a degree that counterbalanced the objections which might be urged against their intentions, or their less pleasing and profitable qualities. To be pleased was always a principal object with Lord Monmouth, but when a man wants vengeance, gay amusement is not exactly a satisfactory substitute. A month elapsed. Lord Monmouth, with a serene or smiling visage to his guests, but in private taciturn and morose, scarcely ever gave a word to Mr. Rigby, but continually bestowed on him glances which painfully affected the appetite of that gentleman. In 100 ways it was intimated to Mr. Rigby that he was not a welcome guest, and yet something was continually given to him to do which rendered it impossible for him to take his departure. In this state of affairs another event occurred which changed the current of feeling, and by its possible consequences distracted the Marquess from his brooding meditations over his discomfiture in the matter of Hellingsley. The Prince Colonna, who, since the steeplechase, had imbibed a morbid predilection for such amusements, and indeed for every species of rough riding, was thrown from his horse and killed on the spot. This calamity broke up the party at Coningsby, which was not at the moment very numerous. Mr. Rigby, by command, instantly seized the opportunity of preventing the arrival of other guests who were expected. This catastrophe was the cause of Mr. Rigby resuming in a great measure his old position in the castle. There were a great many things to be done, and all disagreeable. He achieved them all, and studied everybody's convenience. Coroners' inquests, funerals especially, weeping women, these were all spectacles which Lord Monmouth could not endure, but he was so high-bred that he would not for the world that there should be in manner or degree the slightest deficiency in propriety or even sympathy. Mr. Rigby did it all, gave evidence at the inquest, was chief mourner at the funeral, and arranged everything so well that not a single emblem of death crossed the sight of Lord Monmouth, while Madame Colonna found submission in his exhortations, and the Princess Lucretia, a little more pale and pensive than usual, listened with tranquillity to his discourse on the vanity of all sublunary things. When the tumult had subsided, and habits and feelings had fallen into their old routine, and relapsed into their ancient channels, the Marquess proposed that they should all return to London, and with great formality, though with warmth, begged that Madame Colonna would ever consider his roof as her own. All were glad to quit the castle, which now presented a scene so different from its former animation, and Madame Colonna, weeping, accepted the hospitality of her friend until the impending expansion of the spring would permit her to return to Italy. This notice of return to her own country seemed to occasion the Marquess great disquietude. After they had remained about a month in London, Madame Colonna sent for Mr. Rigby one morning to tell him how very painful it was to her feelings to remain under the roof of Monmouth House without the sanction of a husband; that the circumstance of being a foreigner, under such unusual affliction, might have excused, though not authorised, the step at first, and for a moment, but that the continuance of such a course was quite out of the question; that she owed it to herself, to her stepchild, no longer to trespass on this friendly hospitality, which, if persisted in, might be liable to misconstruction. Mr. Rigby listened with great attention to this statement, and never in the least interrupted Madame Colonna, and then offered to do that which he was convinced the lady desired, namely, to make the Marquess acquainted with the painful state of her feelings. This he did according to his fashion, and with sufficient dexterity. Mr. Rigby himself was anxious to know which way the wind blew, and the mission with which he had been entrusted fell in precisely with his inclinations and necessities. The Marquess listened to the communication and sighed, then turned gently round and surveyed himself in the mirror, and sighed again, then said to Rigby, "You understand exactly what I mean, Rigby. It is quite ridiculous their going, and infinitely distressing to me. They must stay." Rigby repaired to the Princess, full of mysterious bustle, and with a face beaming with importance and satisfaction. He made much of the two sighs, fully justified the confidence of the Marquess in his comprehension of unexplained intentions, prevailed on Madame Colonna to have some regard for the feelings of one so devoted, expatiated on the insignificance of worldly misconstructions when replied to by such honourable intentions, and fully succeeded in his mission. They did stay. Month after month rolled on, and still they stayed, every month all the family becoming more resigned or more content and more cheerful. As for the Marquess himself, Mr. Rigby never remembered him more serene and even joyous. His lordship scarcely ever entered general society. The Colonna family remained in strict seclusion, and he preferred the company of these accomplished and congenial friends to the mob of the great world. Between Madame Colonna and Mr. Rigby there had always subsisted considerable confidence. Now that gentleman seemed to have achieved fresh and greater claims to her regard. In the pleasure with which he looked forward to her approaching alliance with his patron, he reminded her of the readiness with which he had embraced her suggestions for the marriage of her daughter with Coningsby. Always obliging, she was never wearied of chanting his praises to her noble admirer, who was apparently much gratified she should have bestowed her esteem on one whom she would necessarily in after life see so much. It is seldom the lot of husbands that their confidential friends gain the regards of their brides. "I am glad you all like Rigby," said Lord Monmouth, "as you will see so much of him." The remembrance of the Hellingsley failure seemed to be erased from the memory of the Marquess. Rigby never recollected him more cordial and confidential, and more equable in his manner. He told Rigby one day that he wished that Monmouth House should possess the most sumptuous and the most fanciful boudoir in London or Paris. What a hint for Rigby! That gentleman consulted the first artists, and gave them some hints in return. His researches on domestic decoration ranged through all ages. He even meditated a rapid tour to mature his inventions, but his confidence in his native taste and genius ultimately convinced him that this movement was unnecessary. The summer advanced, the death of the King occurred, the dissolution summoned Rigby to Coningsby and the borough of Darlford. His success was marked certain in the secret books of Tadpole and Taper. A manufacturing town, enfranchised under the Reform Act, already gained by the Conservative cause. Here was reaction. Here influence of property. Influence of character too, for no one was so popular as Lord Monmouth, a most distinguished nobleman of strict Conservative principles, who, if he carried the county and the manufacturing borough also, merited the strawberry leaf. "There will be no holding Rigby," said Taper. "I'm afraid he will be looking for something very high." "The higher the better," rejoined Tadpole, "and then he will not interfere with us. I like your high flyers. It is your plodders I detest, wearing old hats and high lows, speaking in committee, and thinking they are men of business, damn them." Rigby went down and made some impressive speeches. At least they read very well in some of his second-rate journals, where all the uproar figured as loud cheering, and the interruption of a cabbage stalk was represented as a question from some intelligent individual in the crowd. The fact is, Rigby bored his audience too much with history, especially with the French Revolution, which he fancied was his forte; so that people at last, whenever he made any allusion to the subject, were almost as terrified as if they had seen the guillotine. Rigby had as yet one great advantage: he had no opponent, and without personal opposition no contest can be very bitter. It was for some days Rigby versus Liberal principles, and Rigby had much the best of it, for he abused Liberal principles roundly in his harangues, who, not being represented on the occasion, made no reply, while plenty of ale and some capital songs by Lucian Gay, who went down express, gave the right cue to the mob, who declared in chorus beneath the windows of Rigby's hotel that he was a fine old English gentleman. But there was to be a contest, no question about that, and a sharp one, although Rigby was to win, and well. The Liberal party had been so fastidious about their new candidate that they had none ready, though several biting. Jawster Sharp thought at one time that sheer necessity would give him another chance still; but even Rigby was preferable to Jawster Sharp, who, finding it would not do, published his long-prepared valedictory address, in which he told his constituents that, having long sacrificed his health to their interests, he was now obliged to retire into the bosom of his family, and a very well provided for family too. All this time the Liberal deputation from Darlford, 2 aldermen, 3 town councillors, and the secretary of the Reform Association were walking about London like mad things, eating luncheons and looking for a candidate. They called at the Reform Club 20 times in the morning, badgered whips and red tapers, were introduced to candidates, badgered candidates, examined would-be members as if they were at a cattle show, listened to political pedigrees, dictated political pledges, referred to Hansard to see how men had voted, inquired whether men had spoken, finally discussed terms. But they never could hit the right man. If the principles were right, there was no money, and if money was ready, money would not take pledges. In fact, they wanted a phoenix, a very rich man who would do exactly as they liked, with extremely low opinions and with very high connections. If he would go for the ballot and had a handle to his name, it would have the best effect, said the secretary of the Reform Association, because you see we are fighting against a right honourable, and you have no idea how much that takes with the mob. The deputation had been 3 days in town, and urged by dispatches by every train to bring affairs to a conclusion. Jaded, perplexed, confused, they were ready to fall into the hands of the first jobber or bold adventurer. They discussed over their dinner at a Strand coffee house the claims of the various candidates who had presented themselves. Mr. Donald Macpherson Macfarlane, who would only pay the legal expenses, he was soon dispatched. Mr. Gingerly Brown of Jermyn Street, the younger son of a baronet, who would go as far as £1,000, providing the seat was secured. Mr. Juggins, a distiller, £2,000 man, but who would not agree to any annual subscriptions. Sir Baptist Placid, vague about expenditure, but repeatedly declaring that there could be no difficulty on that head. He, however, had a moral objection to subscribing to the races, and that was a great point at Darlford. Sir Baptist would subscribe a guinea per annum to the infirmary, and the same to all religious societies without any distinction of sects. But races, it was not the sum, £100 per annum, but the principle. He had a moral objection. In short, the deputation began to suspect what was the truth, that they were a day after the fair, and that all the electioneering rips that swarm in the purlieus of political clubs during an impending dissolution of Parliament, men who become political characters in their small circle because they have been talked of as once having had an intention to stand for places for which they never offered themselves, or for having stood for places where they never could by any circumstance have succeeded, were in fact nibbling at their dainty morsel. At this moment of despair a ray of hope was imparted to them by a confidential note from a secretary of the Treasury who wished to see them at the Reform Club on the morrow. You may be sure they were punctual to their appointment. The secretary received them with great consideration. He had got them a candidate, and one of high mark, the son of a peer, and connected with the highest Whig houses. Their eyes sparkled. A real honourable. If they liked, he would introduce them immediately to the Honourable Alberic de Crecy. He had only to introduce them, as there was no difficulty either as to means or opinions, expenses or pledges. The secretary returned with a young gentleman whose diminutive stature would seem, from his smooth and singularly puerile countenance, to be merely the consequence of his very tender years. But Mr. de Crecy was really of age, or at least would be by nomination day. He did not say a word, but looked like the rosebud which dangled in the buttonhole of his frock coat. The aldermen and town councillors were what is sometimes emphatically styled flabbergasted. They were speechless from bewilderment. "Mr. de Crecy will go for the ballot," said the Secretary of the Treasury, with an audacious eye and a demure look, "and for total and immediate, if you press him hard. But don't, if you can help it. because he has an uncle, an old county member, who has prejudices and might disinherit him. However, we answer for him, and I am very happy that I have been the means of bringing about an arrangement which I feel will be mutually advantageous." And so saying, the secretary effected his escape. Circumstances, however, retarded for a season the political career of the Honourable Alberic de Crecy. While the Liberal party at Darlford were suffering under the daily inflictions of Mr. Rigby's slashing style, and the post brought them very unsatisfactory prospects of a champion, one offered himself, and in an address which intimated that he was no man of straw likely to proceed from any contest in which he chose to embark. The town was suddenly placarded with a letter to the independent electors from Mr. Millbank, the new proprietor of Hellingsley. He expressed himself as one not anxious to obtrude himself on their attention, and founding no claim to their confidence on his recent acquisition, but at the same time as one resolved that the free and enlightened community, with which he must necessarily hereafter be much connected, should not become the nomination borough of any peer of the realm without a struggle, if they chose to make one. And so he offered himself if they could not find a better candidate without waiting for the ceremony of a requisition. He was exactly the man they wanted, and though he had no handle to his name, and was somewhat impracticable about pledges, his fortune was so great and his character so high that it might be hoped that the people would be almost as content as if they were appealed to by some obscure scion of factitious nobility, subscribing to political engagements which he could not comprehend, and which, in general, are vomited with as much facility as they are swallowed. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. The people of Darlford, who, as long as the contest for their representation remained between Mr. Rigby and the abstraction called Liberal principles, appeared to be very indifferent about the result. The moment they learned that for the phrase had been substituted a substance, and that, too, in the form of a gentleman who was soon to figure as their resident neighbour, became excited, speedily enthusiastic. All the bells of all the churches rang when Mr. Millbank commenced his canvass. The Conservatives, on the alert, if not alarmed, insisted on their champion also showing himself in all directions, and in the course of 24 hours, such is the contagion of popular feeling, the town was divided into two parties, the vast majority of which were firmly convinced that the country could only be saved by the return of Mr. Rigby, or preserved from inevitable destruction by the election of Mr. Millbank. The results of the two canvasses were such as had been anticipated from the previous reports of the respective agents and supporters. In these days, the personal canvass of a candidate is a mere form. The whole country that is to be invaded has been surveyed and mapped out before entry, every position reconnoitred, the chain of communications complete. In the present case, as was not unusual, both candidates were really supported by numerous and reputable adherents, and both had good grounds for believing that they would be ultimately successful. But there was a body of the electors sufficiently numerous to turn the election, who would not promise their votes, conscientious men who felt the responsibility of the duty that the Constitution had entrusted to their discharge, and who would not make up their minds without duly weighing the respective merits of the two rivals. This class of deeply meditative individuals are distinguished not only by their pensive turn of mind, but by a charitable vein that seems to pervade their being. Not only will they think of your request, but for their parts they wish both sides equally well. Decision, indeed, as it must dash the hopes of one of their solicitors, seems infinitely painful to them. They have always a good reason for postponing it. If you seek their suffrage during the canvass, they reply that the writ not having come down, the day of election is not yet fixed. If you call again to inform them that the writ has arrived, they rejoin that perhaps after all there may not be a contest. If you call a third time, half dead with fatigue, To give them friendly notice that both you and your rival have pledged yourselves to go to the poll, they twitch their trousers, rub their hands, and with a dull grin observe, 'Well, we shall see.' 'Come, Mr. Jobson,' says one of the committee, with an insinuating smile, 'give Mr. Millbank one.' 'Jobson, I think you and I know each other,' says a most influential supporter, with a knowing nod. 'Yes, Mr. Smith, I should think we did.' 'Come, come, give us one.' 'Well, I have not made up my mind yet, gentlemen.' 'Jobson,' says a solemn voice, 'didn't you tell me the other night you wished well to this gentleman?' 'So I do. I wish well to everybody,' replies the imperturbable Jobson. 'Well, Jobson,' exclaims another member of the committee with a sigh, 'who could have supposed that you would have been an enemy?' 'I don't wish to be no enemy to no man, Mr. Tripp.' 'Come, Jobson,' says a jolly tanner, 'if I wanted to be a Parliament man, I don't think you could refuse me one?' 'I don't think I could, Mr. Oakfield.' 'Well, then, give it to my friend.' 'Well, sir, I'll think about it.' 'Leave him to me,' says another member of the committee, with a significant look. 'I know how to get round him. It's all right.' 'Yes, leave him to Hayfield, Mr. Millbank. He knows how to manage him.' But all the same, Jobson continues to look as little tractable and lamb-like as can well be fancied. And here, in a work which, in an unpretending shape, aspires to take neither an uninformed nor a partial view of the political history of the 10 eventful years of the Reform struggle, we should pause for a moment to observe the strangeness that only 5 years after the reconstruction of the electoral body by the Whig party, in a borough called into political existence by their policy, a manufacturing town too, the candidate comprising in his person every quality and circumstance which could recommend him to the constituency, and his opponent the worst specimen of the old generation, a political adventurer, who owed the least disreputable part of his notoriety to his opposition to the Reform Bill. That in such a borough, under such circumstances, there should be a contest, and that, too, one of a very doubtful issue. What was the cause of this? Are we to seek it in the reaction of the tadpoles and the tapers? That would not be a satisfactory solution. Reaction, to a certain extent, is the law of human existence. In the particular state of affairs before us, England after the Reform Act, it could never be doubtful that time would gradually, and in some instances rapidly, counteract the national impulse of 1832. There never could have been a question, for example, that the English counties would have reverted to their natural allegiance to their proprietors. But the results of the appeals to the Third Estate in 1835 and 1837 are not to be accounted for by a mere adjustment of legitimate influences. The truth is that, considerable as are the abilities of the Whig leaders, highly accomplished as many of them unquestionably must be acknowledged in parliamentary debate, experienced in council, sedulous in office, eminent as scholars, powerful from their position, the absence of individual influence and of the pervading authority of a commanding mind have been the cause of the fall of the Whig party. Such a supremacy was generally acknowledged in Lord Grey on the accession of his party to power, but it was the supremacy of a tradition rather than of a fact. Almost at the outset of his authority, his successor was indicated. When the crisis arrived, the intended successor was not in the Whig ranks. It is in this virtual absence of a real and recognised leader, almost from the moment that they passed their great measure, that we must seek a chief cause of all that insubordination, all those distempered ambitions, and all those dark intrigues that finally broke up not only the Whig government but the Whig party, demoralised their ranks, and sent them to the country, both in 1835 and 1837, with every illusion which had operated so happily in their favour in 1832 scattered to the winds. In all things we trace the irresistible influence of the individual. And yet the interval that elapsed between 1835 and 1837 proved that there was all this time in the Whig array one entirely competent to the office of leading a great party, though his capacity for that fulfilment was too tardily recognised. Lord John Russell has that degree of imagination which, though evinced rather in sentiment than expression, still enables him to generalise from the details of his reading and experience, and to take those comprehensive views which, however easily depreciated by ordinary men in an age of routine, are indispensable to a statesman in the conjunctures in which we live. He understands, therefore, his position, and he has the moral intrepidity which prompts him ever to dare that which his intellect assumes him is politic. He is consequently, at the same time, sagacious and bold in counsel. As an administrator he is prompt and indefatigable. He is not a natural orator, and labours under physical deficiencies which even a Demosthenic impulse could scarcely overcome. But he is experienced in debate, quick in reply, fertile in resource, takes large views, and frequently compensates for a dry and hesitating manner by the expression of those noble truths that flash across the fancy and rise spontaneously to the lip of men of poetic temperament when addressing popular assemblies. If we add to this a private life of dignified repute, the accidents of his birth and rank, which never can be severed from the man, the scion of a great historic family, and born, as it were, to the hereditary service of the state, it is difficult to ascertain at what period, or under what circumstances, the Whig party have ever possessed or could obtain a more efficient leader. But we must return to the Darlford election. The class of thoughtful voters was sufficiently numerous in that borough to render the result of the contest doubtful to the last, and on the eve of the day of nomination both parties were equally sanguine. Nomination day altogether is an unsatisfactory affair. There is little to be done, and that little mere form. The tedious hours remain, and no one can settle his mind to anything. It is not a holiday, for every one is serious. It is not business, for no one can attend to it. It is not a contest, for there is no canvassing, nor an election, for there is no poll. It is the day of lounging without an object, and luncheons without an appetite, of hopes and fears, confidence and dejection, bravado bets and secret hedging, and, about midnight, of furious suppers of grilled bones, brandy and water, and recklessness. The President and Vice President of the Conservative Association, the Secretary and the 4 solicitors who were agents, had impressed upon Mr. Rigby that it was of the utmost importance and must produce a great moral effect if he obtained the show of hands. With his powers of eloquence and their secret organisation, they flattered themselves it might be done. With this view, Rigby inflicted a speech of more than 2 hours' duration on the electors, who bore it very kindly, as the mob likes, above all things, that the ceremonies of nomination day should not be cut short. Moreover, there is nothing that the mob likes so much as a speech. Rigby therefore had on the whole a far from unfavourable audience, and he availed himself of their forbearance. He brought in his crack theme, the guillotine, and dilated so elaborately upon its qualities that one of the gentlemen below could not refrain from exclaiming, "I wish you may get it." This exclamation gave Mr. Rigby what is called a great opening, which, like a practised speaker, he immediately seized. He denounced the sentiment as un-English, and got much cheered. Excited by this success, Rigby began to call everything else un-English with which he did not agree, until menacing murmurs began to rise, when he shifted the subject and rose into a grand peroration, in which he assured them that the eyes of the whole empire were on this particular election. Cries of "That's true" from all sides, and that England expected every man to do his duty. "And who do you expect to do yours?" inquired a gentleman below, "about that 'ere pension?" "Rigby," screeched a hoarse voice, "don't you mind, you govert them well." "Rigby, keep your spirits up, old chap, we will have you." "Now," said a stentorian voice, and a man as tall as Saul looked round him. This was the engaged leader of the Conservative mob, The eye of every one of his minions was instantly on him. "Now, our young Queen and our old institutions, Rigby for ever!" This was a signal for the instant appearance of the leader of the Liberal mob. Magog Wrath, not so tall as Bully Bluck, his rival, had a voice almost as powerful, a back much broader, and a countenance far more forbidding. "Now, my boys, the Queen and Millbank for ever!" These rival cries were the signals for a fight between the two bands of gladiators in the face of the hustings, the body of the people little interfering. Bully Bluck seized Magog Wrath's colours, they wrestled, they seized each other, their supporters were engaged in mutual contest. It appeared to be a most alarming and perilous fray. Several ladies from the windows screamed, one fainted. A band of special constables pushed their way through the mob. You heard their staves resounded on the skulls of all who opposed them, especially the little boys. Order was at length restored, and to tell the truth, the only hurts inflicted were those which came from the special constables. Bully Bluck and Magog Wrath, with all their fierce looks, flaunting colours, loud cheers, and desperate assaults, were, after all, only a couple of condottieri, who were cautious never to wound each other. They were, in fact, a peaceful police, who kept the town in awe, and prevented others from being mischievous who were more inclined to do harm. Their hired gangs were the safety valves for all the scamps of the borough, who, receiving a few shillings per head for their nominal service, and as much drink as they liked after the contest, were bribed and organised into peace and sobriety on the days in which their excesses were most to be apprehended. Now Mr. Millbank came forward. He was brief compared to Mr. Rigby, but clear and terse. No one could misunderstand him. He did not favour his hearers with any history, but gave them his views about taxes, free trade, placemen, and pensioners, whoever and wherever they might be. "Hilloa, Rigby, about that 'ere pension? Millbank for ever, we will have him. Never mind, Rigby, you'll come in next time." Mr. Millbank was energetic about resident representatives, but did not understand that a resident representative meant the nominee of a great lord who lived in a great castle. Great cheering. There was a lord once who declared that if he liked he would return his negro valet to Parliament, but Mr. Millbank thought those days were over. It remained for the people of Darlford to determine whether he was mistaken. "Never!" exclaimed the mob. "Millbank for ever! Rigby in the river! No niggers! No walets!" 3 groans for Rigby. "His language ain't as purty as the Lunnon chap," said a critic below, "but he speaks from his art, and give me the man who has got an art." "That's your time of day, Mr. Robinson." "Now," said Magog Wrath, looking round, "now, the Queen and Millbank for ever! Hurrah!" The show of hands was entirely in favour of Mr. Millbank. Scarcely a hand was held up for Mr. Rigby below, except by Bully Bluck and his Praetorians. The chairman and the deputy chairman of the Conservative Association, the secretary and the 4 agents, severally and respectively went up to Mr. Rigby and congratulated him on the result, as it was a known fact that the show of hands never won. The eve of polling day was now at hand. This was the most critical period of an election. All night, parties in disguise were perambulating the different wards, watching each other's tactics, masks, wigs, false noses, gentles in livery coats, men in female attire, a silent carnival of manoeuvre, vigilance, anxiety, and trepidation. The thoughtful voters about this time make up their minds. The enthusiasts who have told you 20 times a day for the last fortnight that they would get up in the middle of the night to serve you require the most watchful cooping. All the individuals who have assured you that their word is their bond change sides. 2 of the Rigbyites met in the market-place about an hour after midnight. "Well, how goes it?" said one. "I have been the rounds. The blunt's going like the ward pump. I saw a man come out of Moffat's house muffled up with a mask. I dodged him. It was Biggs." "You don't mean that, do you? Dammy, I'll answer for Moffat." "I never thought he was a true man." "Told Robbins?" "I could not see him, but I met young Gunning and told him." Young Gunning, that won't do. I thought he was as right as the town clock. So did I, once. Hush! Who comes here? The enemy, Franklin and Sampson Potts. Keep close. I'll speak to them. Good night, Potts. Up rather late tonight? All fair election time. You ain't snoring, are you? Well, I hope the best man will win. I am sure he will. You must go for Moffat early to breakfast at the White Lion. That's your sort. Don't leave him, and poll him yourself. I'm going off to Solomon Lacey's. He has got 4 Millbankites cooped up very drunk, and I want to get them quietly into the country before daybreak. 'Tis polling day. The candidates are roused from their slumbers at an early hour by the music of their own bands perambulating the town, and each playing the conquering hero to sustain the courage of their jaded employers by depriving them of that rest which can alone tranquillize the nervous system. There is something in that matin burst of music, followed by a shrill cheer from the boys of the borough, the only inhabitants yet up, that is very depressing. The committee rooms of each candidate are soon rife with black reports. Each side has received fearful bulletins of the preceding night campaign, and its consequences as exemplified in the morning, unprecedented tergiversations, mysterious absences, men who breakfast with one side and vote with the other, men who won't come to breakfast, men who won't leave breakfast. At 10 o'clock Mr. Rigby was in a majority of 28. The polling was brisk and equal until the middle of the day, when it became slack. Mr. Rigby kept the majority, but an inconsiderable one. Mr. Millbank's friends were not disheartened, as it was known that the leading members of Mr. Rigby's committee had polled, whereas his opponents were principally reserved. At 2:15 there was a great cheering and uproar. The 4 voters in favour of Millbank, whom Solomon Lacey had cooped up, made drunk, and carried into the country, had recovered their senses, made their escape, and voted as they originally intended. Soon after this Mr. Millbank was declared by his committee to be in a majority of 1, but the committee of Mr. Rigby instantly posted a placard in large letters to announce that, on the contrary, their man was in a majority of 9. "If we could only have got another registration," whispered the principal agent to Mr. Rigby at 4:15. "You think it's all over, then?" "Why, I do not see now how we can win. We have polled all our dead men, and Millbank is 7 ahead." "I have no doubt we shall be able to have a good petition," said the consoling chairman of the Conservative Association. End of chapter 4. End of section 20. Section 21 of Coningsby, or the New Generation, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 5, Chapter 5. It was not with feelings of extreme satisfaction that Mr. Rigby returned to London. The loss of Hellingsley, followed by the loss of the borough to Hellingsley's successful master, were not precisely the incidents which would be adduced as evidence of Mr. Rigby's good management or good fortune. Hitherto that gentleman had persuaded the world that he was not only very clever, but that he was also always in luck, a quality which many appreciate more even than capacity. His reputation was unquestionably damaged both with his patron and his party. But what the Tapers and the Tadpoles thought or said, what even might be the injurious effect on his own career of the loss of this election, assumed an insignificant character when compared with its influence on the temper and disposition of the Marquess of Monmouth. And yet his carriage is now entering the courtyard of Monmouth House, and in all probability a few minutes would introduce him to that presence before which he had, ere this, trembled. The Marquess was at home, and anxious to see Mr. Rigby. In a few minutes that gentleman was ascending the private staircase, entering the antechamber, and waiting to be received in the little saloon exactly as our Coningsby did more than 5 years ago, scarcely less agitated, but by feelings of a very different character. "Well, you made a good fight of it," exclaimed the Marquess in a cheerful and cordial tone, as Mr. Rigby entered his dressing room. "Patience! We shall win next time." This reception instantly reassured the defeated candidate, though its contrast to that which he expected rather perplexed him. He entered into the details of the election, talked rapidly of the next registration, the propriety of petitioning, accustomed himself to hearing his voice with its habitual volubility in a chamber where he had feared it might not sound for some time. "Damn politics," said the Marquess. "These fellows are in it for this Parliament, and I am really weary of the whole affair. I begin to think the Duke was right, and it would have been best to have left them to themselves. I am glad you have come up at once, for I want you. The fact is, I am going to be married." This was not a startling announcement to Mr. Rigby. He was prepared for it, though scarcely could have hoped that he would have been favoured with it on the present occasion, instead of a morose comment on his misfortunes. Marriage, then, was the predominant idea of Lord Monmouth at the present moment, in whose absorbing interest all vexations were forgotten. Fortunate Rigby! Disgusted by the failure of his political combinations, his disappointments in not dictating to the country and not carrying the borough, and the slight prospect at present of obtaining the great object of his ambition, Lord Monmouth had resolved to precipitate his fate, was about to marry immediately, and quit England. "You will be wanted, Rigby," continued the Marquess. "We must have a couple of trustees, and I have thought of you as one. You know you are my executor, and it is better not to bring in unnecessarily new names into the management of my affairs. Lord Eskdale will act with you." Rigby, then, after all, was a lucky man. After such a succession of failures, he had returned only to receive fresh and the most delicate marks of his patron's good feeling and consideration. Lord Monmouth's trustee and executor! "You know you are my executor." Sublime truth! It ought to be blazoned in letters of gold in the most conspicuous part of Rigby's library, to remind him perpetually of his great and impending destiny. Lord Monmouth's executor, and very probably one of his residuary legatees. A legatee of some sort, he knew he was. What a splendid memento mori! What cared Rigby for the borough of Darlford? And as for his political friends, he wished them joy of their barren benches. Nothing was lost by not being in this Parliament. It was then with sincerity that Rigby offered his congratulations to his patron. He praised the judicious alliance, accompanied by every circumstance conducive to worldly happiness, distinguished beauty, perfect temper, princely rank. Rigby, who had hardly got out of his hustings vein, was most eloquent in his praises of Madame Colonna. "An amiable woman," said Lord Monmouth, "and very handsome. I always admired her. And an agreeable person too. I dare say a very good temper. But I am not going to marry her." "Might I then ask who—" "Her stepdaughter, the Princess Lucretia," replied the Marquess quietly, looking at his ring. Here was a thunderbolt. Rigby had made another mistake. He had been working all this time for the wrong woman. The consciousness of being a trustee alone sustained him. There was an inevitable pause. The Marquess would not speak, however, and Rigby must. He babbled rather incoherently about the Princess Lucretia being admired by everybody, also that she was the most fortunate of women, as well as the most accomplished. He was just beginning to say he had known her from a child, when discretion stopped his tongue, which had a habit of running on somewhat rashly. But Rigby, though he often blundered in his talk, had the talent of extricating himself from the consequence of his mistakes. "And Madame must be highly gratified by all this?" observed Mr. Rigby, with an inquiring accent. He was dying to learn how she had first received the intelligence, and congratulated himself that his absence at his contest had preserved him from the storm. "Madame Colonna knows nothing of our intentions," said Lord Monmouth. "And by the bye, that is the very business on which I wish to see you, Rigby. I wish you to communicate them to her. We are to be married, and immediately. It would gratify me that the wife of Lucretia's father should attend our wedding. You understand exactly what I mean, Rigby. I must have no scenes. Always happy to see the Princess Colonna under my roof, but then I like to live quietly, particularly at present, harassed as I have been by the loss of these elections, by all this bad mismanagement, and by all these disappointments on subjects in which I was led to believe success was certain. Madame Colonna is at home,' and the Marquess bowed Mr. Rigby out of the room. Chapter 6. The departure of Sidonia from Coningsby Castle in the autumn determined the Princess Lucretia on a step which had for some time before his arrival occupied her brooding imagination. Nature had bestowed on this lady an ambitious soul and a subtle spirit. She could dare much and could execute finely. Above all things she coveted power, and though not free from the characteristic susceptibility of her sex, the qualities that could engage her passions or fascinate her fancy must partake of that intellectual eminence which distinguished her. Though the Princess Lucretia in a short space of time had seen much of the world, she had as yet encountered no hero. In the admirers whom her rank and sometimes her intelligence assembled around her, her master had not yet appeared. Her heart had not trembled before any of those brilliant forms whom she was told her sex admired, nor did she envy any one the homage which she did not appreciate. There was, therefore, no disturbing element in the worldly calculations which she applied to that question which is to woman what a career is to man, the question of marriage. She would marry to gain power, and therefore she wished to marry the powerful. Lord Eskdale hovered around her, and she liked him. She admired his incomparable shrewdness, his freedom from ordinary prejudices, his selfishness which was always good-natured, and the imperturbability that was not callous. But Lord Eskdale had hovered round many. It was his easy habit. He liked clever women, young, but who had seen something of the world. The Princess Lucretia pleased him much, with the form and mind of a woman even in the nursery. He had watched her development with interest, and had witnessed her launch in that world where she floated at once with as much dignity and consciousness of superior power as if she had braved for seasons its waves and its tempests. Musing over Lord Eskdale, the mind of Lucretia was drawn to the image of his friend, her friend, the friend of her parents. And why not marry Lord Monmouth? The idea pleased her. There was something great in the conception, difficult and strange. The result, if achieved, would give her all that she desired. She devoted her mind to this secret thought. She had no confidence. She concentrated her intellect on one point, and that was to fascinate the grandfather of Coningsby, while her stepmother was plotting that she should marry his grandson. The volition of Lucretia Colonna was, if not supreme, of a power most difficult to resist. There was something charm-like and alluring in the conversation of one who was silent to all others; something in the tones of her low rich voice which acted singularly on the nervous system. It was the voice of the serpent. Indeed, there was an undulating movement in Lucretia when she approached you, which irresistibly reminded you of that mysterious animal. Lord Monmouth was not insensible to the spell, though totally unconscious of its purpose. He found the society of Lucretia very agreeable to him. She was animated, intelligent, original. Her inquiries were stimulating, her comments on what she saw and heard and read, racy and often indicating a fine humour. But all this was reserved for his ear. Before her parents, as before all others, Lucretia was silent, a little scornful, never communicating, never giving nor seeking amusement, shut up in herself. Lord Monmouth fell therefore into the habit of riding and driving with Lucretia alone. It was an arrangement which he found made his life more pleasant. Nor was it displeasing to Madame Colonna. She looked upon Lord Monmouth's fancy for Lucretia as a fresh tie for them all. Even the Prince, when his wife called his attention to the circumstance, observed it with satisfaction. It was a circumstance which represented in his mind a continuance of good eating and good drinking, fine horses, luxurious baths, unceasing billiards. In this state of affairs appeared Sidonia, known before to her stepmother, but seen by Lucretia for the first time. Truly he came, saw, and conquered. Those eyes that rarely met another's were fixed upon his searching yet unimpassioned glance. She listened to that voice, full of music, yet void of tenderness. And the spirit of Lucretia Colonna bowed before an intelligence that commanded sympathy, yet offered none. Lucretia naturally possessed great qualities as well as great talents. Under a genial influence, her education might have formed a being capable of imparting and receiving happiness. But she found herself without a guide. Her father offered her no love. Her stepmother gained from her no respect. Her literary education was the result of her own strong mind and inquisitive spirit. She valued knowledge, and she therefore acquired it. But not a single moral principle or a single religious truth had ever been instilled into her being. Frequent absence from her own country had by degrees broken off even an habitual observance of the forms of her creed, while a life of undisturbed indulgence, void of all anxiety and care, while it preserved her from many of the temptations to vice, deprived her of that wisdom more precious than rubies, which adversity and affliction, the struggles and the sorrows of existence, can alone impart. Lucretia had passed her life in a refined but rather dissolute society. Not indeed that a word could call forth a maiden blush, conduct that could pain the purest feelings, could be heard or witnessed in those polished and luxurious circles. The most exquisite taste pervaded their atmosphere, and the uninitiated who found themselves in those perfumed chambers and those golden saloons might believe, from all that passed before them, that their inhabitants were as pure, as orderly, and as irreproachable as their furniture. But among the habitual dwellers in these delicate halls there was a tacit understanding, a prevalent doctrine that required no formal exposition, no proofs and illustrations, no comment and no gloss, which was indeed rather a traditional conviction than an imparted dogma, that the exoteric public were, on many subjects, the victims of very vulgar prejudices, which these enlightened personages wished neither to disturb nor to adopt. A being of such a temper, bred in such a manner, a woman full of intellect and ambition, daring and lawless and satiated with prosperity, is not made for equable fortunes and a uniform existence. She would have sacrificed the world for Sidonia, for he had touched the fervent imagination that none before could approach. But that inscrutable man would not read the secret of her heart, and prompted alike by pique, the love of power, and a weariness of her present life, Lucretia resolved on that great result which Mr. Rigby is now about to communicate to the Princess Colonna. About half an hour after Mr. Rigby had entered that lady's apartments, it seemed that all the bells of Monmouth House were ringing at the same time. The sound even reached the Marquess in his luxurious recess, who immediately took a pinch of snuff, and ordered his valet to lock the door of the antechamber. The Princess Lucretia, too, heard the sounds. She was lying on a sofa in her boudoir, reading the Inferno, and immediately mustered her garrison in the form of a French maid, and gave directions that no one should be admitted. Both the Marquess and his intended bride felt that a crisis was at hand, and resolved to participate in no scenes. The ringing ceased. There was again silence. Then there was another ring, a short, hasty, and violent pull, followed by some slamming of doors. The servants, who were all on the alert, and had advantages of hearing and observation denied to their secluded master, caught a glimpse of Mr. Rigby endeavouring gently to draw back into her apartment Madame Colonna, furious amid his deprecatory exclamations. "For heaven's sake, my dear madame, for your own sake, no, really, I assure you, you are quite wrong, you are indeed. It is a complete misapprehension. I will explain everything. I entreat, I implore, whatever you like, just what you please, only listen." Then the lady, with a mantling visage and flashing eye, violently closing the door, was again lost to their sight. A few minutes after there was a moderate ring, and Mr. Rigby, coming out of the apartments, with his cravat a little out of order, as if he had had a violent shaking, met the servant who would have entered. "Order Madame Colonna's travelling carriage," he exclaimed in a loud voice, "and send Mademoiselle Conrad here directly. I don't think the fellow hears me," added Mr. Rigby, and following the servant, he added in a low tone and with a significant glance, "No travelling carriage, no Mademoiselle Conrad, order the britska round as usual." Nearly another hour passed. There was another ring, very moderate indeed. The servant was informed that Madame Colonna was coming down, and she appeared as usual. In a beautiful morning dress, and leaning on the arm of Mr. Rigby, she descended the stairs, and was handed into her carriage by that gentleman, who, seating himself by her side, ordered them to drive to Richmond. Lord Monmouth, having been informed that all was calm, and that Madame Colonna, attended by Mr. Rigby, had gone to Richmond, ordered his carriage, and, accompanied by Lucretia and Lucian Gay, departed immediately for Blackwall, where, in whitebait, a quiet bottle of claret, the society of his agreeable friends, and the contemplation of the passing steamers, he found a mild distraction and an amusing repose. Mr. Rigby reported that evening to the Marquess on his return that all was arranged and tranquil. Perhaps he exaggerated the difficulties to increase the service, but according to his account they were considerable. It required some time to make Madame Colonna comprehend the nature of his communication. All Rigby's diplomatic skill was expended in the gradual development. When it was once fairly put before her, the effect was appalling. That was the first great ringing of bells. Rigby softened a little what he had personally endured, but he confessed she sprang at him like a tigress balked of her prey, and poured forth on him a volume of epithets, many of which Rigby really deserved. But after all, in the present instance, he was not treacherous, only base, which he always was. Then she fell into a passion of tears, and vowed frequently that she was not weeping for herself, but only for that dear Mr. Coningsby, who had been treated so infamously and robbed of Lucretia, and whose heart she knew must break. It seemed that Rigby stemmed the first violence of her emotion by mysterious intimations of an important communication that he had to make, and piquing her curiosity, he calmed her passion. But really, having nothing to say, he was nearly involved in fresh dangers. He took refuge in the affectation of great agitation which prevented exposition. The lady then insisted on her travelling carriage being ordered and packed, as she was determined to set out for Rome that afternoon. This little occurrence gave Rigby some few minutes to collect himself, at the end of which he made the Princess several announcements of intended arrangements, all of which pleased her mightily, though they were so inconsistent with each other that if she had not been a woman in a passion, she must have detected that Rigby was lying. He assured her almost in the same breath that she was never to be separated from them, and that she was to have any establishment in any country she liked. He talked wildly of equipages, diamonds, shawls, opera boxes, and while her mind was bewildered with these dazzling objects, he, with intrepid gravity, consulted her as to the exact amount she would like to have apportioned, independent of her general revenue, for the purposes of charity. At the end of 2 hours, exhausted by her rage, and soothed by these visions, Madame Colonna, having grown calm and reasonable, sighed and murmured a complaint that Lord Monmouth ought to have communicated this important intelligence in person. Upon this, Rigby instantly assured her that Lord Monmouth had been for some time waiting to do so, but in consequence of her lengthened interview with Rigby, his lordship had departed for Richmond with Lucretia, where he hoped that Madame Colonna and Mr. Rigby would join him. So it ended with a morning drive and suburban dinner. Rigby, after what he had gone through, finding no difficulty in accounting for the other guests not being present, and bringing home Madame Colonna in the evening, at times almost as gay and good-tempered as usual, and almost oblivious of her disappointment. When the Marquess met Madame Colonna, he embraced her with great courtliness, and from that time consulted her on every arrangement. He took a very early occasion of presenting her with a diamond necklace of great value. The Marquess was fond of making presents to persons to whom he thought he had not behaved very well, and who yet spared him scenes. The marriage speedily followed, by special licence, at the villa of the Right Honourable Nicholas Rigby, who gave away the bride. The wedding was very select, but brilliant as the diamond necklace. A royal Duke and Duchess, Lady St. Julians, and a few others. Mr. Ormsby presented the bride with a bouquet of precious stones, and Lord Eskdale with a French fan in a diamond frame. It was a fine day. Lord Monmouth, calm as if he were winning the St. Leger, Lucretia universally recognised as a beauty, all the guests gay, the Princess Colonna especially. The travelling carriage is at the door which is to bear away the happy pair. Madame Colonna embraces Lucretia, the Marquess gives a grand bow, they are gone. The guests remain a while. A prince of the blood will propose a toast. There is another glass of champagne quaffed, another ortolan devoured, and then they rise and disperse. Madame Colonna leaves with Lady St. Julians, whose guest for a while she is to become, and in a few minutes their host is alone. Mr. Rigby retired into his library. The repose of the chamber must have been grateful to his feelings after all this distraction. It was spacious, well stored, classically adorned, and opened on a beautiful lawn. Rigby threw himself into an ample chair, crossed his legs, and resting his head on his arm, apparently fell into deep contemplation. He had some cause for reflection, and though we did once venture to affirm that Rigby never either thought or felt, this perhaps may be the exception that proves the rule. He could scarcely refrain from pondering over the strange event which he had witnessed, and at which he had assisted. It was an incident that might exercise considerable influence over his fortunes. His patron married, and married to one who certainly did not offer to Mr. Rigby such a prospect of easy management as her stepmother. Here were new influences arising, new characters, new situations, new contingencies. Was he thinking of all this? He suddenly jumps up, hurries to a shelf, and takes down a volume. It is his interleaved peerage, of which for 20 years he had been threatening an edition. Turning to the Marquisate of Monmouth, he took up his pen, and thus made the necessary entry. Married second time, August 3rd, 1837, the Princess Lucretia Colonna, daughter of Prince Paul Colonna, born at Rome, February 16th, 1819. That was what Mr. Rigby called a great fact. There was not a peerage compiler in England who had that date save himself. Before we close this slight narrative of the domestic incidents that occurred in the family of his grandfather since Coningsby quitted the castle, we must not forget to mention what happened to Villebecque and Flora. Lord Monmouth took a great liking to the manager. He found him very clever in many things independently of his profession. He was useful to Lord Monmouth, and did his work in an agreeable manner. And the future Lady Monmouth was accustomed to Flora, and found her useful too, and did not like to lose her. And so the Marquess, turning all the circumstances in his mind, and being convinced that Villebecque could never succeed to any extent in England in his profession, and probably nowhere else, appointed him, to Villebecque's infinite satisfaction, intendant of his household, with a considerable salary, while Flora still lived with her kind stepfather. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. Another year elapsed, not so fruitful in incidents to Coningsby as the preceding ones, and yet not unprofitably passed. It had been spent in the almost unremitting cultivation of his intelligence. He had read deeply and extensively, digested his acquisitions, and had practised himself in surveying them, free from those conventional conclusions and those traditionary interferences that surrounded him. Although he had renounced his once cherished purpose of trying for university honours, an aim which he found discordant with the investigations on which his mind was bent, he had rarely quitted Cambridge. The society of his friends, the great convenience of public libraries, and the general tone of studious life around, rendered a university for him a genial residence. There is a moment in life when the pride and thirst of knowledge seem to absorb our being, and so it happened now to Coningsby, who felt each day stronger in his intellectual resources, and each day more anxious and avid to increase them. The habits of public discussion fostered by the debating society were also for Coningsby no inconsiderable tie to the university. This was the arena in which he felt himself at home. The promise of his Eton days was here fulfilled; and while his friends listened to his sustained argument or his impassioned declamation, the prompt reply or the apt retort, they looked forward with pride through the vista of years to the time when the hero of the youthful club should convince or dazzle in the Senate. It is probable, then, that he would have remained at Cambridge with slight intervals until he had taken his degree, had not circumstances occurred which gave altogether a new turn to his thoughts. When Lord Monmouth had fixed his wedding day, he had written himself to Coningsby to announce his intended marriage, and to request his grandson's presence at the ceremony. The letter was more than kind, it was warm and generous. He assured his grandson that this alliance should make no difference in the very ample provision which he had long intended for him, that he should ever esteem Coningsby his nearest relative, and that while his death would bring to Coningsby as considerable an independence as an English gentleman need desire, so in his lifetime Coningsby should ever be supported as became his birth, breeding, and future prospects. Lord Monmouth had mentioned to Lucretia that he was about to invite his grandson to their wedding, and the lady had received the intimation with satisfaction. It so happened that a few hours after, Lucretia, who now entered the private rooms of Lord Monmouth without previously announcing her arrival, met Villebecque with a letter to Coningsby in his hand. Lucretia took it away from him, and said it should be posted with her own letters. It never reached its destination. Our friend learned the marriage from the newspapers, which somewhat astounded him. But Coningsby was fond of his grandfather, and he wrote Lord Monmouth a letter of congratulation, full of feeling and ingenuousness, and which, while it much pleased the person to whom it was addressed, unintentionally convinced him that Coningsby had never received his original communication. Lord Monmouth spoke to Villebecque, who could throw sufficient light upon the subject, but it was never mentioned to Lady Monmouth. The Marquess was a man who always found out everything and enjoyed the secret. Rather more than a year after the marriage, when Coningsby had completed his 21st year, the year which he had passed so quietly at Cambridge, he received a letter from his grandfather, informing him that after a variety of movements, Lady Monmouth and himself were established in Paris for the season, and desiring that he would not fail to come over as soon as practicable, and pay them as long a visit as the regulations of the university would permit. So, at the close of the December term, Coningsby quitted Cambridge for Paris. Passing through London, he made his first visit to his banker at Charing Cross, on whom he had periodically drawn since he commenced his college life. He was in the outer counting house, making some inquiries about a letter of credit, when one of the partners came out from an inner room and invited him to enter. This firm had been for generations the bankers of the Coningsby family, and it appeared that there was a sealed box in their possession which had belonged to the father of Coningsby, and they wished to take this opportunity of delivering it to his son. This communication deeply interested him, and as he was alone in London at an hotel, and on the wing for a foreign country, he requested permission at once to examine it, in order that he might again deposit it with them. So he was shown into a private room for that purpose. The seal was broken, the box was full of papers, chiefly correspondence. Among them was a packet described as letters from "my dear Helen," the mother of Coningsby. In the interior of this packet there was a miniature of that mother. He looked at it, put it down, looked at it again and again. He could not be mistaken. There was the same blue fillet in the bright hair. It was an exact copy of that portrait which had so greatly excited his attention when at Millbank. This was a mysterious and singularly perplexing incident. It greatly agitated him. He was alone in the room when he made the discovery. When he had recovered himself, he sealed up the contents of the box, with the exception of his mother's letters and the miniature, which he took away with him, and then re-delivered it to his banker for custody until his return. Coningsby found Lord and Lady Monmouth in a splendid hotel in the Faubourg Saint-Honoré, near the English Embassy. His grandfather looked at him with marked attention, and received him with evident satisfaction. Indeed, Lord Monmouth was greatly pleased that Harry had come to Paris. It was the university of the world, where everybody should graduate. Paris and London ought to be the great objects of all travellers. The rest was mere landscape. It cannot be denied that between Lucretia and Coningsby there existed from the first a certain antipathy, and though circumstances for a short time had apparently removed or modified the aversion, the manner of the lady when Coningsby was ushered into her boudoir, resplendent with all that Parisian taste and luxury could devise, was characterised by that frigid politeness which had preceded the days of their more genial acquaintance. If the manner of Lucretia were the same as before her marriage, a considerable change might however be observed in her appearance. Her fine form had become more developed, while her dress, that she once neglected, was elaborate and gorgeous, and of the last mode. Lucretia was the fashion of Paris, a great lady, greatly admired. A guest under such a roof, however, Coningsby was at once launched into the most brilliant circles of Parisian society, which he found fascinating. The art of society is, without doubt, perfectly comprehended and completely practised in the bright metropolis of France. An Englishman cannot enter a saloon without instantly feeling he is among a race more social than his compatriots. What, for example, is more consummate than the manner in which a French lady receives her guests? She unites graceful repose and unaffected dignity with the most amiable regard for others. She sees every one. She speaks to every one. She sees them at the right moment. She says the right thing. It is utterly impossible to detect any difference in the position of her guests by the spirit in which she welcomes them. There is indeed throughout every circle of Parisian society, from the château to the cabaret, a sincere homage to intellect, and this without any maudlin sentiment. None sooner than the Parisians can draw the line between factitious notoriety and honest fame, or sooner distinguish between the counterfeit celebrity and the standard reputation. In England we too often alternate between a supercilious neglect of genius and a rhapsodical pursuit of quacks. In England, when a new character appears in our circles, the first question always is, "Who is he?" In France it is, "What is he?" In England, "How much a year?" In France, "What has he done?" End of chapter 7. Book 5, Chapter 8 of Coningsby, or the New Generation, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. About a week after Coningsby's arrival in Paris, as he was sauntering on the soft and sunny boulevards, soft and sunny though Christmas, he met Sidonia. "So you are here," said Sidonia. "Turn now with me, for I see you are only lounging, and tell me when you came, where you are, and what you have done since we parted. I have been here myself but a few days." There was much to tell, and when Coningsby had rapidly related all that had passed, they talked of Paris. Sidonia had offered him hospitality until he learned that Lord Monmouth was in Paris, and that Coningsby was his guest. "I am sorry you cannot come to me," he remarked. "I would have shown you everybody and everything. But we shall meet often." "I have already seen many remarkable things," said Coningsby, "and met many celebrated persons. Nothing strikes me more in this brilliant city than the tone of its society, so much higher than our own. What an absence of petty personalities! How much conversation and how little gossip! Yet nowhere is there less pedantry. Here all women are as agreeable as is the remarkable privilege in London of some half dozen. Men too, and great men, develop their minds. A great man in England, on the contrary, is generally the dullest dog in company. And yet how piteous to think that so fair a civilisation should be in such imminent peril!" "Yes, that is a common opinion, and yet I am somewhat sceptical of its truth," replied Sidonia. "I am inclined to believe that the social system of England is in infinitely greater danger than that of France. We must not be misled by the agitated surface of this country. The foundations of its order are deep and sure. Learn to understand France. France is a kingdom with a republic for its capital. It has been always so for centuries. From the days of the League to the days of the Sections, to the days of 1830. It is still France, little changed, and only more national, for it is less Frank and more Gallic, as England has become less Norman and more Saxon." "And it is your opinion, then, that the present king may maintain himself?" "Every movement in this country, however apparently discordant, seems to tend to that inevitable end. He would not be on the throne if the nature of things had not demanded his presence. The kingdom of France required a monarch, the Republic of Paris required a dictator. He comprised in his person both qualifications, lineage and intellect, blood for the provinces, brains for the city." "What a position! What an individual!" exclaimed Coningsby. "Tell me," he added eagerly, "what is he, this prince of whom one hears in all countries at all hours, on whose existence we are told the tranquillity, almost the civilisation of Europe depends, yet of whom we receive accounts so conflicting, so contradictory. Tell me, you who can tell me what he is." Sidonia smiled at his earnestness. "I have a creed of mine own," he remarked, "that the great characters of antiquity are at rare epochs reproduced for our wonder or our guidance. Nature, wearied with mediocrity, pours the warm metal into an heroic mould. When circumstances at length placed me in the presence of the King of France, I recognised Ulysses." "But is there no danger," resumed Coningsby, after the pause of a few moments, "that the Republic of Paris may absorb the kingdom of France?" "I suspect the reverse," replied Sidonia. "The tendency of advanced civilisation is in truth to pure monarchy. Monarchy is indeed a government which requires a high degree of civilisation for its full development. It needs the support of free laws and manners, and of a widely diffused intelligence. Political compromises are not to be tolerated except at periods of rude transition. An educated nation recoils from the imperfect vicariate of what is called a representative government. Your House of Commons, that has absorbed all other powers in the state, will, in all probability, fall more rapidly than it rose. Public opinion has a more direct, a more comprehensive, a more efficient organ for its utterance than a body of men sectionally chosen. The printing press is a political element unknown to classic or feudal times. It absorbs in a great degree the duties of the sovereign, the priest, the parliament. It controls, it educates, it discusses. That public opinion, when it acts, would appear in the form of one who has no class interests. In an enlightened age, the monarch on the throne, free from the vulgar prejudices and the corrupt interests of the subject, becomes again divine." At this moment they reached that part of the boulevards which leads into the place of the Madeleine, whither Sidonia was bound. and Coningsby was about to quit his companion when Sidonia said, "I am only going a step over to the Rue Tronchet to say a few words to a friend of mine, Monsieur P. I shall not detain you 5 minutes, and you should know him, for he has some capital pictures and a collection of Limoges ware that is the despair of the dilettanti." So saying, they turned down by the place of the Madeleine and soon entered the court of the hotel of Monsieur P. That gentleman received them in his gallery. After some general conversation, Coningsby turned towards the pictures and left Sidonia with their host. The collection was rare, and interested Coningsby, though unacquainted with art. He sauntered on from picture to picture until he reached the end of the gallery, where an open door invited him into a suite of rooms, also full of pictures, an object of curiosity and art. As he was entering a second chamber, he observed a lady leaning back in a cushioned chair, and looking earnestly on a picture. His entrance was unheard and unnoticed, for the lady's back was to the door. Yet Coningsby, advancing in an angular direction, obtained nearly a complete view of her countenance. It was upraised, gazing on the picture with an expression of delight, the bonnet thrown back, while the large sable cloak of the gazer had fallen partly off. The countenance was more beautiful than the beautiful picture. Those glowing shades of the gallery to which love and genius and devotion had lent their inspiration seemed without life and lustre by the radiant expression and expressive presence which Coningsby now beheld. The finely arched brow was a little elevated, the soft dark eyes were fully opened, the nostril of the delicate nose slightly dilated, the small yet rich full lips just parted, and over the clear transparent visage there played a vivid glance of gratified intelligence. The lady rose, advanced towards the picture, looked at it earnestly for a few moments, and then turning in a direction opposite to Coningsby, walked away. She was somewhat above the middle stature, and yet could scarcely be called tall, a quality so rare that even skilful dancers do not often possess it, was hers. That elastic gait that is so winning and so often denotes the gaiety and quickness of the spirit. The fair object of his observation had advanced into other chambers, and as soon as it was becoming, Coningsby followed her. She had joined a lady and gentleman who were examining an ancient carving in ivory. The gentleman was middle-aged and portly, the elder lady tall and elegant, and with traces of interesting beauty. Coningsby heard her speak. The words were English, but the accent not of a native. In the remotest part of the room, Coningsby, apparently engaged in examining some of the famous Limoges ware of which Sidonia had spoken, watched with interest and intentness the beautiful being whom he had followed, and whom he concluded to be the child of her companions. After some little time they quitted the apartment on their return to the gallery. Coningsby remained behind, caring for none of the rare and fanciful objects that surrounded him, yet compelled, from the fear of seeming obtrusive, for some minutes to remain. Then he too returned to the gallery, and just as he had gained its end, he saw the portly gentleman in the distance shaking hands with Sidonia, the ladies apparently expressing their thanks and gratification to Monsieur P., and then all vanishing by the door through which Coningsby had originally entered. "What a beautiful countrywoman of yours," said Monsieur P., as Coningsby approached him. "Is she my countrywoman? I am glad to hear it. I have been admiring her," he replied. "Yes," said Monsieur P., "it is Sir Wallinger, one of your deputies. Don't you know him?" "Sir Wallinger," said Coningsby. "No, I have not that honour." He looked at Sidonia. "Sir Joseph Wallinger," said Sidonia, "is one of the new Whig baronets, and member for . I know him. He married a Spaniard. That is not his daughter, but his niece, the child of his wife's sister. It is not easy to find any one more beautiful." End of chapter 8. End of book 5. Book 6, chapter 1. The knowledge that Sidonia was in Paris greatly agitated Lady Monmouth. She received the intimation indeed from Coningsby at dinner with sufficient art to conceal her emotion. Lord Monmouth himself was quite pleased at the announcement. Sidonia was his special favourite. He knew so much, had such an excellent judgment, and was so rich. He had always something to tell you, was the best man in the world to bet on, and never wanted anything. A perfect character according to the Monmouth ethics. In the evening of the day that Coningsby met Sidonia, Lady Monmouth made a little visit to the charming Duchess de G., who was at home every other night in her pretty hotel, with its embroidered white satin draperies, its fine old cabinets, and ancestral portraits of famous name, brave marshals and bright princesses of the olden time on its walls. These receptions without form, yet full of elegance, are what the English at-homes were before the Continental War, though now, by a curious perversion of terms, the easy domestic title distinguishes in England a formally prepared and elaborately collected assembly, in which everything and every person are careful to be as little homely as possible. In France, on the contrary, 'tis on these occasions, and in this manner, that society carries on that degree and kind of intercourse which in England we attempt awkwardly to maintain by the medium of that unpopular species of visitation styled a morning call, which all complain that they have either to make or to endure. Nowhere was this species of reception more happily conducted than at the Duchess de G.'s. The rooms, though small, decorated with taste, brightly illumined, a handsome and gracious hostess, the Duke the very pearl of gentlemen, and sons and daughters worthy of such parents. Every moment some one came in and some one went away. In your way from a dinner to a ball you stopped to exchange agreeable embodies. It seemed that every woman was pretty, every man a wit. Sure you were to find yourself surrounded by celebrities, and men were welcomed there, if they were clever, before they were famous, which showed it was a house that regarded intellect, and did not seek merely to gratify its vanity by being surrounded by the distinguished. Enveloped in a rich Indian shawl, and leaning back on a sofa, Lady Monmouth was engaged in conversation with the courtly and classic Count M., when, on casually turning her head, she observed entering the saloon Sidonia. She just caught his form bowing to the Duchess, and instantly turned her head and replunged into her conversation with increased interest. Lady Monmouth was a person who had the power of seeing all about her, everything and everybody, without appearing to look. She was conscious that Sidonia was approaching her neighbourhood. Her heart beat in tumult. She dreaded to catch the eye of that very individual whom she was so anxious to meet. He was advancing towards the sofa. Instinctively, Lady Monmouth turned from the Count, and began speaking earnestly to her other neighbour, a young daughter of the house, innocent and beautiful, not yet quite fledged, trying her wings in society under the maternal eye. She was surprised by the extreme interest which her grand neighbour suddenly took in all her pursuits, her studies, her daily walks in the Bois de Boulogne. Sidonia, as the Marchioness had anticipated, had now reached the sofa. But no, it was to the Count, and not to Lady Monmouth, that he was advancing, and they were immediately engaged in conversation. After some little time, when she had become accustomed to his voice, and found her own heart throbbing with less violence, Lucretia turned again, as if by accident, to the Count, and met the glance of Sidonia. She meant to have received him with haughtiness, but her self-command deserted her, and slightly rising from the sofa, she welcomed him with a countenance of extreme pallor and with some awkwardness. His manner was such as might have assisted her, even had she been more troubled. It was marked by a degree of respectful friendliness. He expressed without reserve his pleasure at meeting her again, inquired much how she had passed her time since they last parted, asked more than once after the Marquess. The Count moved away. Sidonia took his seat. His ease and homage combined greatly relieved her. She expressed to him how kind her lord would consider his society, for the Marquess had suffered in health since Sidonia last saw him. His periodical gout had left him, which made him ill and nervous. The Marquess received his friends at dinner every day. Sidonia, particularly amiable, offered himself as a guest for the following one. "And do you go to the great ball to morrow?" inquired Lucretia, delighted with all that had occurred. "I always go to their balls," said Sidonia. "I have promised." There was a momentary pause. Lucretia happier than she had been for a long time, her face a little flushed, and truly in a secret tumult of sweet thoughts, remembered she had been long there, and offering her hand to Sidonia, bade him adieu until to morrow, while he, as was his custom, soon repaired to the refined circle of the Countess de C., a lady whose manners he always mentioned as his fair ideal, and whose house was his favourite haunt. Before to morrow comes, a word or two respecting two other characters of this history connected with the family of Lord Monmouth. And first of Flora. La Petite was neither very well nor very happy. Her hereditary disease developed itself, gradually, but in a manner alarming to those who loved her. She was very delicate, and suffered so much from the weakness of her chest, that she was obliged to relinquish singing. This was really the only tie between her and the Marchioness, who, without being a petty tyrant, treated her often with unfeeling haughtiness. She was, therefore, now rarely seen in the chambers of the great. In her own apartment she found, indeed, some distraction in music, for which she had a natural predisposition, but this was a pursuit that only fed the morbid passion of her tender soul. Alone, listening only to sweet sounds, or indulging in soft dreams that never could be realised, her existence glided away like a vision, and she seemed to become every day more fair and fragile. Alas! hers was the sad and mystic destiny to love one whom she never met, and by whom, if she met him, she would scarcely perhaps be recognised. Yet in that passion, fanciful, almost ideal, her life was absorbed. Nor for her did the world contain an existence, a thought, a sensation beyond those that sprang from the image of the noble youth who had sympathised with her in her sorrows, and had softened the hard fortunes of dependence by his generous sensibility. Happy that, with many mortifications, it was still her lot to live under the roof of one who bore his name, and in whose veins flowed the same blood. She felt indeed for the Marquess, whom she so rarely saw, and from whom she had never received much notice, prompted, it would seem, by her fantastic passion, a degree of reverence, almost of affection, which seemed occasionally even to herself as something inexplicable and without reason. As for her fond stepfather, Monsieur Villebecque, the world fared very differently with him. His lively and enterprising genius, his ready and multiform talents, and his temper which defied disturbance, had made their way. He had become the very right hand of Lord Monmouth, his only counsellor, his only confidant, his secret agent, the minister of his will. And well did Villebecque deserve this trust, and ably did he maintain himself in the difficult position which he achieved. There was nothing which Villebecque did not know, nothing which he could not do, especially at Paris. He was master of his subject. In all things the secret of success, and without which, however, they may from accident dazzle the world, the statesman, the orator, the author, all alike feel the damning consciousness of being charlatans. Coningsby had made a visit to Monsieur Villebecque and Flora the day after his arrival. It was a recollection and a courtesy that evidently greatly gratified them. Villebecque talked very much and amusingly, and Flora, whom Coningsby frequently addressed, very little, though she listened with great earnestness. Coningsby told her that he thought, from all he heard, she was too much alone, and counselled her to gaiety. But nature, that had made her mild, had denied her that constitutional liveliness of being which is the graceful property of French women. She was a lily of the valley, that loved seclusion and the tranquillity of virgin glades. Almost every day as he passed their entresol, Coningsby would look into Villebecque's apartments for a moment to ask after Flora. Chapter 2. Sidonia was to dine at Lord Monmouth's the day after he met Lucretia, and afterwards they were all to meet at a ball much talked of, and to which invitations were much sought, and which was to be given that evening by the Baroness S. to R. Lord Monmouth's dinners at Paris were celebrated. It was generally agreed that they had no rivals. Yet there were others who had as skilful cooks, others who, for such a purpose, were equally profuse in their expenditure. What, then, was the secret spell of his success? The simplest in the world, though no one seemed aware of it. His lordship's plates were always hot, whereas at Paris, in the best appointed houses, and at dinners which for costly materials and admirable art in their preparation cannot be surpassed, the effect is always considerably lessened, and by a mode the most mortifying, by the mere circumstance that every one at a French dinner is served on a cold plate. The reason of a custom, or rather a necessity, which one would think a nation so celebrated for their gastronomical taste would recoil from, is really, it is believed, that the ordinary French porcelain is so very inferior that it cannot endure the preparatory heat for dinner. The common white pottery, for example, which is in general use, and always found at the cafés, will not bear vicinage to a brisk kitchen fire for half an hour. Now, if we only had that treaty of commerce with France, which has been so often on the point of completion, the fabrics of our unrivalled potteries, in exchange for their capital wines, would be found throughout France. The dinners of both nations would be improved. The English would gain a delightful beverage, and the French, for the first time in their lives, would dine off hot plates. An unanswerable instance of the advantages of commercial reciprocity. The guests at Lord Monmouth's to-day were chiefly Carlists, individuals bearing illustrious names that animate the page of history and are indissolubly bound up with the glorious annals of their great country. They are the phantoms of a past but real aristocracy, an aristocracy that was founded on an intelligible principle which claimed great privileges for great purposes, whose hereditary duties were such that their possessors were perpetually in the eye of the nation, and who maintained, and in a certain point of view justified, their pre-eminence by constant illustration. It pleased Lord Monmouth to show great courtesies to a fallen race with whom he sympathised, whose fathers had been his friends in the days of his hot youth, whose mothers he had made love to, whose palaces had been his home, whose brilliant fêtes he remembered, whose fanciful splendour excited his early imagination, and whose magnificent and wanton luxury had developed his own predisposition for boundless enjoyment. Soubise and his suppers, his cutlets and his mistresses, the profuse and embarrassed de Laurager, who sighed for the entire ruin as for a strange luxury which perpetually eluded his grasp. These were the heroes of the olden time that Lord Monmouth worshipped, the wisdom of our ancestors which he appreciated, and he turned to their recollection for relief from the vulgar prudence of the degenerate days on which he had fallen, days when nobles must be richer than other men, or they ceased to have any distinction. It was impossible not to be struck by the effective appearance of Lady Monmouth as she received her guests in grand toilet preparatory to the ball, white satin and minever, a brilliant tiara. Her fine form, her costume of a fashion as perfect as its materials were sumptuous, and her presence always commanding and distinguished, produced a general effect to which few could be insensible. It was the triumph of mien over mere beauty of countenance. The hotel of Madame S. de R. is not more distinguished by its profuse decoration than by the fine taste which has guided the vast expenditure. Its halls of arabesque are almost without a rival. There is not the slightest embellishment in which the hand and feeling of art are not recognised. The rooms were very crowded. Everybody distinguished in Paris was there. The lady of the court, the Duchess of the Faubourg, the wife of the financier, the constitutional throne, the old monarchy, the modern bourse, were alike represented. Marshals of the empire, ministers of the crown, dukes and marquises whose ancestors lounged in the Œil de Bœuf, diplomatists of all countries, eminent foreigners of all nations, deputies who led sections, members of learned and scientific academies, occasionally a stray poet. A sea of sparkling tiaras, brilliant bouquets, glittering stars, and glowing ribbons, many beautiful faces, many famous ones, unquestionably the general air of a first-rate Parisian saloon on a great occasion is not easily equalled. In London there is not the variety of guests, nor the same size and splendour of saloons. Our houses are too small for reception. Coningsby, who had stolen away from his grandfather's before the rest of the guests, was delighted with the novelty of the splendid scene. He had been in Paris long enough to make some acquaintances, and mostly with celebrated personages. In his long fruitless endeavour to enter the saloon in which they danced, he found himself hustled against the illustrious Baron von H., whom he had sat next to at a dinner a few days before at Count M.'s. "It is more difficult than cutting through the Isthmus of Panama, Baron," said Coningsby, alluding to a past conversation. "Infinitely," replied Monsieur de H., smiling, "for I would undertake to cut through the Isthmus, and I cannot engage that I shall enter this ball-room." Time, however, brought Coningsby into that brilliant chamber. What a blaze of light and loveliness! How coquettish are the costumes, how vivid the flowers! To sounds of stirring melody, beautiful beings move with grace. Grace, indeed, is beauty in action. Here, where all are fair and everything is attractive, his eye is suddenly arrested by one object, a form of surpassing grace among the graceful, among the beauteous a countenance of unrivalled beauty. She was young among the youthful, a face of sunshine amid all that artificial light, her head placed upon her finely moulded shoulders with a queen-like grace, a coronet of white roses on her dark brown hair, her only ornament. It was the beauty of the picture gallery. The eye of Coningsby never quitted her. When the dance ceased he had an opportunity of seeing her nearer. He met her walking with her cavalier, and he was conscious that she observed him. Finally he remarked that she resumed a seat next to the lady whom he had mistaken for her mother, but had afterwards understood to be Lady Wallinger. Coningsby returned to the other saloons. He witnessed the entrance and reception of Lady Monmouth, who moved on towards the ball-room. Soon after this Sidonia arrived. He came in with the still handsome and ever courteous Duke D. Observing Coningsby, he stopped to present him to the Duke. While thus conversing, the Duke, who was fond of the English, observed, "See here your beautiful countrywoman that all the world are talking of. That is her uncle. He brings to me letters from one of your lords, whose name I cannot recollect." And Sir Joseph and his lovely niece veritably approached. The Duke addressed them, asked them in the name of his Duchess to a concert on the next Thursday, and after 1,000 compliments moved on. Sidonia stopped. Coningsby could not refrain from lingering, but stood a little apart, and was about to move away, when there was a whisper, of which, without hearing a word, he could not resist the impression that he was the subject. He felt a little embarrassed, and was retiring, when he heard Sidonia reply to an inquiry of the lady, "The same," and then turning to Coningsby, said aloud, "Coningsby, Miss Millbank says that you have forgotten her." Coningsby started, advanced, coloured a little, could not conceal his surprise. The lady too, though more prepared, was not without confusion, and for an instant looked down. Coningsby recalled at that moment the long dark eyelashes and the beautiful bashful countenance that had so charmed him at Millbank. But 2 years had otherwise effected a wonderful change in the sister of his school-day friend, and transformed the silent, embarrassed girl into a woman of surpassing beauty and of the most graceful and impressive mien. "It is not surprising that Mr. Coningsby should not recollect my niece," said Sir Joseph, addressing Sidonia, and wishing to cover their mutual embarrassment; "but it is impossible for her, or for any one connected with her, not to be anxious at all times to express to him our sense of what we all owe him." Coningsby and Miss Millbank were now in full routine conversation, consisting of questions: how long she had been at Paris, when she had heard last from Millbank, how her father was, Also, how was her brother? Sidonia made an observation to Sir Joseph on a passer-by, and then himself moved on, Coningsby accompanying his new friends in a contrary direction to the refreshment room to which they were proceeding. "And you have passed a winter at Rome," said Coningsby. "How I envy you! I feel that I shall never be able to travel." "And why not?" "Life has become so stirring that there is ever some great cause that keeps one at home. Life, on the contrary, so swift that all may see now that of which they could once only read." "The golden and silver sides of the shield," said Coningsby with a smile. "And you, like a good knight, will maintain your own." "No, I would follow yours." "You have not heard lately from Oswald?" "Oh yes, I think there are no such faithful correspondents as we are. I only wish we could meet." "You will soon, but he is such a devotee of Oxford, quite a monk, and you too, Mr. Coningsby, are much occupied." "Yes, and at the same time as Millbank. I was in hopes, when I once paid you a visit, I might have found your brother." "But that was such a rapid visit," said Miss Millbank. "I always remember it with delight," said Coningsby. "You were willing to be pleased, but Millbank, notwithstanding Rome, commands my affections, and in spite of this surrounding splendour, I could have wished to have passed my Christmas in Lancashire." "Mr. Millbank has lately purchased a very beautiful place in the country. I became acquainted with Hellingsley when staying at my grandfather's." "Ah, I have never seen it. Indeed, I was much surprised that papa became its purchaser, because he will never live there, and Oswald, I am sure, could never be tempted to quit Millbank. You know what enthusiastic ideas he had of his order." "Like all his ideas, sound and high and pure. I always duly appreciated your brother's great abilities, and what is far more important, his lofty mind. When I recollect our Eton days, I cannot understand how more than 2 years have passed away without our being together. I am sure the fault is mine. I might now have been at Oxford instead of Paris. And yet," added Coningsby, "that would have been a sad mistake, since I should not have had the happiness of being here." "Oh yes, that would have been a sad mistake," said Miss Millbank. "Edith," said Sir Joseph, rejoining his niece, from whom he had been momentarily separated. "Edith, this is Monsieur Thiers." In the meantime Sidonia reached the ball room, and sitting near the entrance was Lady Monmouth, who immediately addressed him. He was, as usual, intelligent and unimpassioned, and yet not without a delicate deference which is flattering to women, especially if not altogether unworthy of it. Sidonia always admired Lucretia, and preferred her society to that of most persons. But the lady was in error in supposing that she had conquered or could vanquish his heart. Sidonia was one of those men, not so rare as may be supposed, who shrink above all things from an adventure of gallantry with a woman in a position. He had neither time nor temper for sentimental circumvolutions. He detested the diplomacy of passion, protocols, protracted negotiations, conferences, correspondence, treaties projected, ratified, violated. He had no genius for the tactics of intrigue, your reconnoitrings and marchings and countermarchings, sappings and minings, assaults, sometimes surrenders and sometimes repulses. All the solemn and studied hypocrisies were to him infinitely wearisome, and if the movements were not merely formal, they irritated him, distracted his feelings, disturbed the tenor of his mind, deranged his nervous system. Something of the old Oriental vein influenced him in his carriage towards women. He was oftener behind the scenes of the opera house than in his box. He delighted too in the society of hetairai. Aspasia was his heroine. Obliged to appear much in what is esteemed pure society, he cultivated the acquaintance of clever women because they interested him, but in such saloons his feminine acquaintances were merely psychological. No lady could accuse him of trifling with her feelings, however decided might be his predilection for her conversation. He yielded at once to an admirer, never trespassed by any chance into the domain of sentiment, never broke, by any accident or blunder, into the irregular paces of flirtation, was a man who notoriously would never diminish by marriage the purity of his race, and one who always maintained that passion and polished life were quite incompatible. He liked the drawing-room and he liked the desert, but he would not consent that either should trench on their mutual privileges. The Princess Lucretia had yielded herself to the spell of Sidonia's society at Coningsby Castle, when she knew that marriage was impossible. But she loved him, and with an Italian spirit. Now they met again, and she was the Marchioness of Monmouth, a very great lady, very much admired, and followed and courted, and very powerful. It is our great moralist who tells us in the immortal page that an affair of gallantry with a great lady is more delightful than with ladies of a lower degree. In this he contradicts the good old ballad, but certain it is that Dr. Johnson announced to Boswell, "Sir, in the case of a countess, the imagination is more excited." But Sidonia was a man on whom the conventional superiorities of life produced as little effect as a flake falling on the glaciers of the high Alps. His comprehension of the world and human nature was too vast and complete. He understood too well the relative value of things to appreciate anything but essential excellence, and that not too much. A charming woman was not more charming to him because she chanced to be an empress in a particular district of one of the smallest planets. A charming woman under any circumstances was not a unique animal. When Sidonia felt a disposition to be spellbound, he used to review in his memory all the charming women of whom he had read in the books of all literatures, and whom he had known himself in every court and clime, and the result of his reflections ever was that the charming woman in question was by no means the paragon which some who had read, seen, and thought less might have been inclined to esteem her. There was indeed no subject on which Sidonia discoursed more felicitously as on woman, and none on which Lord Eskdale more frequently endeavoured to attract him. He would tell you Talmudical stories about our mother Eve and the Queen of Sheba, which would have astonished you. There was not a free lady of Greece, Leontium and Phryne, Lais, Danae, and Lamia, the Egyptian girl Thonis, respecting whom he could not tell you as many diverting tales as if they were ladies of Loretto. Not a nook of Athenseus, not an obscure scholiast, not a passage in a Greek orator, that could throw light on these personages, which was not at his command. What stories he could tell you about Mark Antony and the actress Cytheris in their chariot drawn by tigers! What a character would he paint of that Flora, who gave her gardens to the Roman people! It would draw tears to your eyes. No man was ever so learned in the female manners of the last centuries of polytheism as Sidonia. You would have supposed that he had devoted his studies peculiarly to that period, if you had not chanced to draw him to the Italian Middle Ages. And even these startling revelations were almost eclipsed by his anecdotes of the court of Henry III of France, with every character of which he was as familiar as with the brilliant groups that at this moment filled the saloons of Madame de R. End of chapter 2. Book 6, Chapter 3 of Coningsby or the New Generation by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. The image of Edith Millbank was the last thought of Coningsby as he sank into an agitated slumber. To him had hitherto in general been accorded the precious boon of dreamless sleep. Homer tells us these phantasms come from Jove. They are rather the children of a distracted soul. Coningsby this night lived much in past years, varied by painful perplexities of the present which he could neither subdue nor comprehend. The scene flitted from Eton to the castle of his grandfather, and then he found himself among the pictures of the Rue de Tronchet, but their owner bore the features of the senior Millbank. A beautiful countenance that was alternately the face in the mysterious picture and then that of Edith, haunted him under all circumstances. He woke little refreshed, restless, and yet sensible of some secret joy. He woke to think of her of whom he had dreamed. The light had dawned on his soul. Coningsby loved. Ah, what is that ambition that haunts our youth, that thirst for power or that lust for fame, that forces us from obscurity into the sun-blaze of the world? What are these sentiments so high, so vehement, so ennobling? They vanish, and in an instant, before the glance of a woman. Coningsby had scarcely quitted her side the preceding eve. He hung upon the accents of that clear sweet voice, and sought with tremulous fascination the gleaming splendour of those soft dark eyes. And now he sat in his chamber, with his eyes fixed on vacancy. All thoughts and feelings, pursuits, desires, life, merge in one absorbing sentiment. It is impossible to exist without seeing her again, and instantly. He had requested and gained permission to call on Lady Wallinger. He would not lose a moment in availing himself of it. As early as was tolerably decorous, and before in all probability they could quit their hotel, Coningsby repaired to the Rue de Rivoli to pay his respects to his new friends. As he walked along he indulged in fanciful speculations which connected Edith and the mysterious portrait of his mother. He felt himself, as it were, near the fulfilment of some fate, and on the threshold of some critical discovery. He recalled the impatient, even alarmed expressions of Rigby at Montham 6 years ago, when he proposed to invite young Millbank to his grandfather's dinner. The vindictive feud that existed between the two families, and for which political opinion, or even party passion, could not satisfactorily account. And he reasoned himself into a conviction that the solution of many perplexities was at hand, and that all would be consummated to the satisfaction of every one by his unexpected but inevitable agency. Coningsby found Sir Joseph alone. The worthy baronet was at any rate no participator in Mr. Millbank's vindictive feelings against Lord Monmouth. On the contrary, he had a very high respect for a marquess, whatever might be his opinions, and no mean consideration for a marquess's grandson. Sir Joseph had inherited a large fortune made by commerce, and had increased it by the same means. He was a middle-class Whig, had faithfully supported the party in his native town during the days they wandered in the wilderness, and had well earned his share of the milk and honey when they had vanquished the promised land. In the springtide of liberalism, when the world was not analytical of free opinions, and odious distinctions were not drawn between finality men and progressive reformers, Mr. Wallinger had been the popular leader of a powerful body of his fellow citizens who had returned him to the first reformed Parliament, and where, in spite of many a menacing registration, he had contrived to remain. He had never given a radical vote without the permission of the Secretary of the Treasury, and was not afraid of giving an unpopular one to serve his friends. He was not like that distinguished Liberal who, after dining with the late Whig Premier, expressed his gratification and his gratitude by assuring his Lordship that he might count on his support on all popular questions. "I want men who will support the government on all unpopular questions," replied the witty statesman. Mr. Wallinger was one of these men. His high character and strong purse were always in the front rank in the hour of danger. His support in the House was limited to his votes, but in other places equally important, at a meeting of a political club, or in Downing Street, he could find his tongue, take what is called a practical view of a question, adopt what is called an independent tone, reanimate confidence in ministers, check mutiny, and set a bright and bold example to the wavering. A man of his property, and high character, and sound views, so practical and so independent, this was evidently the block from which a baronet should be cut, and in due time he figured Sir Joseph. A Spanish gentleman of ample means, and of a good Catalan family, flying during a political convulsion in England, arrived with his 2 daughters at Liverpool, and bore letters of introduction to the house of Wallinger. Some little time after this, by one of those stormy vicissitudes of political fortune, of late years not unusual in the Peninsula, he returned to his native country, and left his children, and the management of that portion of his fortune that he had succeeded in bringing with him, under the guardianship of the father of the present Sir Joseph. This gentleman was about again to become an exile, when he met with an untimely end in one of those terrible tumults of which Barcelona is the frequent scene. The younger Wallinger was touched by the charms of one of his father's wards. Her beauty of a character to which he was unaccustomed, her accomplishments of society, and the refinement of her manners, conspicuous in the circle in which he lived, captivated him; and though they had no heir, the union had been one of great felicity. Sir Joseph was proud of his wife. He secretly considered himself, though his tone was as liberal and independent as in old days, to be on the threshold of aristocracy, and was conscious that Lady Wallinger played her part not unworthily in the elevated circles in which they now frequently found themselves. Sir Joseph was fond of great people, and not averse to travel; because, bearing a title and being a member of the British Parliament, and always moving with the appendages of wealth, servants, carriages, and couriers, and fortified with no lack of letters from the Foreign Office, he was everywhere acknowledged and received and treated as a personage; was invited to court balls, dined with ambassadors, and found himself and his lady at every festival of distinction. The elder Millbank had been Joseph Wallinger's youthful friend. Different as were their dispositions and the rate of their abilities, their political opinions were the same, and commerce habitually connected their interests. During a visit to Liverpool, Millbank had made the acquaintance of the sister of Lady Wallinger, and had been a successful suitor for her hand. This lady was the mother of Edith and of the schoolfellow of Coningsby. It was only within a very few years that she had died. She had scarcely lived long enough to complete the education of her daughter, to whom she was devoted, and on whom she lavished the many accomplishments that she possessed. Lady Wallinger, having no children, and being very fond of her niece, had watched over Edith with infinite solicitude, and finally had persuaded Mr. Millbank that it would be well that his daughter should accompany them in their somewhat extensive travels. It was not, therefore, only that nature had developed a beautiful woman out of a bashful girl since Coningsby's visit to Millbank, but really every means and every opportunity that could contribute to render an individual capable of adorning the most accomplished circles of life, had naturally and without effort fallen to the fortunate lot of the manufacturer's daughter. Edith possessed an intelligence equal to those occasions. Without losing the native simplicity of her character, which sprang from the heart, and which the strong and original bent of her father's mind had fostered, she had imbibed all the refinement and facility of the polished circles in which she moved. She had a clear head, a fine taste, and a generous spirit; had received so much admiration that, though by no means insensible to homage, her heart was free; was strongly attached to her family; and notwithstanding all the splendour of Rome and the brilliancy of Paris, her thoughts were often in her Saxon valley, amid the green hills and busy factories of Millbank. Sir Joseph, finding himself alone with the grandson of Lord Monmouth, was not very anxious that the ladies should immediately appear. He thought this a good opportunity of getting at what are called the real feelings of the Tory party, and he began to pump with a seductive semblance of frankness. For his part, he had never doubted that a Conservative government was ultimately inevitable; had told Lord John so 2 years ago; and between themselves Lord John was of the same opinion. The present position of the Whigs was the necessary fate of all progressive parties; could not see exactly how it would end; thought sometimes it must end in a fusion of parties, but could not well see how that could be brought about, at least at present. For his part, should be happy to witness a union of the best men of all parties for the preservation of peace and order without any reference to particular opinions. And in that sense of the word, it was not at all impossible that he might find it his duty some day to support a Conservative government. Sir Joseph was much astonished when Coningsby, who, being somewhat impatient for the entrance of the ladies, was rather more abrupt than was his wont, told the worthy baronet that he looked upon a government without distinct principles of policy as only a stop-gap to a wide-spread and demoralising anarchy; that he, for one, could not comprehend how a free government could endure without national opinions to uphold it, and that governments for the preservation of peace and order, and nothing else, had better be sought in China, or among the Austrians, the Chinese of Europe. As for Conservative government, the natural question was, what do you mean to conserve? Do you mean to conserve things, or only names, realities, or merely appearances? Or do you mean to continue the system commenced in 1834, and with a hypocritical reverence for the principles, and a superstitious adhesion to the forms of the old exclusive constitution, carry on your policy by latitudinarian practice? Sir Joseph stared. It was the first time that any inkling of the views of the new generation had caught his ear. They were strange and unaccustomed accents. He was extremely perplexed, could by no means make out what his companion was driving at. At length, with a rather knowing smile, expressive as much of compassion as comprehension, he remarked, "Ah, I see, you are a regular Orangeman." "I look upon an Orangeman," said Coningsby, "as a pure Whig, the only professor and practiser of unadulterated Whiggism." This was too much for Sir Joseph, whose political knowledge did not reach much further back than the ministry of the Mediocrities, hardly touched the times of the Corresponding Society; but he was a cautious man, and never replied in haste. He was about feeling his way, when he experienced the golden advantage of gaining time, for the ladies entered. The heart of Coningsby throbbed as Edith appeared. She extended to him her hand, her face radiant with kind expression. Lady Wallinger seemed gratified also by his visit. She had much elegance in her manner, a calm, soft address, and she spoke English with a sweet Doric irregularity. They all sat down, talked of the last night's ball, of 1,000 things. There was something animating in the frank, cheerful spirit of Edith. She had a quick eye both for the beautiful and the ridiculous, and threw out her observations in terse and vivid phrases. An hour, and more than an hour, passed away, and Coningsby still found some excuse not to depart. It seemed that on this morning they were about to make an expedition into the antique city of Paris, to visit some old hotels which retained their character. Especially they had heard much of the hotel of the Archbishop of Sens, with its fortified courtyard. Coningsby expressed great interest in the subject, and showed some knowledge. Sir Joseph invited him to join the party, which of all things in the world was what he most desired. Chapter 4. Not a day elapsed without Coningsby being in the company of Edith. Time was precious for him, for the spires and pinnacles of Cambridge already began to loom in the distance, and he resolved to make the most determined efforts not to lose a day of his liberty. And yet to call every morning in the Rue de Rivoli was an exploit which surpassed even the audacity of love. More than once, making the attempt, his courage failed him, and he turned into the gardens of the Tuileries, and only watched the windows of the house. Circumstances, however, favoured him. He received a letter from Oswald Millbank. He was bound to communicate in person this evidence of his friend's existence, and when he had to reply to the letter, he must necessarily inquire whether his friend's relatives had any message to transmit to him. These, however, were only slight advantages. What assisted Coningsby in his plans and wishes was the great pleasure which Sidonia, with whom he passed a great deal of his time, took in the society of the Wallingers and their niece. Sidonia presented Lady Wallinger with his opera box during her stay at Paris, invited them frequently to his agreeable dinner parties, and announced his determination to give a ball, which Lady Wallinger esteemed a delicate attention to Edith, while Lady Monmouth flattered herself that the festival sprang from the desire she had expressed of seeing the celebrated hotel of Sidonia to advantage. Coningsby was very happy. His morning visits to the Rue de Rivoli seemed always welcome, and seldom an evening elapsed in which he did not find himself in the society of Edith. She seemed not to wish to conceal that his presence gave her pleasure, and although she had many admirers, and had an airy graciousness for all of them, Coningsby sometimes indulged the exquisite suspicion that there was a flattering distinction in her carriage to himself. Under the influence of these feelings, he began daily to be more conscious that separation would be an intolerable calamity. He began to meditate upon the feasibility of keeping half a term, and of postponing his departure to Cambridge to a period nearer the time when Edith would probably return to England. In the meanwhile, the Parisian world talked much of the grand fête which was about to be given by Sidonia. Coningsby heard much of it one day when dining at his grandfather's. Lady Monmouth seemed very intent on the occasion. Even Lord Monmouth half talked of going, though for his part he wished people would come to him, and never ask him to their houses. That was his idea of society. He liked the world, but he liked to find it under his own roof. He grudged them nothing, so that they would not insist upon the reciprocity of cold catching, and would eat his good dinners instead of insisting on his eating their bad ones. "But Monsieur Sidonia's cook is a gem, they say," observed an attaché of an embassy. "I have no doubt of it. Sidonia is a man of sense, almost the only man of sense I know. I never caught him tripping. He never makes a false move. Sidonia is exactly the sort of man I like. You know you cannot deceive him, and that he does not want to deceive you. I wish he liked a rubber more. Then he would be perfect." "They say he is going to be married," said the attaché. "Pooh!" said Lord Monmouth. "Married!" exclaimed Lady Monmouth. "To whom?" "To your beautiful countrywoman, la belle Anglaise, that all the world talks of," said the attaché. "And who may she be, pray?" said the Marquess. "I have so many beautiful countrywomen." "Mademoiselle Millbank," said the attaché. "Millbank!" said the Marquess, with a lowering brow. "There are so many Millbanks. Do you know what Millbank this is, Harry?" he inquired of his grandson, who had listened to the conversation with rather an embarrassed and even agitated spirit. "What, sir? Yes, Millbank?" said Coningsby. "I say, do you know who this Millbank is?" "Oh, Miss Millbank! Yes, I believe. That is, I know a daughter of the gentleman who purchased some property near you." "Oh, that fellow! Has he got a daughter here?" "The most beautiful girl in Paris," said the attaché. "Lady Monmouth, have you seen this beauty that Sidonia is going to marry?" he added, with a fiendish laugh. "I have seen the young lady," said Lady Monmouth, "but I had not heard that Monsieur Sidonia was about to marry her." "Is she so very beautiful?" inquired another gentleman. "Yes," said Lady Monmouth, calm but pale. "Pooh!" said the Marquess again. "I assure you that it is a fact," said the attaché, "not at least an on dit. I have it from a quarter that could not well be mistaken." Behold a little snatch of ordinary dinner gossip that left a very painful impression on the minds of three individuals who were present. The name of Millbank revived in Lord Monmouth's mind a sense of defeat, discomfiture, and disgust. Hellingsley, lost elections, and Mr. Rigby, three subjects which Lord Monmouth had succeeded for a time in expelling from his sensations. His lordship thought that, in all probability, this beauty of whom they spoke so highly was not really the daughter of his foe, that it was some confusion which had arisen from the similarity of names. Nor did he believe that Sidonia was going to marry her, whoever she might be. But a variety of things had been said at dinner, and a number of images had been raised in his mind that touched his spleen. He took his wine freely, and, the usual consequence of that proceeding with Lord Monmouth, became silent and sullen. As for Lady Monmouth, she had learned that Sidonia, whatever might be the result, was paying very marked attention to another woman, for whom undoubtedly he was giving that very ball which she had flattered herself was a homage to her wishes, and for which she had projected a new dress of eclipsing splendour. Coningsby felt quite sure that the story of Sidonia's marriage with Edith was the most ridiculous idea that ever entered into the imagination of man. At least he thought he felt quite sure. But the idlest and wildest report that the woman you love is about to marry another is not comfortable. Besides, he could not conceal from himself that between the Wallingers and Sidonia there existed a remarkable intimacy fully extended to their niece. He had seen her certainly on more than one occasion in lengthened and apparently earnest conversation with Sidonia, who, by the by, spoke with her often in Spanish, and never concealed his admiration of her charms or the interest he found in her society. And Edith, what after all had passed between Edith and himself which should at all gainsay this report, which he had been particularly assured was not a mere report, but came from a quarter that could not well be mistaken? She had received him with kindness. And how should she receive one who was the friend and preserver of her only brother, and apparently the intimate and cherished acquaintance of her future husband? Coningsby felt that sickness of the heart that accompanies one's first misfortune. The illusions of life seemed to dissipate and disappear. He was miserable. He had no confidence in himself, in his future. After all, what was he? A dependent on a man of very resolute will and passions. Could he forget the glance with which Lord Monmouth caught the name of Millbank, and received the intimation of Hellingsley? It was a glance for a Spagnoletto or a Caravaggio to catch and immortalise. Why, if Edith were not going to marry Sidonia, how was he ever to marry her, even if she cared for him? Oh, what a future of unbroken, continuous, interminable misery awaited him! Was there ever yet born a being with a destiny so dark and dismal? He was the most forlorn of men, utterly wretched. He had entirely mistaken his own character. He had no energy, no abilities, not a single eminent quality. All was over. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. It was fated that Lady Monmouth should not be present at that ball, the anticipation of which had occasioned her so much pleasure and some pangs. On the morning after that slight conversation which had so disturbed the souls, though unconsciously to each other, of herself and Coningsby, the Marquess was driving Lucretia up the Avenue Marigny in his phaeton. About the centre of the avenue the horses took fright and started off at a wild pace. The Marquess was an experienced whip, calm and with exertion still very powerful. He would have soon mastered the horses had not one of the reins unhappily broken. The horses swerved. The Marquess kept his seat. Lucretia, alarmed, sprang up. The carriage was dashed against the trunk of a tree, and she was thrown out of it at the very instant that one of the outriders had succeeded in heading the equipage and checking the horses. The Marchioness was senseless. Lord Monmouth had descended from the phaeton. Several passengers had assembled. The door of a contiguous house was opened. There were offers of service, sympathy, inquiries, a babel of tongues, great confusion. "Get surgeons and send for her maid," said Lord Monmouth to one of the servants. In the midst of this distressing tumult, Sidonia, on horseback, followed by a groom, came up the avenue from the Champs-Élysées. The empty phaeton, reins broken, horses held by strangers, all the appearances of a misadventure, attracted him. He recognized the livery. He instantly dismounted. Moving aside the crowd, he perceived Lady Monmouth senseless and prostrate, and her husband without assistance, restraining the injudicious efforts of the bystanders. "Let us carry her in, Lord Monmouth," said Sidonia, exchanging a recognition as he took Lucretia in his arms, and bore her into the dwelling that was at hand. Those who were standing at the door assisted him. The woman of the house and Lord Monmouth only were present. "I would hope there is no fracture," said Sidonia, placing her on a sofa, "nor does it appear to me that the percussion of the head, though considerable, could have been fatally violent. I have caught her pulse. Keep her in a horizontal position, and she will soon come to herself." The Marquess seated himself in a chair by the side of the sofa, which Sidonia had advanced to the middle of the room. Lord Monmouth was silent and very serious. Sidonia opened the window, and touched the brow of Lucretia with water. At this moment Monsieur Villebecque and a surgeon entered the chamber. "The brain cannot be affected with that pulse," said the surgeon. "There is no fracture." "How pale she is!" said Lord Monmouth, as if he were examining a picture. "The colour seems to me to return," said Sidonia. The surgeon applied some restoratives, which he had brought with him. The face of the Marchioness showed signs of life. She stirred. "She revives," said the surgeon. The Marchioness breathed with some force again, then half opened her eyes, and then instantly closed them. "If I could but get her to take this draught," said the surgeon. "Stop, moisten her lips first," said Sidonia. They placed the draught to her mouth. In a moment she put forth her hand as if to repress them, then opened her eyes again and sighed. "She is herself," said the surgeon. "Lucretia," said the Marquess. "Sidonia," said the Marchioness. Lord Monmouth looked round to invite his friend to come forward. "Lady Monmouth," said Sidonia, in a gentle voice. She started, rose a little on the sofa, stared around her. "Where am I?" she exclaimed. "With me," said the Marquess, and he bent forward to her and took her hand. "Sidonia?" she again exclaimed, in a voice of inquiry. "Is here," said Lord Monmouth. "He carried you in after our accident." "Accident? Why is he going to marry?" The Marquess took a pinch of snuff. There was an awkward pause in the chamber. "I think now," said Sidonia to the surgeon, "that Lady Monmouth would take the draught." She refused it. "Try you, Sidonia," said the Marquess rather dryly. "You feel yourself again?" said Sidonia, advancing. "Would I did not," said the Marchioness, with an air of stupor. "What has happened? Why am I here? Are you married?" "She wanders a little," said Sidonia. The Marquess took another pinch of snuff. "I could have borne even repulsion," said Lady Monmouth, in a voice of desolation, "but not for another." "Monsieur Villebecque?" said the Marquess. "My lord?" Lord Monmouth looked at him with that irresistible scrutiny which would daunt a galley slave, and then, after a short pause, said, "The carriage should have arrived by this time. Let us get home." Chapter 6. After the conversation at dinner which we have noticed, the restless and disquieted Coningsby wandered about Paris, vainly seeking in the distraction of a great city some relief from the excitement of his mind. His first resolution was immediately to depart for England, but when, on reflection, he was mindful that, after all, the assertion which had so agitated him might really be without foundation, in spite of many circumstances that to his regardful fancy seemed to accredit it, his firm resolution began to waver. These were the first pangs of jealousy that Coningsby had ever experienced, and they revealed to him the immensity of the stake which he was hazarding on a most uncertain die. The next morning he called in the Rue Rivoli, and was informed that the family were not at home. He was returning under the arcades towards the Rue Saint Florentin, when Sidonia passed him in an opposite direction, on horseback and at a rapid rate. Coningsby, who was not observed by him, could not resist a strange temptation to watch for a moment his progress. He saw him enter the court of the hotel where the Wallinger family was staying. Would he come forth immediately? No. Coningsby stood still and pale. Minute followed minute. Coningsby flattered himself that Sidonia was only speaking to the porter. Then he would fain believe Sidonia was writing a note. Then, crossing the street, he mounted by some steps the terrace of the Tuileries, nearly opposite the hotel of the Minister of Finance, and watched the house. A quarter of an hour elapsed. Sidonia did not come forth. They were at home to him, only to him. Sick at heart, infinitely wretched, scarcely able to guide his steps, dreading even to meet an acquaintance, and almost feeling that his tongue would refuse the office of conversation, he contrived to meet his grandfather's hotel, and was about to bury himself in his chamber, when on the staircase he met Flora. Coningsby had not seen her for the last fortnight. Seeing her now, his heart smote him for his neglect, excusable as it really was. Any one else at this time he would have hurried by without a recognition, but the gentle and suffering Flora was too meek to be rudely treated by so kind a heart as Coningsby's. He looked at her. She was pale and agitated. Her step trembled, while she still hastened on. "What is the matter?" inquired Coningsby. "My lord, the Marchioness are in danger, thrown from their carriage." Briefly she detailed to Coningsby all that had occurred; that Monsieur Villebecque had already repaired to them; that she herself only this moment had learned the intelligence that seemed to agitate her to the centre. Coningsby instantly turned with her; but they had scarcely emerged from the courtyard when the carriage approached that brought Lord and Lady Monmouth home. They followed it into the court. They were immediately at its door. "All is right, Harry," said the Marquess, calm and grave. Coningsby pressed his grandfather's hand. Then he assisted Lucretia to alight. "I am quite well," she said, "now." "But you must lean on me, dearest Lady Monmouth," Coningsby said in a tone of tenderness, as he felt Lucretia almost sinking from him; and he supported her into the hall of the hotel. Lord Monmouth had lingered behind. Flora crept up to him, and with unwonted boldness offered her arm to the Marquess. He looked at her with a glance of surprise, and then a softer expression, one indeed of an almost winning sweetness, which, though rare, was not a stranger to his countenance, melted his features, and taking the arm so humbly presented, he said, "Ma petite, you look more frightened than any of us. Poor child!" He had reached the top of the flight of steps. He withdrew his arm from Flora, and thanked her with all his courtesy. "You are not hurt then, sir?" she ventured to ask with a look that expressed the infinite solicitude which her tongue did not venture to convey. "By no means, my good little girl," and he extended his hand to her, which she reverently bent over and embraced. Chapter 7. When Coningsby had returned to his grandfather's hotel that morning, it was with the determination to leave Paris the next day for England; but the accident to Lady Monmouth, though, as it ultimately appeared, accompanied by no very serious consequences, quite dissipated this intention. It was impossible to quit them so crudely at such a moment. So he remained another day, and that was the day preceding Sidonia's fête, which he particularly resolved not to attend. He felt it quite impossible that he could again endure the sight of either Sidonia or Edith. He looked upon them as persons who had deeply injured him, though they were really individuals who had treated him with invariable kindness. But he felt their existence was a source of mortification and misery to him. With these feelings, sauntering away the last hours at Paris, disquieted, uneasy, no present, no future, no enjoyment, no hope, really, positively, undeniably unhappy; unhappy too for the first time in his life; the first unhappiness, what a companion piece for the first love! Coningsby, of all places in the world, in the gardens of the Luxembourg, encountered Sir Joseph Wallinger and Edith. To avoid them was impossible; they met face to face; and Sir Joseph stopped and immediately reminded him that it was 3 days since they had seen him, as if to reproach him for so unprecedented a neglect. And it seemed that Edith, though she said not as much, felt the same. And Coningsby turned round and walked with them. He told them he was going to leave Paris on the morrow. "And Monsieur de Sidonia's fate, of which we have all talked so much?" said Edith, with unaffected surprise, and an expression of disappointment which she in vain attempted to conceal. "The festival will not be less gay for my absence," said Coningsby, with that plaintive moroseness not unusual to despairing lovers. "If we were all to argue from the same premises, and act accordingly," said Edith, "the saloons would be empty. But if any person's absence would be remarked, I should really have thought it would be yours. I thought you were one of Monsieur de Sidonia's great friends?" "He has no friends," said Coningsby. "No wise man has. What are friends? Traitors." Edith looked much astonished, and then she said, "I am sure you have not quarrelled with Monsieur de Sidonia, for we have just parted with him." "I have no doubt you have," thought Coningsby. "And it is impossible to speak of another in higher terms than he spoke of you." Sir Joseph observed how unusual it was for Monsieur de Sidonia to express himself so warmly. "Sidonia is a great man, and carries everything before him," said Coningsby. "I am nothing. I cannot cope with him. I retire from the field." "What field?" inquired Sir Joseph, who did not clearly catch the drift of these observations. "It appears to me that a field for action is exactly what Sidonia wants. There is no vent for his abilities and intelligence. He wastes his energy in travelling from capital to capital like a king's messenger. The morning after his fete he is going to Madrid." This brought some reference to their mutual movements. Edith spoke of a return to Lancashire, of her hope that Mr. Coningsby would soon see Oswald, but Mr. Coningsby informed her that though he was going to leave Paris, he had no intention of returning to England; that he had not yet quite made up his mind whither he should go, but thought that he should travel directly to St. Petersburg. He wished to travel overland to Astrakhan. That was the place he was particularly anxious to visit. After this incomprehensible announcement, they walked on for some minutes in silence, broken only by occasional monosyllables, with which Coningsby responded at hazard to the sound remarks of Sir Joseph. As they approached the palace, a party of English who were visiting the Chamber of Peers, and who were acquainted with the companions of Coningsby, encountered them. Amid the mutual recognitions, Coningsby was about to take his leave somewhat ceremoniously, but Edith held forth her hand and said, "Is this indeed farewell?" His heart was agitated, his countenance changed. He retained her hand amid the chattering tourists, too full of their criticisms and their egotistical commonplaces to notice what was passing. A sentimental ebullition seemed to be on the point of taking place. Their eyes met. The look of Edith was mournful and inquiring. "We will say farewell at the ball," said Coningsby, and she rewarded him with a radiant smile. Chapter 8. Sidonia lived in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, in a large hotel that in old days had belonged to the Crillons, but it had received at his hands such extensive alterations that nothing of the original decoration and little of its arrangement remained. A flight of marble steps, ascending from a vast court, led into a hall of great dimensions, which was at the same time an orangery and a gallery of sculpture. It was illumined by a distinct yet soft and subdued light, which harmonized with the beautiful repose of the surrounding forms, and with the exotic perfume that was wafted about. A gallery led from this hall to an inner hall of quite a different character, fantastic, glittering, variegated, full of strange shapes and dazzling objects. The roof was carved and gilt in that honeycomb style prevalent in the Saracenic buildings. The walls were hung with leather stamped in rich and vivid patterns. The floor was a flood of mosaic. About were statues of negroes of human size, with faces of wild expression, and holding in their outstretched hands silver torches that blazed with an almost painful brilliancy. From this inner hall a double staircase of white marble led to the grand suite of apartments. These saloons, lofty, spacious, and numerous, had been decorated principally in encaustic by the most celebrated artists of Munich. The three principal rooms were only separated from each other by columns, covered with rich hangings, on this night drawn aside. The decoration of each chamber was appropriate to its purpose. On the walls of the ball-room, nymphs and heroes moved in measure in Sicilian landscapes or on the azure shore of Aegean waters. From the ceiling, beautiful divinities threw garlands on the guests, who seemed surprised that the roses, unwilling to quit Olympus, would not descend on earth. The general effect of this fair chamber was heightened, too, by that regulation of the house which did not permit any benches in the ball-room. That dignified assemblage, who are always found ranged in precise discipline against the wall, did not here mar the flowing grace of the festivity. The chaperons had no cause to complain. A large saloon abounded in ottomans and easy chairs at their service, where their delicate charges might rest when weary, or find distraction when not engaged. All the world were at this fete of Sidonia. It exceeded in splendour and luxury every entertainment that had yet been given. The highest rank, even princes of the blood, beauty, fashion, fame, all assembled in a magnificent and illuminated palace, resounding with exquisite melody. Coningsby, though somewhat depressed, was not insensible to the magic of the scene. Since the passage in the gardens of the Luxembourg, that tone, that glance, he had certainly felt much relieved, happier. And yet, if it all were, with regard to Sidonia, as unfounded as he could possibly desire, where was he then? Had he forgotten his grandfather, that fell look, that voice of intense detestation? What was Millbank to him? What was the mystery? For of some he could not doubt. The Spanish parentage of Edith had only more perplexed Coningsby. It offered no solution. There could be no connection between a Catalan family and his mother, the daughter of a clergyman in a Midland county. That there was any relationship between the Millbank family and his mother was contradicted by the conviction in which he had been brought up, that his mother had no relations; that she returned to England utterly friendless, without a relative, a connection, an acquaintance to whom she could appeal. Her complete forlornness was stamped upon his brain. Tender as were his years when he was separated from her, he could yet recall the very phrases in which she deplored her isolation, and there were numerous passages in her letters which alluded to it. Coningsby had taken occasion to sound the Wallingers on this subject, but he felt assured from the manner in which his advances were met that they knew nothing of his mother, and attributed the hostility of Mr. Millbank to his grandfather solely to political emulation and local rivalries. Still, there were the portrait and the miniature. That was a fact, a clue which ultimately, he was persuaded, must lead to some solution. Coningsby had met with great social success at Paris. He was at once a favourite. The Parisian dames decided in his favour. He was a specimen of the highest style of English beauty, which is popular in France. His air was acknowledged as distinguished. The men also liked him. He had not quite arrived at that age when you make enemies. The moment, therefore, that he found himself in the saloons of Sidonia, he was accosted by many whose notice was flattering, but his eye wandered while he tried to be courteous and attempted to be sprightly. Where was she? He had nearly reached the ball-room when he met her. She was on the arm of Lord Beaumanoir, who had made her acquaintance at Rome, and originally claimed it as a member of a family who, as the reader may perhaps not forget, had experienced some kindnesses from the Millbanks. There were mutual and hearty recognitions between the young men, great explanations where they had been, what they were doing, where they were going. Lord Beaumanoir told Coningsby he had introduced steeplechases at Rome, and had parted with Sunbeam to the nephew of a cardinal. Coningsby securing Edith's hand for the next dance, they all moved on together to her aunt. Lady Wallinger was indulging in some Roman reminiscences with the Marquis. "And you are not going to Astrakhan to-morrow?" said Edith. "Not to-morrow," said Coningsby. "You know that you said once that life was too stirring in these days to permit travel to a man?" "I wish nothing was stirring," said Coningsby. "I wish nothing to change. All that I wish is, that this fate should never end." "Is it possible that you can be capricious? You perplex me very much." "Am I capricious because I dislike change?" "But Astrakhan!" "It was the air of the Luxembourg that reminded me of the desert," said Coningsby. Soon after this Coningsby led Edith to the dance. It was at a ball that he had first met her at Paris, and this led to other reminiscences, all most interesting. Coningsby was perfectly happy. All mysteries, all difficulties, were driven from his recollection. He lived only in the exciting and enjoyable present. 21 and in love. Some time after this Coningsby, who was inevitably separated from Edith, met his host. "Where have you been, child?" said Sidonia, "that I have not seen you for some days? I am going to Madrid to-morrow." "And I must think, I suppose, of Cambridge." "Well, you have seen something. You will find it more profitable when you have digested it, and you will have opportunity. That's the true spring of wisdom. Meditate over the past. Adventure and contemplation share our being like night and day." The resolute departure for England on the morrow had already changed into a supposed necessity of thinking of returning to Cambridge. In fact, Coningsby felt that to quit Paris and Edith was an impossibility. He silenced the remonstrance of his conscience by the expedient of keeping a half term, and had no difficulty in persuading himself that a short delay in taking his degree could not really be of the slightest consequence. It was the hour for supper. The guests at a French ball are not seen to advantage at this period. The custom of separating the sexes for this refreshment, and arranging that the ladies should partake of it by themselves, though originally founded in a feeling of consideration and gallantry, and with the determination to secure, under all circumstances, the convenience and comfort of the fair sex, is really, in its appearance and its consequences, anything but European, and produces a scene which rather reminds one of the harem of a sultan than a hall of chivalry. To judge from the countenances of the favoured fair, they are not themselves particularly pleased, and when their repast is over, they necessarily return to empty halls, and are deprived of the dance at the very moment when they may feel most inclined to participate in its grateful excitement. These somewhat ungracious circumstances, however, were not attendant on the festival of this night. There was opened in the hotel of Sidonia for the first time a banqueting room which could contain with convenience all the guests. It was a vast chamber of white marble, the golden panels of the walls containing festive sculptures by Schwanthaler, relieved by encaustic tinting. In its centre was a fountain, a group of bacchantes encircling Dionysus, and from this fountain, as from a star, diverged the various tables from which sprang orange trees in fruit and flower. The banquet had but one fault. Coningsby was separated from Edith. The Duchess of Grand Cairo, the beautiful wife of the heir of one of the imperial illustrations, had determined to appropriate Coningsby as her cavalier for the moment. Distracted, he made his escape, but his wandering eye could not find the object of its search, and he fell prisoner to the charming Princess de Petitpois, a Carlist chieftain, whose witty words avenged the cause of fallen dynasties and a cashiered nobility. Behold a scene brilliant in fancy, magnificent in splendour. All the circumstances of his life at this moment were such as acted forcibly on the imagination of Coningsby. Separated from Edith, he had still the delight of seeing her the paragon of that bright company, the consummate being whom he adored, and who had spoken to him in a voice sweeter than a serenade, and had bestowed on him a glance softer than moonlight. The lord of the palace, more distinguished even for his capacity than his boundless treasure, was his chosen friend, gained under circumstances of romantic interest, when the reciprocal influence of their personal qualities was affected by no accessory knowledge of their worldly positions. He himself was in the very bloom of youth and health, the child of a noble house, rich for his present wants, and with a future of considerable fortunes. Entrancing love and dazzling friendship, a high ambition and the pride of knowledge, the consciousness of a great prosperity, the vague, daring energies of the high pulse of 21, all combined to stimulate his sense of existence, which, as he looked round him at the beautiful objects and listened to the delicious sounds, seemed to him a dispensation of almost supernatural ecstasy. About an hour after this the ball-room was still full, but the other saloons gradually emptying. Coningsby entered a chamber which seemed deserted. Yet he heard sounds, as it were, of earnest conversation. It was the voice that invited his progress. He advanced another step, then suddenly stopped. There were two individuals in the room by whom he was noticed. They were Sidonia and Miss Millbank. They were sitting on a sofa, Sidonia holding her hand and endeavouring, as it seemed, to soothe her. Her tones were tremulous, but the expression of her face was fond and confiding. It was all the work of a moment. Coningsby instantly withdrew, yet he could not escape hearing an earnest request from Edith to her companion that he would write to her. In a few seconds Coningsby had quitted the hotel of Sidonia, and the next day found him on his road to England. End of chapter 8. End of book 6. Section 24 of Coningsby, or the New Generation, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 7, Chapter 1. It was one of those gorgeous and enduring sunsets that seemed to linger as if they wished to celebrate the mid-period of the year. Perhaps the beautiful hour of impending twilight never exercises a more effective influence on the soul than when it descends on the aspect of some distant and splendid city. What a contrast between the serenity and repose of our own bosoms and the fierce passions and destructive cares girt in the walls of that multitude whose domes and towers rise in purple lustre against the resplendent horizon. And yet the disturbing emotions of existence and the bitter inheritance of humanity should exercise but a modified sway, and entail but a light burden within the circle of the city into which the next scene of our history leads us. For it is the sacred city of study, of learning, and of faith, and the declining beam is resting on the dome of the Radcliffe, lingering on the towers of Christchurch and Magdalen, sanctifying the spires and pinnacles of holy St. Mary's. A young Oxonian, who had for some time been watching the city in the sunset from a rising ground in its vicinity, lost, as it would seem, in meditation, suddenly rose, and looking at his watch, as if remindful of some engagement, hastened his return at a rapid pace. He reached the High Street as the Blenheim light post coach dashed up to the Star Hotel with that brilliant precision which even the new generation can remember, and yet which already ranks among the traditions of English manners. A peculiar and most animating spectacle used to be the arrival of a first-rate light coach in a country town. The small machine, crowded with so many passengers, the foaming and curvetting leaders, the wheelers more steady and glossy as if they had not done their 10 miles in the hour, the triumphant bugle of the guard, and the haughty routine with which the driver, as he reached his goal, threw his whip to the obedient ostlers in attendance, and, not least, the staring crowd, a little awestruck, and looking for the moment at the lowest official of the stable with considerable respect, altogether made a picture which one recollects with cheerfulness, and misses now in many a dreary market town. Our Oxonian was a young man about the middle height, and naturally of a thoughtful expression and rather reserved mien. The general character of his countenance was, indeed, a little stern, but it broke into an almost bewitching smile, and a blush suffused his face as he sprang forward and welcomed an individual about the same age who had jumped off the Blenheim. "Well, Coningsby!" he exclaimed, extending both his hands. "By Jove, my dear Millbank, we have met at last," said his friend. And here we must for a moment revert to what had occurred to Coningsby since he so suddenly quitted Paris at the beginning of the year. The wound he had received was deep to one unused to wounds. Yet, after all, none had outraged his feelings, no one had betrayed his hopes. He had loved one who had loved another. Misery, but scarcely humiliation. And yet 'tis a bitter pang under any circumstances to find another preferred to yourself. It is about the same blow as one would probably feel if falling from a balloon. Your Icarian flight melts into a grovelling existence scarcely superior to that of a sponge or a coral, or redeemed only from utter insensibility by your frank detestation of your rival. It is quite impossible to conceal that Coningsby had imbibed for Sidonia a certain degree of aversion, which in these days of exaggerated phrase might even be described as hatred. And Edith was so beautiful! And there had seemed between them a sympathy so native and spontaneous, creating at once the charm of intimacy without any of the disenchanting attributes that are occasionally its consequence. He would recall the tones of her voice, the expression of her soft dark eye, the airy spirit and frank graciousness, sometimes even the flattering blush, with which she had ever welcomed one of whom she had heard so long and so kindly. It seemed, to use a sweet and homely phrase, that they were made for each other. The circumstances of their mutual destinies might have combined into one enchanting fate. And yet, had she accorded him that peerless boon, her heart, with what aspect was he to communicate this consummation of all his hopes to his grandfather, ask Lord Monmouth for his blessing and the gracious favour of an establishment for the daughter of his foe, of a man whose name was never mentioned except to cloud his visage? Ah, what was that mystery that connected the haughty house of Coningsby with the humble blood of the Lancashire manufacturer? Why was the portrait of his mother beneath the roof of Millbank? Coningsby had delicately touched upon the subject both with Edith and the Wallingers, but the result of his inquiries only involved the question in deeper gloom. Edith had none but maternal relatives; more than once she had mentioned this, and the Wallingers on other occasions had confirmed the remark. Coningsby had sometimes drawn the conversation to pictures, and he would remind her with playfulness of their first unconscious meeting in the gallery of the Rue Tronchet. Then he remembered that Mr. Millbank was fond of pictures. Then he recollected some specimens of Mr. Millbank's collection, and after touching on several which could not excite suspicion, he came to a portrait of a lady. Was it a portrait or an ideal countenance? Edith thought she had heard it was a portrait, but she was by no means certain, and most assuredly was quite unacquainted with the name of the original, if there were an original. Coningsby addressed himself to the point with Sir Joseph. He inquired of the uncle explicitly whether he knew anything on the subject. Sir Joseph was of opinion that it was something that Millbank had somewhere 'picked up.' Millbank used often to 'pick up' pictures. Disappointed in his love, Coningsby sought refuge in the excitement of study, and in the brooding imagination of an aspiring spirit. The softness of his heart seems to have quitted him for ever. He recurred to his habitual reveries of political greatness and public distinction, and as it ever seemed to him that no preparation could be complete for the career which he planned for himself, he devoted himself with increased ardour to that digestion of knowledge which converts it into wisdom. His life at Cambridge was now a life of seclusion. With the exception of a few Eton friends, he avoided all society. And indeed his acquisitions during this term were such as few have equalled, and could only have been mastered by a mental discipline of a severe and exalted character. At the end of the term Coningsby took his degree, and in a few days was about to quit that university, where on the whole he had passed 3 serene and happy years in the society of fond and faithful friends, and in ennobling pursuits. He had many plans for his impending movements, yet none of them very mature ones. Lord Vere wished Coningsby to visit his family in the north, and afterwards to go to Scotland together. Coningsby was more inclined to travel for a year. Amid this hesitation, a circumstance occurred which decided him to adopt neither of these courses. It was commencement, and coming out of the quadrangle of St. John's, Coningsby came suddenly upon Sir Joseph and Lady Wallinger, who were visiting the marvels and rarities of the university. They were alone. Coningsby was a little embarrassed, for he could not forget the abrupt manner in which he had parted from them. But they greeted him with so much cordiality that he instantly recovered himself, and turning, became their companion. He hardly ventured to ask after Edith. At length, in a depressed tone and a hesitating manner, he inquired whether they had lately seen Miss Millbank. He was himself surprised at the extreme light-heartedness which came over him the moment he heard she was in England, at Millbank, with her family. He always very much liked Lady Wallinger, but this morning he hung over her like a lover, lavished on her unceasing and the most delicate attentions, seemed to exist only in the idea of making the Wallingers enjoy and understand Cambridge, and no one else was to be their guide at any place or under any circumstances. He told them exactly what they were to see, how they were to see it, when they were to see it. He told them of things which nobody did see, but which they should. He insisted that Sir Joseph should dine with them in Hall. Sir Joseph could not think of leaving Lady Wallinger. Lady Wallinger could not think of Sir Joseph missing an opportunity that might never offer again. Besides, they might both join her after dinner. Except to give her husband a dinner, Coningsby evidently intended never to leave her side. And the next morning, the occasion favourable, being alone with the lady, Sir Joseph bustling about a carriage, Coningsby said suddenly, with a countenance a little disturbed, and in a low voice, 'I was surprised, to hear that there was still a Miss Millbank. I thought by this time she might have borne another name?' Lady Wallinger looked at him with an expression of some perplexity, and then said, 'Yes, Edith was much admired, but she need not be precipitate in marrying. Marriage is, for a woman, the event. Edith is too precious to be carelessly bestowed.' 'But I understood,' said Coningsby, 'when I left Paris,' and here he became very confused, 'that Miss Millbank was engaged, on the point of marriage?' 'With whom?' 'Our friend Sidonia.' 'I am sure that Edith would never marry Monsieur de Sidonia, nor Monsieur de Sidonia Edith. 'Tis a preposterous idea,' said Lady Wallinger. 'But he very much admired her?' said Coningsby, with a searching eye. 'Possibly,' said Lady Wallinger, 'but he never even intimated his admiration.' 'But he was very attentive to Miss Millbank.' 'Not more than our intimate friendship authorised, and might expect.' 'You have known Sidonia a long time?' 'It was Monsieur de Sidonia's father who introduced us to the care of Mr. Wallinger,' said Lady Wallinger, 'and therefore I have ever entertained for his son a sincere regard. Besides, I look upon him as a compatriot. Recently he has been even more than usually kind to us, especially to Edith. While we were at Paris he recovered for her a great number of jewels which had been left to her by her uncle in Spain, and, what she prized infinitely more, the whole of her mother's correspondence, which she maintained with this relative since her marriage. Nothing but the influence of Sidonia could have effected this. Therefore, of course, Edith is attached to him almost as much as I am. In short, he is our dearest friend, our counsellor in all our cares. But as for marrying him, the idea is ridiculous to those who know Monsieur Sidonia. No earthly consideration would ever induce him to impair that purity of race on which he prides himself. Besides, there are other obvious objections which would render an alliance between him and my niece utterly impossible. Edith is quite as devoted to her religion as Monsieur Sidonia can be to his race.' A ray of light flashed on the brain of Coningsby as Lady Wallinger said these words. The agitated interview, which never could be explained away, already appeared in quite a different point of view. He became pensive, remained silent, was relieved when Sir Joseph, whose return he had hitherto deprecated, reappeared. Coningsby learnt in the course of the day that the Wallingers were about to make, and immediately, a visit to Hellingsley, their first visit. Indeed, this was the first year that Mr. Millbank had taken up his abode there. He did not much like the change of life, Sir Joseph told Coningsby, but Edith was delighted with Hellingsley, which Sir Joseph understood was a very distinguished place, with fine gardens, of which his niece was particularly fond. When Coningsby returned to his rooms, those rooms which he was soon about to quit for ever, in arranging some papers preparatory to his removal, his eye lighted on a too long unanswered letter of Oswald Millbank. Coningsby had often projected a visit to Oxford, which he much desired to make, but hitherto it had been impossible for him to effect it, except in the absence of Millbank, and he had frequently postponed it that he might combine his first visit to that famous seat of learning with one to his old schoolfellow and friend. Now that was practicable, and immediately Coningsby wrote to apprise Millbank that he had taken his degree, was free, and prepared to pay him immediately the long projected visit. 3 years and more had elapsed since they had quitted Eton. How much had happened in the interval! What new ideas, new feelings, vast and novel knowledge! Though they had not met, they were nevertheless familiar with the progress and improvement of each other's minds. Their suggestive correspondence was too valuable to both of them to have been otherwise than cherished. And now they were to meet on the eve of entering that world for which they had made so sedulous a preparation. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. There are few things in life more interesting than an unrestrained interchange of ideas with a congenial spirit, and there are few things more rare. How very seldom do you encounter in the world a man of great abilities, acquirements, experience, who will unmask his mind, unbutton his brains, and pour forth in careless and picturesque phrase all the results of his studies and observation, his knowledge of men, books, and nature. On the contrary, if a man has by any chance what he conceives an original idea, he hoards it as if it were old gold, and rather avoids the subject with which he is most conversant, from fear that you may appropriate his best thoughts. One of the principal causes of our renowned dulness in conversation is our extreme intellectual jealousy. It must be admitted that in this respect authors, but especially poets, bear the palm. They never think they are sufficiently appreciated, and live in tremor lest a brother should distinguish himself. Artists have the repute of being nearly as bad. And as for a small rising politician, a clever speech by a supposed rival or suspected candidate for office destroys his appetite and disturbs his slumbers. One of the chief delights and benefits of travel is, that one is perpetually meeting men of great abilities, of original mind, and rare acquirements, who will converse without reserve. In these discourses the intellect makes daring leaps and marvellous advances. The tone that colours our afterlife is often caught in these chance colloquies, and the bent given that shapes a career. And yet perhaps there is no occasion when the heart is more open, the brain more quick, the memory more rich and happy, or the tongue more prompt and eloquent, than when two school-day friends, knit by every sympathy of intelligence and affection, meet at the close of their college careers after a long separation, hesitating, as it were, on the verge of active life, and compare together their conclusions of the interval, impart to each other all their thoughts and secret plans and projects, high fancies and noble aspirations, glorious visions of personal fame and national regeneration. Ah, why should such enthusiasm ever die? Life is too short to be little. Man is never so manly as when he feels deeply, acts boldly, and expresses himself with frankness and fervour. Most assuredly there never was a Congress of Friendship wherein more was said and felt than in this meeting, so long projected, and yet perhaps on the whole so happily procrastinated, between Coningsby and Millbank. In a moment they seemed as if they had never parted. Their faithful correspondence, indeed, had maintained the chain of sentiment unbroken. But details are only for conversation. Each poured forth his mind without stint. Not an author that had influenced their taste or judgment but was canvassed and criticised. Not a theory they had framed, or a principle they had adopted, that was not confessed. Often, with boyish glee still lingering with their earnest purpose, they shouted as they discovered that they had formed the same opinion or adopted the same conclusion. They talked all day and late into the night. They condensed into a week the poignant conclusions of 3 years of almost unbroken study. And one night, as they sat together in Millbank's rooms at Oriel, their conversation having for some time taken a political colour, Millbank said, "Now, tell me, Coningsby, exactly what you conceive to be the state of parties in this country, for it seems to me that if we penetrate the surface, the classification must be more simple than their many names would intimate." The principle of the exclusive constitution of England having been conceded by the Acts of 1827, 28, and 32, said Coningsby, a party has arisen in the state who demand that the principle of political liberalism shall consequently be carried to its extent, which it appears to them is impossible without getting rid of the fragments of the old constitution that remain. This is the destructive party, a party with distinct and intelligible principles. They seek a specific for the evils of our social system in the general suffrage of the population. They are resisted by another party, who, having given up exclusion, would only embrace as much liberalism as is necessary for the moment, who, without any embarrassing promulgation of principles, wish to keep things as they find them as long as they can, and then will manage them as they find them as well as they can. But as a party must have the semblance of principles, they take the names of the things that they have destroyed. Thus they are devoted to the prerogatives of the Crown, although in truth the Crown has been stripped of every one of its prerogatives. They affect a great veneration for the Constitution in Church and State, though every one knows that the Constitution in Church and State no longer exists. They are ready to stand or fall with the independence of the Upper House of Parliament, though in practice they are perfectly aware that with their sanction the Upper House has abdicated its initiatory functions and now serves only as a court of review of the legislation of the House of Commons. Whenever public opinion, which this party never attempts to form, to educate, or to lead, falls into some violent perplexity, passion, or caprice, this party yields without a struggle to the impulse, and when the storm has passed, attempts to obstruct and obviate the logical and ultimately the inevitable results of the very measures they have themselves originated or to which they have consented. This is the Conservative party. I care not whether men are called Whigs or Tories, Radicals or Chartists, or by what nickname a bustling and thoughtless race may designate themselves, but these two divisions comprehend at present the English nation. With regard to the first school, I, for one, have no faith in the remedial qualities of a government carried on by a neglected democracy, who for 3 centuries have received no education. What prospect does it offer us of those high principles of conduct with which we have fed our imaginations and strengthened our will? I perceive none of the elements of government that should secure the happiness of a people and the greatness of a realm. But in my opinion, if democracy be combated only by conservatism, democracy must triumph, and at no distant date. This then is our position. The man who enters public life at this epoch has to choose between political infidelity and a destructive creed. This, then, said Millbank, is the dilemma to which we are brought by nearly 2 centuries of parliamentary monarchy and parliamentary church. "'Tis true," said Coningsby, "we cannot conceal it from ourselves that the first has made government detested, and the second religion disbelieved." "Many men in this country," said Millbank, "and especially in the class to which I belong, are reconciled to the contemplation of democracy, because they have accustomed themselves to believe that it is the only power by which we can sweep away those sectional privileges and interests that impede the intelligence and industry of the community." "And yet," said Coningsby, "the only way to terminate what, in the language of the present day, is called class legislation, is not to entrust power to classes. You would find a loco-foco majority as much addicted to class legislation as a factitious aristocracy. The only power that has no class sympathy is the sovereign." "But suppose the case of an arbitrary sovereign, what would be your check against him?" "The same as against an arbitrary parliament." "But a parliament is responsible." "To whom?" "To their constituent body." "Suppose it was to vote itself perpetual." "But public opinion would prevent that." "And is public opinion of less influence on an individual than on a body?" "But public opinion may be indifferent. A nation may be misled, may be corrupt." "If the nation that elects the parliament be corrupt, the elected body will resemble it. The nation that is corrupt deserves to fall. But this only shows that there is something to be considered beyond forms of government, national character. And herein mainly should we repose our hopes. If a nation be led to aim at the good and the great, depend upon it, whatever be its form, the government will respond to its convictions and its sentiments." "Do you then declare against parliamentary government?" "Far from it. I look upon political change as the greatest of evils, for it comprehends all. But if we have no faith in the permanence of the existing settlement, if the very individuals who established it are, year after year, proposing their modifications or their reconstructions, so also, while we uphold what exists, ought we to prepare ourselves for the change we deem impending? Now, I would not that either ourselves or our fellow citizens should be taken unawares as in 1832, when the very men who opposed the Reform Bill offered contrary objections to it which destroyed each other, so ignorant were they of its real character, its historical causes, its political consequences. We should now so act that, when the occasions arrive, we should clearly comprehend what we want, and have formed an opinion as to the best means by which that want can be supplied. Now, I would not that either ourselves or our fellow citizens should be taken unawares as in 1832, when the very men who opposed the Reform Bill offered contrary objections to it which destroyed each other, so ignorant were they of its real character, its historical causes, its political consequences. We should now so act that, when the occasions arrive, we should clearly comprehend what we want, and have formed an opinion as to the best means by which that want can be supplied. For this purpose I would accustom the public mind to the contemplation of an existing though torpid power in the constitution, capable of removing our social grievances, were we to transfer to it those prerogatives which the Parliament has gradually usurped, and used in a manner which has produced the present material and moral disorganisation. The House of Commons is the house of a few. The sovereign is the sovereign of all. The proper leader of the people is the individual who sits upon the throne." "Then you abjure the representative principle?" "Why so? Representation is not necessarily, or even in a principal sense, parliamentary. Parliament is not sitting at this moment, and yet the nation is represented in its highest as well as in its most minute interests. Not a grievance escapes notice and redress. I see in the newspaper this morning that a pedagogue has brutally chastised his pupil. It is a fact known over all England. We must not forget that a principle of government is reserved for our days that we shall not find in our Aristotles, or even in the forests of Tacitus, nor in our Saxon Wittenagemotes, nor in our Plantagenet parliaments. Opinion is now supreme, and opinion speaks in print. The representation of the press is far more complete than the representation of Parliament. Parliamentary representation was the happy device of a ruder age, to which it was admirably adapted, an age of semi-civilization, when there was a leading class in the community, but it exhibits many symptoms of desuetude. It is controlled by a system of representation more vigorous and comprehensive, which absorbs its duties and fulfils them more efficiently, and in which discussion is pursued on fairer terms, and often with more depth and information. And to what power would you entrust the function of taxation? To some power that would employ it more discreetly than in creating our present amount of debt and in establishing our present system of imposts. In a word, true wisdom lies in the policy that would effect its ends by the influence of opinion, and yet by the means of existing forms. Nevertheless, if we are forced to revolutions, let us propose to our consideration the idea of a free monarchy, established on fundamental laws, itself the apex of a vast pile of municipal and local government, ruling an educated people, represented by a free and intellectual press. Before such a royal authority, supported by such a national opinion, the sectional anomalies of our country would disappear. Under such a system, where qualification would not be parliamentary but personal, even statesmen would be educated. We should have no more diplomatists who could not speak French, no more bishops ignorant of theology, no more generals-in-chief who never saw a field. Now there is a polity adapted to our laws, our institutions, our feelings, our manners, our traditions. A polity capable of great ends and appealing to high sentiments. A polity which in my opinion would render government an object of national affection, which would terminate sectional anomalies, assuage religious hearts, and extinguish Chartism. You said to me yesterday, said Millbank after a pause, quoting the words of another which you adopted, that man was made to adore and to obey. Now you have shown me the means by which you deem it possible that government might become no longer odious to the subject. You have shown how man may be induced to obey. But there are duties and interests for man beyond political obedience, and social comfort and national greatness, higher interests and greater duties. How would you deal with their spiritual necessities? You think you can combat political infidelity in a nation by the principle of enlightened loyalty? How would you encounter religious infidelity in a state? By what means is the principle of profound reverence to be revived? How, in short, is man to be led to adore? Ah, that is a subject which I have not forgotten, replied Coningsby. I know from your letters how deeply it has engaged your thoughts. I confess to you that it has often filled mine with perplexity and depression. When we were at Eton, and both of us impregnated with the contrary prejudices in which we had been brought up, there was still between us one common ground of sympathy and trust. We reposed with confidence and affection in the bosom of our Church. Time and thought, with both of us, have only matured the spontaneous veneration of our boyhood. But time and thought have also shown me that the Church of our heart is not in a position, as regards the community, consonant with its original and essential character, or with the welfare of the nation. The character of a Church is universality, replied Millbank. Once the Church in this country was universal in principle and practice. When, wedded to the state, it continued at least universal in principle, if not in practice. What is it now? All ties between the state and the Church are abolished, except those which tend to its danger and degradation. What can be more anomalous than the present connection between state and Church? Every condition on which it was originally consented to has been cancelled. That original alliance was, in my view, an equal calamity for the nation and the Church, but at least it was an intelligible compact. Parliament, then consisting only of members of the Established Church, was, on ecclesiastical matters, a lay synod, and might, in some points of view, be esteemed a necessary portion of Church government. But you have effaced this exclusive character of Parliament. You have determined that a communion with the Established Church shall no longer be part of the qualification for sitting in the House of Commons. There is no reason, so far as the Constitution avails, why every member of the House of Commons should not be a dissenter. But the whole power of the country is concentrated in the House of Commons. The House of Lords, even the monarch himself, has openly announced and confessed within these 10 years that the will of the House of Commons is supreme. A single vote of the House of Commons in 1832 made the Duke of Wellington declare in the House of Lords that he was obliged to abandon his sovereign in the most difficult and distressing circumstances. The House of Commons is absolute. It is the state. L'État c'est moi. The House of Commons virtually appoints the bishops. A sectarian assembly appoints the bishops of the Established Church. They may appoint 20 Hoadleys. James II was expelled the throne because he appointed a Roman Catholic to an Anglican see. A Parliament might do this tomorrow with impunity. And this is the constitution in Church and State which Conservative dinners toast. The only consequences of the present union of Church and State are, that on the side of the State there is perpetual interference in ecclesiastical government, and, on the side of the Church, a sedulous avoidance of all those principles on which alone Church government can be established, and by the influence of which alone can the Church of England again become universal. But it is urged that the State protects its revenues. No ecclesiastical revenues should be safe that require protection. Modern history is a history of Church spoliation. And by whom? Not by the people, not by the democracy. No, it is the emperor, the king, the feudal baron, the court minion. The estate of the Church is the estate of the people, so long as the Church is governed on its real principles. The Church is the medium by which the despised and degraded classes assert the native equality of man and vindicate the rights and power of intellect. It made, in the darkest hour of Norman rule, the son of a Saxon pedlar primate of England, and placed Nicholas Breakspear, a Hertfordshire peasant, on the throne of the Caesars. It would do as great things now if it were divorced from the degrading and tyrannical connection that enchains it. You would have other sons of peasants bishops of England, instead of men appointed to that sacred office solely because they were the needy scions of a factitious aristocracy, men of gross ignorance, profligate habits, and grinding extortion, who have disgraced the episcopal throne and profaned the altar. But surely you cannot justly extend such a description to the present bench? Surely not. I speak of the past that has produced so much present evil. We live in decent times, frigid, latitudinarian, alarmed, decorous. A priest is scarcely deemed in our days a fit successor to the authors of the Gospels, if he be not the editor of a Greek play. And he who follows St. Paul must now at least have been private tutor of some young nobleman who has taken a good degree. And then you are all astonished that the Church is not universal. Why? Nothing but the indestructibleness of its principles, however feebly pursued, could have maintained even the disorganized body that still survives. And yet, my dear Coningsby, with all its past errors and all its present deficiencies, it is by the Church, I would have said until I listened to you to-night, by the Church alone that I see any chance of regenerating the national character. The parochial system, though shaken by the fatal Poor Law, is still the most ancient, the most comprehensive, and the most popular institution of the country. The younger priests are, in general, men whose souls are awake to the high mission which they have to fulfil, and which their predecessors so neglected. There is, I think, a rising feeling in the community that parliamentary intercourse in matters ecclesiastical has not tended either to the spiritual or the material elevation of the humbler orders. Divorce the Church from the State, and the spiritual power that struggled against the brute force of the Dark Ages, against tyrannical monarchs and barbarous barons, will struggle again in opposition to influences of a different form, but of a similar tendency, equally selfish, equally insensible, equally barbarizing. The priests of God are the tribunes of the people. O ignorant, that with such a mission they should ever have cringed in the antechambers of ministers, or bowed before parliamentary committees. The utilitarian system is dead, said Coningsby. It has passed through the heaven of philosophy like a hailstorm, cold, noisy, sharp, and peppering, and it has melted away. And yet can we wonder that it found some success when we consider the political ignorance and social torpor which it assailed? Anointed kings turned into chief magistrates, and therefore much overpaid. Estates of the realm changed into parliaments of virtual representation, and therefore requiring real reform. Holy Church transformed into national establishment, and therefore grumbled at by all the nation for whom it was not supported. What an inevitable harvest of sedition, radicalism, and infidelity! I really think there is no society, however great its resources, that could long resist the united influences of chief magistrate, virtual representation, and church establishment. I have immense faith in the new generation, said Millbank eagerly. It is a holy thing to see a state saved by its youth, said Coningsby. And then he added, in a tone of humility, if not of depression, but what a task! What a variety of qualities, what a combination of circumstances is requisite! What bright abilities and what noble patience! What confidence from the people, what favour from the Most High! But He will favour us, said Millbank. And I say to you, as Nathan said unto David, Thou art the man. You were our leader at Eton. The friends of your heart and boyhood still cling and cluster round you. They are all men whose position forces them into public life. It is a nucleus of honour, faith, and power. You have only to dare. And will you not dare? It is our privilege to live in an age when the career of the highest ambition is identified with the performance of the greatest good. Of the present epoch it may be truly said, who dares to be good, dares to be great. Heaven is above all, said Coningsby. The curtain of our fate is still undrawn. We are happy in our friends, dear Millbank, and whatever lights we will stand together. For myself, I prefer fame to life, and yet the consciousness of heroic deeds to the most widespread celebrity. End of chapter 2. Section 25 of Coningsby, or the New Generation, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Book 7, Chapter 3. The beautiful light of summer had never shone on a scene and surrounding landscape which recalled happier images of English nature and better recollections of English manners than that to which we would now introduce our readers. One of those true old English halls, now unhappily so rare, built in the time of the Tudors, and in its elaborate timber framing and decorative woodwork, indicating perhaps the scarcity of brick and stone at the period of its structure, as much as the grotesque genius of its fabricator, rose on a terrace surrounded by ancient and very formal gardens. The hall itself, during many generations, had been vigilantly and tastefully preserved by its proprietors. There was not a point which was not as fresh as if it had been renovated but yesterday. It stood a huge and strange blending of Grecian, Gothic, and Italian architecture, with a wild dash of the fantastic in addition. The lantern watchtowers of a baronial castle were placed in juxtaposition with Doric columns employed for chimneys, while under oriel windows might be observed Italian doorways with Grecian pediments. Beyond the extensive gardens, an avenue of Spanish chestnuts at each point of the compass approached the mansion, or led into a small park which was table land, its limits opening on all sides to beautiful and extensive valleys sparkling with cultivation, except at one point where the river Darl formed the boundary of the domain, and then spread in many a winding through the rich country beyond. Such was Hellingsley, the new home that Oswald Millbank was about to visit for the first time. Coningsby and himself had travelled together as far as Darlford, where their roads diverged, and they had separated with an engagement on the part of Coningsby to visit Hellingsley on the morrow. As they had travelled along, Coningsby had frequently led the conversation to domestic topics. Gradually he had talked, and talked much of Edith. Without an obtrusive curiosity, he extracted, unconsciously to his companion, traits of her character and early days which filled him with a wild and secret interest. The thought that in a few hours he was to meet her again infused into his being a degree of transport which the very necessity of repressing before his companion rendered more magical and thrilling. How often it happens in life that we have with a grave face to discourse of ordinary topics, while all the time our heart and memory are engrossed with some enchanting secret. The castle of his grandfather presented a far different scene on the arrival of Coningsby from that which it had offered on his first visit. The Marquess had given him a formal permission to repair to it at his pleasure, and had instructed the steward accordingly. But he came without notice at a season of the year when the absence of all sports made his arrival unexpected. The scattered and sauntering household roused themselves into action, and contemplated the conviction that it might be necessary to do some service for their wages. There was a stir in that vast sleepy castle. At last the steward was found, and came forward to welcome their young master, whose simple wants were limited to the rooms he had formerly occupied. Coningsby reached the castle a little before sunset, almost the same hour that he had arrived there more than 3 years ago. How much had happened in the interval! Coningsby had already lived long enough to find interest in pondering over the past. That past, too, must inevitably exercise a great influence over his present. He recalled his morning drive with his grandfather to the brink of that river which was the boundary between his own domain and Hellingsley. Who dwelt at Hellingsley now? Restless, excited, not insensible to the difficulties, perhaps the dangers of his position, yet full of an entrancing emotion in which all thoughts and feelings seemed to merge, Coningsby went forth into the fair gardens to muse over his love amid objects as beautiful. A rosy light hung over the rare shrubs and tall fantastic trees, while a rich yet darker tint suffused the distant woods. This euthanasia of the day exercises a strange influence on the hearts of those who love. Who has not felt it? Magical emotions that touch the immortal part. But for Coningsby, the mitigating hour that softens the heart made his spirit brave. Amid the ennobling sympathies of nature, the pursuits and purposes of worldly prudence and conventional advantage subsided into their essential nothingness. He willed to blend his life and fate with a being as beautiful as that nature that subdued him, and he felt in his own breast the intrinsic energies that, in spite of all obstacles, should mould such an imagination into reality. He descended the slopes, now growing dimmer in the fleeting light, into the park. The stillness was almost supernatural. The jocund sounds of the day had died, and the voices of the night had not commenced. His heart, too, was still. A sacred calm had succeeded to that distraction of emotion which had agitated him the whole day, while he had mused over his love and the infinite and insurmountable barriers that seemed to oppose his will. Now he felt one of those strong, groundless convictions that are the inspirations of passion, that all would yield to him as to one holding an enchanted wand. Onward he strolled. It seemed without purpose, yet always proceeding. A pale and then gleaming tint stole over the masses of mighty timber, and soon a glittering light flooded the lawns and glades. The moon was high in her summer heaven, and still Coningsby strolled on. He crossed the broad lawns, he traversed the bright glades. Amid the gleaming and shadowy woods he traced his prescient way. He came to the bank of a rushing river foaming in the moonlight, and wafting on its blue breast the shadow of 1,000 stars. "O river," he said, "that rollest to my mistress, bear her to my heart." Chapter 4. Lady Wallinger and Edith were together in the morning room of Hellingsley, the morrow after the arrival of Oswald. Edith was arranging flowers in a vase, while her aunt was embroidering a Spanish peasant in correct costume. The daughter of Millbank looked as bright and fragrant as the fair creations that surrounded her. Beautiful to watch her as she arranged their forms and composed their groups; to mark her eye glance with gratification at some happy combination of colour, or to listen to her delight as they wafted to her in gratitude their perfume. Oswald and Sir Joseph were surveying the stables. Mr. Millbank, who had been daily expected for the last week from the factories, had not yet arrived. "I must say he gained my heart from the first," said Lady Wallinger. "I wish the gardener would send us more roses," said Edith. "He is so very superior to any young man I ever met," continued Lady Wallinger. "I think we must have this vase entirely of roses. Don't you think so, aunt?" inquired the niece. "I am fond of roses," said Lady Wallinger. "What beautiful bouquets Mr. Coningsby gave us at Paris, Edith." "Beautiful!" "I must say I was very happy when I met Mr. Coningsby again at Cambridge," said Lady Wallinger. "It gave me much greater pleasure than seeing any of the colleges." "How delighted Oswald seems at having Mr. Coningsby for a companion again," said Edith. "And very naturally," said Lady Wallinger. "Oswald ought to deem himself fortunate in having such a friend. I am sure the kindness of Mr. Coningsby when we met him at Cambridge is what I shall never forget. But he always was my favourite from the first time I saw him at Paris. Do you know, Edith, I liked him best of all your admirers." "Oh no, aunt," said Edith, smiling. "Not more than Lord Beaumanoir. You forget your great favourite, Lord Beaumanoir." "But I did not know Mr. Coningsby at Rome," said Lady Wallinger. "I cannot agree that anybody is equal to Mr. Coningsby. I cannot tell you how pleased I am that he is our neighbour." As Lady Wallinger gave a finishing stroke to the jacket of her Andalusian, Edith, vividly blushing, yet speaking in a voice of affected calmness, said, "Here is Mr. Coningsby, aunt." And truly at this moment our hero might be discerned approaching the hall by one of the avenues, and in a few minutes there was a ringing at the hall bell, and then after a short pause the servants announced Mr. Coningsby and ushered him into the morning room. Edith was embarrassed. The frankness and the gaiety of her manner had deserted her. Coningsby was rather earnest than self-possessed. Each felt at first that the presence of Lady Wallinger was a relief. The ordinary topics of conversation were in sufficient plenty: reminiscences of Paris, impressions of Hellingsley, his visit to Oxford, Lady Wallinger's visit to Cambridge. In 10 minutes their voices seemed to sound to each other as they did in the Rue de Rivoli, and their mutual perplexity had in a great degree subsided. Oswald and Sir Joseph now entered the room, and the conversation became general. Hellingsley was the subject on which Coningsby dwelt. He was charmed with all that he had seen, wished to see more. Sir Joseph was quite prepared to accompany him, but Lady Wallinger, who seemed to read Coningsby's wishes in his eyes, proposed that the inspection should be general, and in the course of half an hour Coningsby was walking by the side of Edith, and sympathising with all the natural charms to which her quick taste and lively expression called his notice and appreciation. Few things more delightful than a country ramble with a sweet companion, exploring woods, wandering over green commons, loitering in shady lanes, resting on rural stiles, the air full of perfume, the heart full of bliss. It seemed to Coningsby that he had never been happy before. A thrilling joy pervaded his being. He could have sung like a bird. His heart was as sunny as the summer scene. Past and future were absorbed in the flowing hour, not an allusion to Paris, not a speculation on what might arrive, but infinite expressions of agreement, sympathy, a multitude of slight phrases that, however couched, had but one meaning, congeniality. He felt each moment his voice becoming more tender, his heart gushing in soft expressions. Each moment he was more fascinated. Her step was grace, her glance was beauty. Now she touched him by some phrase of sweet simplicity, or carried him spellbound by her airy merriment. Oswald assumed that Coningsby remained to dine with them. There was not even the ceremony of invitation. Coningsby could not but remember his dinner at Millbank, and the timid hostess whom he then addressed so often in vain, as he gazed upon the bewitching and accomplished woman whom he now passionately loved. It was a most agreeable dinner. Oswald, happy in his friend being his guest under his own roof, indulged in unwonted gaiety. The ladies withdrew. Sir Joseph began to talk politics, although the young men had threatened their fair companions immediately to follow them. This was the period of the bedchamber plot, when Sir Robert Peel accepted and resigned power in the course of 3 days. Sir Joseph, who had originally made up his mind to support a Conservative government when he deemed it inevitable, had for the last month endeavoured to compensate for this trifling error by vindicating the conduct of his friends and reprobating the behaviour of those who would deprive Her Majesty of the friends of her youth. Sir Joseph was a most chivalrous companion of the friends of her youth principle. Sir Joseph, who was always moderate and conciliatory in his talk, though he would go at any time any lengths for his party, expressed himself to-day with extreme sobriety, as he was determined not to hurt the feelings of Mr. Coningsby, and he principally confined himself to urging temperate questions, somewhat in the following fashion. I admit that, on the whole, under ordinary circumstances, it would have been more convenient that these appointments should have remained with Sir Robert. But don't you think that under the peculiar circumstances, being friends of Her Majesty's youth, etc., etc. Sir Joseph was extremely astonished when Coningsby replied that he thought under no circumstances should any appointment in the royal household be dependent on the voice of the House of Commons, though he was far from admiring the friends of her youth principle, which he looked upon as impertinent. But surely, said Sir Joseph, the minister being responsible to Parliament, it must follow that all great offices of state should be filled at his direction. But where do you find this principle of ministerial responsibility? Inquired Coningsby. And is not a minister responsible to his sovereign? Inquired Millbank. Sir Joseph seemed a little confused. He had always heard that ministers were responsible to Parliament, and he had a vague conviction, notwithstanding the reanimating loyalty of the bedchamber plot, that the sovereign of England was a nonentity. He took refuge in indefinite expressions, and observed, "The responsibility of ministers is surely a constitutional doctrine." The ministers of the Crown are responsible to their master. They are not the ministers of Parliament. But then you know, virtually, said Sir Joseph, the Parliament, that is the House of Commons, governs the country. It did before 1832, said Coningsby, but that is all past now. We got rid of that with the Venetian Constitution. The Venetian Constitution? Said Sir Joseph. To be sure, said Millbank. We were governed in this country by the Venetian constitution from the accession of the House of Hanover. But that yoke is past. And now I hope we are in a state of transition from the Italian dogeship to the English monarchy.' 'King, Lords, and Commons, the Venetian constitution!' exclaimed Sir Joseph. 'But they were phrases,' said Coningsby, 'not facts. The King was a Doge, the Cabinet the Council of Ten. Your Parliament that you call Lords and Commons was nothing more than the great council of nobles.' 'The resemblance was complete,' said Millbank, 'and no wonder, for it was not accidental. The Venetian constitution was intentionally copied.' 'We should have had the Venetian Republic in 1640,' said Coningsby, 'had it not been for the Puritans. Geneva beat Venice.' 'I am sure these ideas are not very generally known,' said Sir Joseph, bewildered. 'Because you have had your history written by the Venetian party,' said Coningsby, 'and it has been their interest to conceal them.' 'I will venture to say that there are very few men on our side in the House of Commons,' said Sir Joseph, 'who are aware that they were born under a Venetian constitution.' 'Let us go to the ladies,' said Millbank, smiling. Edith was reading a letter as they entered. 'A letter from papa!' she exclaimed, looking at her brother with great animation. 'We may expect him every day, and yet, alas! he cannot fix one.' They now all spoke of Millbank, and Coningsby was happy that he was familiar with the scene. At length he ventured to say to Edith, 'You once made me a promise which you have never fulfilled. I shall claim it to night.' 'And what can that be?' 'The song that you promised me at Millbank more than 3 years ago.' 'Your memory is good.' 'It has dwelt upon the subject.' Then they spoke for a while of other recollections, and then Coningsby appealing to Lady Wallinger for her influence, Edith rose and took up her guitar. Her voice was rich and sweet, the air she sang gay, even fantastically frolic, such as the girls of Granada chant trooping home from some country festival. Her soft dark eye brightened with joyous sympathy, and ever and anon with an arch grace she beat the guitar in chorus with her pretty hand. The moon wanes, and Coningsby must leave these enchanted halls. Oswald walked homeward with him until he reached the domain of his grandfather. Then, mounting his horse, Coningsby bade his friend farewell till the morrow, and made his best way to the castle. Chapter 5. There is a romance in every life. The emblazoned page of Coningsby's existence was now open. It had been prosperous before, with some moments of excitement, some of delight; but they had all found, as it were, their origin in worldly considerations, or been inevitably mixed up with them. At Paris, for example, he loved, or thought he loved; but there not an hour could elapse without his meeting some person or hearing something which disturbed the beauty of his emotions or broke his spellbound thoughts. There was his grandfather hating the Millbanks, or Sidonia loving them, and common people in the common world making common observations on them, asking who they were, or telling who they were, and brushing the bloom off all life's fresh delicious fancies with their coarse handling. But now his feelings were ethereal. He loved passionately, and he loved in a scene and in a society as sweet, as pure, and as refined as his imagination and his heart. There was no malicious gossip, no callous chatter to profane his ear and desecrate his sentiment. All that he heard or saw was worthy of the summer sky, the still green woods, the gushing river, the gardens and terraces, the stately and fantastic dwellings, among which his life now glided as in some dainty and gorgeous masque. All the soft, social, domestic sympathies of his nature, which, however abundant, had never been cultivated, were developed by the life he was now leading. It was not merely that he lived in the constant presence and under the constant influence of one whom he adored, that made him so happy. He was surrounded by beings who found felicity in the interchange of kind feelings and kind words, in the cultivation of happy talents and refined tastes, and the enjoyment of a life which their own good sense and their own good hearts made them both comprehend and appreciate. Ambition lost much of its splendour, even his lofty aspirations something of their hallowing impulse of paramount duty, when Coningsby felt how much ennobling delight was consistent with the seclusion of a private station, and mused over an existence to be passed amid woods and waterfalls, with a fair hand locked in his, or surrounded by his friends in some ancestral hall. The morning after his first visit to Hellingsley, Coningsby rejoined his friends, as he had promised Oswald at their breakfast table, and day after day he came with the early sun, and left them only when the late moon silvered the keep of Coningsby Castle. Mr. Millbank, who wrote daily, and was daily to be expected, did not arrive. A week of unbroken bliss, had vanished away, passed in long rides and longer walks, sunset saunterings, and sometimes moonlit strolls, talking of flowers and thinking of things even sweeter, listening to delicious songs, and sometimes reading aloud some bright romance or some inspiring lay. One day Coningsby, who arrived at the hall unexpectedly late, indeed it was some hours past noon, for he had been detained by dispatches which arrived at the castle from Mr. Rigby, and which required his interposition, found the ladies alone, and was told that Sir Joseph and Oswald were at the fishing cottage, where they wished him to join them. He was in no haste to do this, and Lady Wallinger proposed that when they felt inclined to ramble they should all walk down to the fishing cottage together. So, seating himself by the side of Edith, who was tinting a sketch which she had made of a rich oriel of Hellingsley, the morning passed away in that slight and yet subtle talk in which a lover delights, and in which, while asking 1,000 questions that seem at the first glance sufficiently trifling, he is indeed often conveying a meaning that is not expressed, or attempting to discover a feeling that is hidden. And these are occasions when glances meet and glances are withdrawn, the tongue may speak idly, the eye is more eloquent and often more true. Coningsby looked up. Lady Wallinger, who had more than once announced that she was going to put on her bonnet, was gone. Yet still he continued to talk trifles, and still Edith listened. "Of all you have told me," said Edith, "nothing pleases me so much as your description of St. Geneviève. How much I should like to catch the deer at sunset on the heights. What a pretty drawing it would make!" "You would like Eustace Lyle," said Coningsby. "He is so shy, and yet so ardent." "You have such a band of friends. Oswald was saying this morning that there was no one who had so many devoted friends." "We are all united by sympathy. It is the only bond of friendship, and yet friendship—" "Edith," said Lady Wallinger, looking into the room from the garden with her bonnet on, "you will find me roaming on the terrace." "We come, dear aunt." And yet they did not move. There were yet a few pencil touches to be given to the tinted sketch. Coningsby would cut the pencils. "Would you give me," he said, "some slight memorial of Hellingsley and your art? I would not venture to hope for anything half so beautiful as this, but the slightest sketch, it would make me so happy when away to have it hanging in my room." A blush suffused the cheek of Edith. She turned her head a little aside, as if she were arranging some drawings. And then she said, in a somewhat hushed and hesitating voice, "I am sure I will do so, and with pleasure. A view of the hall itself. I think that would be the best memorial. Where shall we take it from? We will decide in our walk?" And she rose, and promised immediately to return, left the room. Coningsby leant over the mantelpiece in deep abstraction, gazing vacantly on a miniature of the father of Edith. A light step roused him. She had returned. Unconsciously he greeted her with a glance of ineffable tenderness. They went forth. It was a grey, sultry day. Indeed, it was the covered sky which had led to the fishing scheme of the morning. Sir Joseph was an expert and accomplished angler, and the Darl was renowned for its sport. They lingered before they reached the terrace, where they were to find Lady Wallinger, observing the different points of view which the hall presented, and debating which was to form the subject of Coningsby's drawing. for already it was to be not merely a sketch, but a drawing, the most finished that the bright and effective pencil of Edith could achieve. If it really were to be placed in his room, and were to be a memorial of Hellingsley, her artistic reputation demanded a masterpiece. They reached the terrace. Lady Wallinger was not there, nor could they observe her in the vicinity. Coningsby was quite certain that she had gone onward to the fishing cottage, and expected them to follow her, and he convinced Edith of the justness of his opinion. To the fishing cottage, therefore, they bent their steps. They emerged from the gardens into the park, sauntering over the tableland, and seeking as much as possible the shade in the soft but oppressive atmosphere. At the limit of the tableland their course lay by a wild but winding path through a gradual and wooded declivity. While they were yet in this craggy and romantic woodland, the big fervent drops began to fall. Coningsby urged Edith to seek at once a natural shelter, but she, who knew the country, assured him that the fishing cottage was close by, and that they might reach it before the rain could do them any harm. And truly at this moment, emerging from the wood, they found themselves in the valley of the Darl. The river here was narrow and winding, but full of life, rushing and clear but for the dark sky it reflected, with high banks of turf and tall trees, the silver birch among all others in clustering groups, infinitely picturesque. At the turn of the river, about 200 yards distant, Coningsby observed the low dark roof of the fishing cottage on its banks. They descended from the woods to the margin of the stream by a flight of turfen steps, Coningsby holding Edith's hand as he guided her progress. The drops became thicker. They reached at a rapid pace the cottage. The absent boat indicated that Sir Joseph and Oswald were on the river. The cottage was an old building of rustic logs, with a shelving roof, so that you might obtain sufficient shelter without entering its walls. Coningsby found a rough garden seat for Edith. The shower was now violent. Nature, like man, sometimes weeps from gladness. It is the joy and tenderness of her heart that seek relief, and these are summer showers. In this instance the vehemence of her emotion was transient, though the tears kept stealing down her cheek for a long time, and gentle sighs and sobs might for some period be distinguished. The oppressive atmosphere had evaporated, the grey sullen tint had disappeared, a soft breeze came dancing up the stream, a glowing light fell upon the woods and waters, the perfume of trees and flowers and herbs floated around. There was a carolling of birds, a hum of happy insects in the air, freshness and stir, and a sense of joyous life pervaded all things. It seemed that the heart of all creation was opened. Coningsby, after repeatedly watching the shower with Edith, and speculating on its progress, which did not much annoy them, had seated himself on a log almost at her feet. And assuredly a maiden and a youth more beautiful and engaging had seldom met before in a scene more fresh and fair. Edith, on her rustic seat, watched the now blue and foaming river, and the birch trees with a livelier tint and quivering in the sunset air. An expression of tranquil bliss suffused her beautiful brow, and spoke from the thrilling tenderness of her soft dark eye. Coningsby gazed on that countenance with a glance of entranced rapture. His cheek was flushed, his eye gleamed with dazzling lustre. She turned her head, she met that glance, and troubled, she withdrew her own. "Edith," he said in a tone of tremulous passion, "let me call you Edith. Yes," he continued, gently taking her hand, "let me call you my Edith. I love you." She did not withdraw her hand, but turned away a face flushed as the impending twilight. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6. It was past the dinner hour when Edith and Coningsby reached the hall, an embarrassing circumstance, but mitigated by the conviction that they had not to encounter a very critical inspection. What then were their feelings when the first servant that they met informed them that Mr. Millbank had arrived? Edith could never have believed that the return of her beloved father to his home could ever have been to her other than a cause of delight. and yet now she trembled when she heard the announcement. The mysteries of love were fast involving her existence. But this was not the season of meditation. Her heart was still agitated by the tremulous admission that she responded to that fervent and adoring love whose eloquent music still sounded in her ear, and the pictures of whose fanciful devotion flitted over her agitated vision. Unconsciously she pressed the arm of Coningsby as the servant spoke, and then, without looking into his face, whispering him to be quick, she sprang away. As for Coningsby, notwithstanding the elation of his heart, and the ethereal joy which flowed in all his veins, the name of Mr. Millbank sounded something like a knell. However, this was not the time to reflect. He obeyed the hint of Edith, made the most rapid toilet that ever was consummated by a happy lover, and in a few minutes entered the drawing-room of Hellingsley to encounter the gentleman whom he hoped by some means or other, quite inconceivable, might some day be transformed into his father-in-law, and the fulfilment of his consequent duties towards whom he had commenced by keeping him waiting for dinner. "How do you do, sir?" said Mr. Millbank, extending his hand to Coningsby. "You seem to have taken a long walk." Coningsby looked round to the kind Lady Wallinger, and half addressed his murmured answer to her, explaining how they had lost her and their way, and were caught in a storm or a shower, which, as it terminated about 3 hours back, and the fishing cottage was little more than a mile from the Hall, very satisfactorily accounted for their not being in time for dinner. Lady Wallinger then said something about the lowering clouds having frightened her from the terrace, and Sir Joseph and Oswald talked a little of their sport, and of their having seen an otter. But there was, or at least there seemed to Coningsby, a tone of general embarrassment which distressed him. The fact is, keeping people from dinner under any circumstances is distressing. They are obliged to talk at the very moment when they wish to use their powers of expression for a very different purpose. They are faint, and conversation makes them more exhausted. A gentleman, too, fond of his family, who in turn are devoted to him, making a great and inconvenient effort to reach them by dinner time, to please and surprise them, and finding them all dispersed, dinner so late that he might have reached home in good time without any great inconvenient effort; his daughter, whom he had wished 1,000 times to embrace, taking a singularly long ramble with no other companion than a young gentleman whom he did not exactly expect to see. All these are circumstances, individually perhaps slight, and yet, encountered collectively, it may be doubted that they would not a little ruffle even the sweetest temper. Mr. Millbank, too, had not the sweetest temper, though not a bad one, a little quick and fiery; but then he had a kind heart; and when Edith, who had providentially sent down a message to order dinner, entered and embraced him at the very moment that dinner was announced, her father forgot everything in his joy in seeing her, and his pleasure in being surrounded by his friends. He gave his hand to Lady Wallinger, and Sir Joseph led away his niece. Coningsby put his arm around the astonished neck of Oswald, as if they were once more in the playing fields of Eton. "By Jove, my dear fellow," he exclaimed, "I am so sorry we kept your father from dinner." As Edith headed her father's table, according to his rigid rule, Coningsby was on one side of her. They never spoke so little. Coningsby would have never unclosed his lips had he followed his humour. He was in a stupor of happiness. The dining-room took the appearance of the fishing cottage, and he saw nothing but the flowing river. Lady Wallinger was, however, next to him, and that was a relief, for he felt always she was his friend. Sir Joseph, a good-hearted man, and on subjects with which he was acquainted, full of sound sense, was invaluable to-day, for he entirely kept up the conversation, speaking of things which greatly interested Mr. Millbank. And so their host soon recovered his good temper. He addressed several times his observations to Coningsby, and was careful to take wine with him. On the whole, affairs went on flowingly enough. The gentlemen, indeed, stayed much longer over their wine than on the preceding days, and Coningsby did not venture on the liberty of quitting the room before his host. It was as well; Edith required repose. She tried to seek it on the bosom of her aunt as she breathed to her the delicious secret of her life. When the gentlemen returned to the drawing-room, the ladies were not there. This rather disturbed Mr. Millbank again. He had not seen enough of his daughter. He wished to hear her sing. But Edith managed to reappear, and even to sing. Then Coningsby went up to her and asked her to sing the song of the girls of Granada. She said in a low voice, and with a fond yet serious look, "I am not in the mood for such a song, but if you wish me—" She sang it, and with inexpressible grace, and with an arch vivacity that to a fine observer would have singularly contrasted with the almost solemn and even troubled expression of her countenance a moment afterwards. The day was about to die, the day the most important, the most precious in the lives of Harry Coningsby and Edith Millbank. Words had been spoken, vows breathed, which were to influence their careers for ever. For them hereafter there was to be but one life, one destiny, one world. Each of them was still in such a state of tremulous excitement that neither had found time nor occasion to ponder over the mighty result. They both required solitude. They both longed to be alone. Coningsby rose to depart. He pressed the soft hand of Edith, and his glance spoke his soul. "We shall see you at breakfast to morrow, Coningsby," said Oswald very loud, knowing that the presence of his father would make Coningsby hesitate about coming. Edith's heart fluttered, but she said nothing. It was with delight she heard her father, after a moment's pause, say, "Oh, I beg we may have that pleasure." "Not quite at so early an hour," said Coningsby, "but if you will permit me, I hope to have the pleasure of hearing from you to morrow, sir, that your journey has not fatigued you." End of chapter 6. Section 26 of Coningsby, or the New Generation, by Benjamin Disraeli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. To be alone, to have no need of feigning a tranquillity he could not feel, of coining commonplace courtesy when his heart was gushing with rapture, this was a great relief to Coningsby, though gained by a separation from Edith. The deed was done. He had breathed his long brooding passion. He had received the sweet expression of her sympathy. He had gained the long coveted heart. Youth, beauty, love, the innocence of unsophisticated breasts, and the inspiration of an exquisite nature, combined to fashion the spell that now entranced his life. He turned to gaze upon the moonlit towers and peaked roofs of Hellingsley. Silent and dreamlike, the picturesque pile rested on its broad terrace, flooded with the silver light, and surrounded by the quaint bowers of its fantastic gardens, tipped with the glittering beam. Half hid in deep shadow, half sparkling in the midnight blaze, he recognised the oriel window that had been the subject of the morning's sketch. Almost he wished there should be some sound to assure him of his reality, but nothing broke the all-pervading stillness. Was his life to be as bright and as tranquil? And what was to be his life? Whither was he to bear the beautiful bride he had gained? Were the portals of Coningsby the proud and hospitable gates that were to greet her? How long would they greet him after the achievement of the last 24 hours was known to their lord? Was this the return for the confiding kindness of his grandsire? That he should pledge his troth to the daughter of that grandsire's foe? Away with such dark and scaring visions. Is it not the noon of a summer night fragrant with the breath of gardens, bright with the beam that lovers love, and soft with the breath of Ausonian breezes? Within that sweet and stately residence dwells there not a maiden fair enough to revive chivalry, who is even now thinking of him as she leans on her pensive hand, or if perchance she dream, recalls him in her visions? And himself, is he one who would cry craven with such a lot? What avail his golden youth, his high blood, his daring and devising spirit, and all his stores of wisdom, if they help not now? Does not he feel the energy divine that can confront fate and carve out fortunes? Besides, it is nigh Midsummer Eve, and what should fairies reign for but to aid such a bright pair as this? He recalls 1,000 times the scene, the moment in which but a few hours past he dared to tell her that he loved. He recalls 1,000 times the still small voice that murmured her agitated felicity. More than 1,000 times, for his heart clenched the idea as a diver grasps a gem, he recalls the enraptured yet gentle embrace that had sealed upon her blushing cheek his mystical and delicious sovereignty. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. The morning broke, lowering and thunderous. Small white clouds, dull and immovable, studded the leaden sky. The waters of the rushing Darl seemed to have become black and almost stagnant. The terraces of Hellingsley looked like the hard lines of a model, and the mansion itself had a harsh and metallic character. Before the chief portal of his hall, the elder Millbank, with an air of some anxiety, surveyed the landscape and the heavens, as if he were speculating on the destiny of the day. Often his eye wandered over the park, often with an uneasy and restless step he paced the raised walk before him. The clock of Hellingsley Church had given the chimes of noon. His son and Coningsby appeared at the end of one of the avenues. His eye lightened. His lip became compressed. He advanced to meet them. "Are you going to fish to-day, Oswald?" he inquired of his son. "We had some thoughts of it, sir." "A fine day for sport, I should think," he observed, as he turned towards the hall with them. Coningsby remarked the fanciful beauty of the portal, its twisted columns and caryatids carved in dark oak. "Yes, it's very well," said Millbank, "but I really do not know why I came here. My presence is an effort. Oswald does not care for the place. None of us do, I believe." "Oh, I like it now, father, and Edith dotes on it." "She was very happy at Millbank," said the father, rather sharply. "We are all of us happy at Millbank," said Oswald. "I was much struck with the valley and the whole settlement when I first saw it," said Coningsby. "Suppose you go and see about the tackle, Oswald," said Mr. Millbank, "and Mr. Coningsby and I will take a stroll on the terrace in the meantime." The habit of obedience, which was supreme in this family, instantly carried Oswald away, though he was rather puzzled why his father should be so anxious about the preparation of the fishing tackle, as he rarely used it. His son had no sooner departed than Mr. Millbank turned to Coningsby, and said very abruptly, "You have never seen my own room here, Mr. Coningsby. Step in, for I wish to say a word to you." And thus speaking, he advanced before the astonished and rather agitated Coningsby, and led the way through a door and long passage to a room of moderate dimensions, partly furnished as a library, and full of parliamentary papers and blue books. Shutting the door with some earnestness and pointing to a chair, he begged his guest to be seated. Both in their chairs, Mr. Millbank, clearing his throat, said without preface, "I have reason to believe, Mr. Coningsby, that you are attached to my daughter?" "I have been attached to her for a long time most ardently," replied Coningsby, in a calm and rather measured tone, but looking very pale. "And I have reason to believe that she returns your attachment?" said Mr. Millbank. "I believe she deigns not to disregard it," said Coningsby, his white cheek becoming scarlet. "It is then a mutual attachment, which, if cherished, must produce mutual unhappiness," said Mr. Millbank. "I would fain believe the reverse," said Coningsby. "Why?" inquired Mr. Millbank. "Because I believe she possesses every charm, quality, and virtue that can bless man; and because, though I make her no equivalent return, I have a heart, if I know myself, that would struggle to deserve her." "I know you to be a man of sense. I believe you to be a man of honour," replied Mr. Millbank. "As the first, you must feel that a union between you and my daughter is impossible. What then should be your duty as a man of correct principle is obvious.' 'I could conceive that our union might be attended with difficulties,' said Coningsby, in a somewhat deprecating tone. 'Sir, it is impossible,' repeated Mr. Millbank, interrupting him, though not with harshness. 'That is to say, there is no conceivable marriage which could be effected at greater sacrifices and which would occasion greater misery.' 'The sacrifices are more apparent to me than the misery,' said Coningsby, 'and even they may be imaginary.' 'The sacrifices and the misery are certain and inseparable,' said Mr. Millbank. 'Come now, see how we stand. I speak without reserve, for this is a subject which cannot permit misconception, but with no feelings towards you, sir, but fair and friendly ones. You are the grandson of my Lord Monmouth, at present enjoying his favour, but dependent on his bounty. You may be the heir of his wealth to morrow, and to morrow you may be the object of his hatred and persecution. Your grandfather and myself are foes, bitter, irreclaimable to the death. It is idle to mince phrases. I do not vindicate our mutual feelings. I may regret that they have ever arisen. I may regret it especially at this exigency. They are not the feelings of good Christians. They may be altogether to be deplored and unjustifiable. But they exist, mutually exist, and have not been confined to words. Lord Monmouth would crush me, had he the power, like a worm, and I have curbed his proud fortunes often. Were it not for this feeling, I should not be here. I purchased this estate merely to annoy him, as I have done 1,000 other acts merely for his discomfiture and mortification. In our long encounter I have done him infinitely more injury than he could do me. I have been on the spot. I am active, vigilant, the maker of my fortunes. He is an Epicurean, continually in foreign parts, obliged to leave the fulfilment of his will to others. But for these very reasons his hate is more intense. I can afford to hate him less than he hates me. I have injured him more. Here are feelings to exist between human beings. But they do exist, and now you are to go to this man and ask his sanction to marry my daughter. 'But I would appease these hatreds. I would allay these dark passions, the origins of which I know not, but which never could justify the end, and which lead to so much misery. I would appeal to my grandfather. I would show him Edith.' 'He has looked upon as fair even as Edith,' said Mr. Millbank, rising suddenly from his seat and pacing the room. 'And did that melt his heart? The experience of your own lot should have guarded you from the perils that you have so rashly meditated encountering, and the misery which you have been preparing for others besides yourself. Is my daughter to be treated like your mother, and by the same hand? Your mother's family were not Lord Monmouth's foes. They were simple and innocent people, free from all the bad passions of our nature, and ignorant of the world's ways. But because they were not noble, because they could trace no mystified descent from a foreign invader, or the sacrilegious minion of some spoliating despot, their daughter was hunted from the family which should have exulted to receive her, and the land of which she was the native ornament. Why should a happier lot await you than fell to your parents? You are in the same position as your father, you meditate the same act. The only difference being aggravating circumstances in your case, which, even if I were a member of the same order as my Lord Monmouth, would prevent the possibility of a prosperous union. Marry Edith, and you blast all the prospects of your life, and entail on her a sense of unceasing humiliation. Would you do this? Should I permit you to do this?' Coningsby, with his head resting on his arm, his face a little shaded, his eyes fixed on the ground, listened in silence. There was a pause, broken by Coningsby, as in a low voice, without changing his posture or raising his glance, he said, 'It seems, sir, that you were acquainted with my mother.' 'I knew sufficient of her,' replied Mr. Millbank, with a kindling cheek, 'to learn the misery that a woman may entail on herself by marrying out of her condition. I have bred my children in a respect for their class. I believe they have imbibed my feeling, though it is strange how in the commerce of the world chance in their friendships has apparently baffled my designs." "Oh, do not say it is chance, sir," said Coningsby, looking up and speaking with much fervour. "The feelings that animate me towards your family are not the feelings of chance. They are the creation of sympathy, tried by time, tested by thought. And must they perish? Can they perish? They were inevitable. They are indestructible. Yes, sir, it is vain to speak of the enmities that are fostered between you and my grandfather. The love that exists between your daughter and myself is stronger than all your hatreds." "You speak like a young man, and a young man that is in love," said Mr. Millbank. "This is mere rhapsody. It will vanish in an instant before the reality of life. And you have arrived at that reality," he continued, speaking with emphasis, leaning over the back of his chair and looking steadily at Coningsby with his grey sagacious eye. "My daughter and yourself can meet no more." "It is impossible you can be so cruel," exclaimed Coningsby. "So kind to you both, for I wish to be kind to you as well as to her. You are entitled to kindness from us all, though I will tell you now that years ago, when the news arrived that my son's life had been saved, and had been saved by one who bore the name of Coningsby, I had a presentiment, great as was the blessing, that it might lead to unhappiness." "I can answer for the misery of one," said Coningsby, in a tone of great despondency. "I feel as if my son were set. Oh, why should there be such wretchedness? Why are there family hatreds and party feuds? Why am I the most wretched of men?" "My good young friend, you will live, I doubt not, to be a happy one. Happiness is not, as we are apt to fancy, entirely dependent on these contingencies. It is the lot of most men to endure what you are suffering, and they can look back to such conjunctures through the vista of years with calmness." "I may see Edith now?" "Frankly, I should say no. My daughter is in her room. I have had some conversation with her. Of course she suffers not less than yourself. To see her again will only aggravate woe. You leave under this roof, sir, some sad memories, but no unkind ones. It is not likely that I can serve you, or that you may want my aid, but whatever may be in my power, remember you may command it, without reserve and without restraint. If I control myself now, it is not because I do not respect your affliction, but because in the course of my life I have felt too much not to be able to command my feelings." "You never could have felt what I feel now," said Coningsby, in a tone of anguish. "You touch on delicate ground," said Millbank. "Yet from me you may learn to suffer. There was a being once, not less fair than the peerless girl that you would fain call your own, and her heart was my proud possession. There were no family feuds to baffle our union, nor was I dependent on anything but the energies which had already made me flourishing. What happiness was mine! It was the first dream of my life, and it was the last. My solitary passion, the memory of which softens my heart. Ah, you dreaming scholars and fine gentlemen who saunter through life, you think there is no romance in the loves of a man who lives in the toil and turmoil of business. You are in deep error. Amid my career of travail, there was ever a bright form which animated exertion, inspired my invention, nerved my energy, and to gain whose heart and life I first made many of those discoveries, and entered into many of those speculations, that have since been the foundation of my wide prosperity. Her faith was pledged to me. I lived upon her image. The day was even talked of when I should bear her to the home that I had proudly prepared for her. Then came a young noble, a warrior who had never seen war, glittering with gewgaws. He was quartered in the town where the mistress of my heart, who was soon to share my life and my fortunes, resided. The tale is too bitter not to be brief. He saw her, he sighed. I will hope that he loved her. She gave him with rapture the heart which perhaps she found she had never given to me, and instead of bearing the name I had once hoped to have called her by, she pledged her faith at the altar to one who, like you, was called Coningsby. My mother! You see, I too have had my griefs. Dear sir, said Coningsby, rising and taking Mr. Millbank's hand, I am most wretched, and yet I wish to part from you even with affection. You have explained circumstances that have long perplexed me. A curse, I fear, is on our families. I have not mind enough at this moment even to ponder on my situation. My head is a chaos. I go, yes, I quit this Hellingsley, where I came to be so happy, where I have been so happy. Nay, let me go, dear sir. I must be alone. I must try to think. And tell her, no, tell her nothing. God will guard over us. Proceeding down the avenue with a rapid and distempered step, his countenance lost, as it were, in a wild abstraction, Coningsby encountered Oswald Millbank. He stopped, collected his turbulent thoughts, and throwing on Oswald one look that seemed at the same time to communicate woe and to demand sympathy, flung himself into his arms. "My friend!" he exclaimed, and then added in a broken voice, "I need a friend." Then, in a hurried, impassioned, and somewhat incoherent strain, leaning on Oswald's arm as they walked on together, he poured forth all that had occurred, all of which he had dreamed, his baffled bliss, his actual despair. Alas! there was little room for solace, and yet all that earnest affection could inspire, and a sagacious brain and a brave spirit, were offered for his support, if not his consolation, by the friend who was devoted to him. In the midst of this deep communion, teeming with every thought and sentiment that could enchain and absorb the spirit of man, they came to one of the park gates of Coningsby. Millbank stopped. The command of his father was peremptory, that no member of his family, under any circumstances or for any consideration, should set his foot on that domain. Lady Wallinger had once wished to have seen the castle, and Coningsby was only too happy in the prospect of escorting her and Edith over the place, but Oswald had then at once put his veto on the project as a thing forbidden, and which, if put in practice, his father would never pardon. So it passed off, and now Oswald himself was at the gates of that very domain with his friend who was about to enter them, his friend whom he might never see again, that Coningsby who from their boyish days had been the idol of his life, whom he had lived to see appeal to his affections and his sympathy, and whom Oswald was now going to desert in the midst of his lonely and unsolaced woe. "I ought not to enter here," said Oswald, holding the hand of Coningsby as he hesitated to advance. "And yet there are duties more sacred even than obedience to a father. I cannot leave you thus, friend of my best heart." The morning passed away in unceasing yet fruitless speculation on the future. One moment something was to happen, the next nothing could occur. Sometimes a beam of hope flashed over the fancy of Coningsby, and jumping up from the turf on which they were reclining, he seemed to exult in his renovated energies. And then this sanguine paroxysm was succeeded by a fit of depression so dark and dejected that nothing but the presence of Oswald seemed to prevent Coningsby from flinging himself into the waters of the Darl. The day was fast declining, and the inevitable moment of separation was at hand. Oswald wished to appear at the dinner table of Hellingsley, that no suspicion might arise in the mind of his father of his having accompanied Coningsby home. But just as he was beginning to mention the necessity of his departure, a flash of lightning seemed to transfix the heavens. The sky was very dark, though studded here and there with dingy spots. The young men sprang up at the same time. "We had better get out of these trees," said Oswald. "We had better get to the castle," said Coningsby. A clap of thunder that seemed to make the park quake broke over their heads, followed by some thick drops. The castle was close at hand. Oswald had avoided entering it, but the impending storm was so menacing that, hurried on by Coningsby, he could make no resistance, and in a few minutes the companions were watching the tempest from the windows of a room in Coningsby Castle. The forked lightning flashed and scintillated from every quarter of the horizon. The thunder broke over the castle as if the keep were rocking with artillery. Amid the momentary pauses of the explosion, the rain was heard descending like dissolving water-spouts. Nor was this one of those transient tempests that often agitate the summer. Time advanced, and its fierceness was little mitigated. Sometimes there was a lull, though the violence of the rain never appeared to diminish. But then, as in some pitched fight between contending hosts, when the fervour of the field seems for a moment to allay, fresh squadrons arrive and renew the hottest strife, so that a low moaning wind, that was now at intervals faintly heard, bore up a great reserve of electric vapour that formed, as it were, into the field in the space between the castle and Hellingsley, and then discharged its violence on that fated district. Coningsby and Oswald exchanged looks. "You must not think of going home at present, my dear fellow," said the first. "I am sure your father would not be displeased. There is not a being here who even knows you, and if they did, what then?" The servant entered the room and inquired whether the gentlemen were ready for dinner. "By all means. Come, my dear Millbank. I feel reckless as the tempest. Let us drown our cares in wine." Coningsby, in fact, was exhausted by all the agitation of the day, and all the harassing spectres of the future. He found wine a momentary solace. He ordered the servants away, and for a moment felt a degree of wild satisfaction in the company of the brother of Edith. Thus they sat for a long time, talking only of one subject, and repeating almost the same things, yet both felt happier in being together. Oswald had risen, and opening the window, examined the approaching night. The storm had lulled, though the rain still fell. In the west was a streak of light. In a quarter of an hour he calculated on departing. As he was watching the wind, he thought he heard the sound of wheels, which reminded him of Coningsby's promise to lend him a light carriage for his return. They sat down once more. They had filled their glasses for the last time, to pledge to their faithful friendship and the happiness of Coningsby and Edith, when the door of the room opened and there appeared Mr. Rigby. End of chapter 8. End of book 7.